the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Let's go, Europe. Take a deep breath. This is the last time you're going to get to be relaxed. Until this game is over, the tension will be high, the pressure nearly insurmountable for both teams. Only one can come out on top. So take this opportunity, relax a little bit, and remember what these teams are fighting for.
In the next hour, we will see which team takes the crown and the start of a new era. And this series already has shown us the start of a new rivalry between these two teams. They both grew at the same time. The rivalry was always there, a little bit underneath the surface, but they were always looking up to the G2s and the Fnatics of the world. But it is different this time around. Now it is Rogue versus the Mad Lions for it all.
Who do you believe in, Europe? In the world, lots of people from other regions watching as well. Who do you believe in? Time to spam in chat. Rogue or Mad, RGE or MED. You can vote. You can let us know who you believe in. It is do or die. And now we get into the early game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how the game progresses. But these were the two teams who betted on rookie talent. These are the two teams which toppled G2 in the playoffs. Game 5, there's not much action happening level 1. It looks like both junglers are going to calm it down, start towards the bot side of the map, path up towards the top side, and there might be a contest around this top side Skull Crab in the early game.
Yeah, we have seen lane priority influence these early junglers so much. Oftentimes been favoring Humanoid in the early laning phase, often also been favoring Armut top side as well, with Elyoya influencing that lane so much. Rogue have been so focused on getting their bot lane ahead, but this game, it feels a little bit different with the Sen and the Tom Kench. Inspired can play towards top lane.
Yeah, definitely with the Renekton up here, you definitely want to play towards the top side. If Larson can get some kind of push and get up to this top lane, we want to see some three-man dives. Mad Lions are the ones who have been pulling the trigger on these dives. Odoamne is the one suffering from the dives. Maybe Rogue want to change it up, play more towards the top side, but I think the key thing here in this early game is Rogue know Elyoya started bot side because the bot lane leashed. But Mad Lions don't know that Inspired started bot side, so there could be a surprise here for Elyoya. If you find Inspired up towards his top side, we'll have to see how the top lane push progresses.
Certainly a lot of room for creativity. Top lane trading back and forth already. You can see Humanoid winning out there on the early pressure, sort of as expected. And Mad Lions now the favorite. Chat, I'm going to be honest, it seems like you can't decide as much as we can't decide who the favorites here. You've gone back and forth on every single poll, and I think it's fair because we're not in the era anymore, again, of the G2s and Fnatics, where you feel like you have assured things, where you feel like you have your favorites. This is unknown territory for all of the LEC.
Look, it's hard to blame them too, and you can already see Elyoya skipping his Krug, skipping his Raptors, knowing the top lane getting frozen against Armut. Bot lane, big trade.
Kaiser.
Oh, it's tense because look, this bot lane has been crazy all series long. Hansama and Trimby have had Carzzy and Kaiser's number, but I've seen this before.
There's a top wave. Armut needs to crash it. Inspired will finish this camp and go towards the crab, so he doesn't know Elyoya's there. That won't spot him either. Odoamne might get surprised here. If Inspired comes up for a gank, Armut could be the one that's vulnerable, but he's going for the crab. Elyoya's going to go for the dive.
He's stacked up on Fury, though. He's healed a little bit.
It's so risky. Larson has TP too. He just went back to base. He's coming to up.
TP now moving in. They've got more than enough damage, but the empowered stun is there. But Elyoya still alive for now. They're going to turn it back, though. Giving the kill for Larson is disastrous because now Armut is in trouble as well. Rogue have turned the play back in their favor.
Mad Lions get first blood, but Larson on the TP shows up. Humanoid cannot respond, and getting kills onto this Rise early is deadly.
Yeah, look at this play. Odoamne TPing in mid to make sure they don't lose mid waves. Such clean execution from Rogue. Really good timing for Larson P towards this top side fight with the TP. He already based. He knew some kind of play was coming perhaps. TP's in, stops the play from happening. Rogue get the early game advantage.
And now Inspired doubling the jungle CS of Elyoya. Elyoya spent so much time trying to set up that gank, trying to set it up. He sacrificed so much just to be there on the top side. In the meantime, Inspired was farming, and he still showed up for the counter.
It's a huge gamble in Game 5, a match that decides the winner of the Spring Split. Elyoya will be set pretty far behind. You also know the Udyr, he just clears faster than that Volibear, so this could get much worse. Inspired knowing the respawn timer of Elyoya's Raptors and all this.
Yeah, I think the mid jungle of Mad Lions are going to be the ones to suffer. Elyoya falling, he's down in camps, 3 camps now. Inspired's already back out of base with the boots, and Larson level 5 on this Rise already. He pushed out top, he didn't lose anything in mid. Now he's back to catch the wave, and he has double buffs, so Humanoid's definitely going to suffer here though, but Armut going aggressive on this Gnar. No flash on Odoamne.
He can finish this one out now into Mega. Odoamne with a sidestep. Wall up, not going to be there. Has a bit more damage, but Odoamne just going to walk away. That was the edge of death for Odoamne.
Larsen's on his way up, though. This wave is really bad for Armut. Looks like Odoamne is slowly pushing it back in, though, and Larsen's going to have to go back mid and catch the wave. Puts a little bit of wards down to catch some information as to where Elyoya is. And in the end, if Odoamne got hit by that stun, I think he was dead.
Look, these lanes, super volatile. We saw it at the start in the bot lane, the 2v2 looking very close between those two teams. Top lane 2 on the knife's edge, but it is Rogue with the early information in the enemy jungle, seeing Elyoya go topside, and Rogue, if they can slow things down, get back to their controlled style, they have a lot of really good elements to play around, play the pressure game, and play with their globals.
And again, at the start of this series, it was all eyes on the jungler. Inspired and Elyoya set to define. And now it is the solo lanes who are stepping up. It is Inspired who is pulled massively ahead, and Elyoya who has to find a way in his rookie split and his final game, in the final game of the season, to turn things back in the favor of Mad.
And for 4 games as well, it's been Larsen landlocked in mid, Humanoid with the edge, but it's different this time. Larsen multiple times trying to move out of that lane and get up towards topside. Now you can see Inspired knows the timers here, sees Elyoya on that ward, and sees an opportunity for a top gank.
Inspired moving up. Megnar would be big, but here comes the Realm Warp. Inspired just fishing for the stun. Armut no room to move. They know that he burned the flash in the 1v1. He got over-aggressive, and now he will pay for it. Larsen grabs another kill on the top side.
This is what we were talking about, Dracos. Rogue need to start moving to this top side. This Renekton needs to get ahead. Mad Lions are the ones always playing top side, always diving top, and Rogue playing bot side. The Senatom, the switch up. Let's play top side. Let's get aggressive, get Rise up there, and play for this 1-3-1 and get our solo lanes ahead.
It's crazy as well. An entire season. Rogue don't even think twice about top lane. Don't even look there. When everything's on the line, they are investing in Odoamne. It will be traded out for the Infernal Drake on the bottom side of the map. Rogue not putting pressure on Hansama or Trimby's lane, just letting them do their thing, and it's been going well so far.
And the important thing is, Larsen's the one getting the kills. Odoamne is just getting free bases and getting himself through this lane phase, which looks quite difficult for him. But Larsen's the one getting the kills, and when it comes to the mid-game, and Larsen's on side lane on this Rise, and he's ahead, no one of Mad Lions can match him. They're going to have to send so many numbers.
Look at this from Rogue. 4 players in the bot river.
They're contesting the blue buff. Elyoya not even level 6 yet.
He has no room to move. All of Rogue collapsing, using his early advantage so well. We got so comfortable in the playoffs watching Rogue build early advantages out of their bottom lane, but this time around it is the solo lanes of Rogue stepping up clutch. It is the punish on the top side where Armut, after 2 back-to-back carry games, oversteps and is punished.
And it's team-wide play as well, which just swings the jungle matchup. We asked at the start of the day, does this define who the best jungler in Europe is? Well, it's defined these are our 2 best junglers in Europe, and they are showing that with just a slight edge, you can take everything. Inspired using his lane strength perfectly to steal away camps and get a lead over Elyoya.
Yeah, both these junglers playing absolutely fantastically. I think Inspired definitely has the level lead. 1 level up on Elyoya, who just hit level 6. Next objective in the game is going to be the Herald. We've seen Rogue most of these games just basing it around minute 8 and swapping, committing to the swap, playing for their bot lane. But this game's slightly different. Odoamne is the focus. They don't want to swap and put Odoamne in a 1v2 lane because they need him to get ahead, and they need Larsen to keep this mid push. Why swap when you have so much mid priority and Larsen can move to either side?
And additionally, it's Senatom Kent. You do not have a lot of ways to clear the wave. You do not have ways to get prio advantage on the bottom side. That might change. They can extend this trade for long enough. Devour ready to go into Kaiser if he overcommits. Carzzy now going to be in trouble, forced to use the ultimate early out. Trimby just refuses to stop the flash. Trimby, the tongue lick, the rookie in the finals game. Game 5 shows up and finds the kill.
All day long, Trimby and Hansama have had Kaiser and Carzzy's numbers. Time after time and time again, they come out on top, and it is the final game without any pressure from the rest of their team. They just win the 2v2 straight up.
Yeah, and Trimby coming into this team from the start of Spring Split. He won the EU Masters with Agorok. He won EU Masters with their academy team. This is his first ever LEC finals in his rookie split. He has the aggression to go for this 2v2. I think Mad Lions bot lane has died 2v2 in bot lane every single game.
Every single game. And Rogue, the ERL talent factory, originally bringing up 4 of the 5 members from that team back in 2019. Well, they've got a few still here with Larsen Inspired as well.
And Hansama has had so many fantastic supports by his side over the last few years. Gorilla, Ignar, but now Trimby showing up in this final game. Who would have thought? Rogue have advantages in top, mid, and bot. Inspired's looking towards his top side again. Larsen's on the way up.
Inspired looking to move forward. The bot lane for a brief moment no longer the center of attention as Armut may have once again overstayed his welcome. Chilling Smite moves in, follow-up, the stun is there. Senna from downtown, Inspired finds another kill, and Rogue here in Game 5 are demolishing the Mad Lions.
Rogue are not messing around, and you can see Elyoya panic, scrambling, trying to figure out what he can do. He's falling behind in the jungle 2 levels. Inspired is up over him, and Inspired is still finding the gank, so what does he do? Can he dive with his ultimate? He's level 6. No. Larsen is playing too smart around it, not giving him the opportunity. And bot lane, how do you dive a Senatom Kent when Rogue can always respond with Larsen and an Odo TP?
Inspired based instantly and move towards the bot side. He got the Herald as well, so we'll see where he wants to use it. But Rogue playing solo in this early game.
Inspired's here, though. They're ready for the play. There's no room to maneuver. Luckily for Mad, they do not overcommit, but Elyoya can't even find an angle into the bottom lane.
And this all comes down to that top dive, level 3. Elyoya spent so much time waiting in the bush for the wave to crash, and eventually Larssen TP'd, and it was a 2-for-1. So all that time he wasted, Inspired was farming, and you can see the exponential growth in farm now that Inspired is so far ahead in gold. Second up there with Larssen. You can see where all this gold is for Rogue, which is surprising, because the majority of the series, it's all been in bot side. Now it's the top side of Rogue that's ahead. They're 3,000 gold up, and although we've seen every single early game this series not really translate into much into the mid to late game, despite having such a strong early game, both these teams kind of find the fights and they find the team fights where they snowball the game. So I'm not sure if Rogue can snowball it into a massive advantage, but they have the Herald. We'll see how they use it.
And Larssen's entire career, he has been known as the scaling mage player. The Azirs, the Corkis, the Rises. He is now on one of those signature picks once again and poised to completely take over the game as once more Inspired shifts towards the top side. Armut about to hit Meganar, and he does have Elyoya in the area, but the threat of the gank is always there.
Yeah, and like you said, Ender, Larsen's playing fantastic in this series. He overcame his demons yesterday against G2, and it feels like Larssen and Humanoid have been going toe-to-toe for the last couple of years against each other when Caps is sitting on his throne as the best mid. Now these two are showing up, and we'll see who wins out on this series, but Larssen definitely ahead in this matchup so far, has the TP to move to sides, and he's always moving up and down this river after pushing in mid. Humanoid, we've seen him before in the series when he's under his tower. He's actually managed to find plays on sides, but it looks like this time he won't find anything.
It's just so difficult. The Senate Tom Kench, we don't expect it to dominate the lane. The fact that Rogue were able to find that kill in the 2v2 is so massive for them now, because you can't kill them. The Tom Kench just picks you up, he walks away, and if they burn any of their cooldowns, now we know Rogue have the potential to turn the play on its head.
Well, what is Mad Lion's strong side of the map? It's not bot lane, they're losing 2v2. Rogue have invested so much in top lane too that Elyoya doesn't really have a great place to play around all the series long. It's been very well defined for Mad Lions. Just gank top, it's going to work. But it has not, and now
RGE.
Rogue once again just chunk out Mad.
So much damage. Hansama has the ultimate up and available, but he's taking his time on this one. He knows even the pressure will amount to plates. He does not need to overcommit. Inspired moving up. Could look to take the 1v1. Certainly stronger overall, but does he have the more powerful champion? Elyoya definitely does not want this fight. It's Humanoid on the backup, and Inspired walking away just in time. Happy to take 70% of his health bar and walk it out.
Yeah, Inspired to level up and has the chem tank already. 12 minutes in the game. Herald's coming out to the bot side. Rogue have 3 winning lanes and a winning jungle matchup. They have full control of this game.
Inspired is out of control of this game. He has been absolutely everywhere on the map. He has nearly single-handedly won every single one of his lanes. Only Larssen really benefiting from a top play where Armut overextended. Otherwise, this Udyr is out of control. And now Hansama, we have been here before. When Rogue funnel resources into Hansama, he does not miss.
Mad Lions left without an answer. They don't have Armut's Wukong that the past 2 games destroyed Hansama in the team fights. Humanoid has not been able to find influence over this game yet. Elyoya silent in the early game, and Rogue very nearly took down that bot lane tower with full control. A Rogue-styled game. They are poised to continue taking advantages.
Mad Lions really struggling against these 3 winning lanes. You can see all the plates falling in top, mid, and bot for the side of Mad Lions. The CS numbers are low compared to the side of Rogue. Rogue sitting so far ahead in this early game. And we'll have to see how they snowball this game, because that bot tower is 1 hit away from dying. And look at the items that Rogue's bot lane just picked up versus the items on Mad Lions' bot lane.
Oh, it's just a massive difference right there. Already completing those mythics, and you have to think the next stages of the game as well for Rogue. Well, you have a super strong solo laners, right? From Rogue, Larssen, Odwamne can both go to sides. You put Hans and Trimby in mid. With those 2 globals, you can instantly influence side lanes. There's no place on the map which Mad can attack if you take that formation.
And again, for the side of Rogue, so much rise on this. Yes, Larssen Inspired. This team has been built around them and has been built up over the years. But for Hansama and Odwamne, 2 players who have been so close so many times to be on the cusp of victory, it is everything. That said, there's a 4K gold lead for Rogue. They are close, but they are not there yet for Mad Lions. We have to ask, how do they come back? What can they actually do to come back in this game?
Well, we're seeing it a little bit already. Elyoya and Kaiser, so much playmaking potential between that duo combination. You can see them walking into the enemy jungle after considering a top lane gank, and these are the types of things they have to look for, but where does the damage come from? That combination does not have it. You have to play around a strong area of the map, and because Rogue have all these globals, it becomes very, very difficult. You have to see Rogue full commit. Hearing a Drake go down gives you some confidence, and maybe sets you up for a top lane dive.
Odwamne is moving towards his top side. He's been dove so many times on this side lane. The weak side machine has been tanking all the ganks, but this time around, he's not going to fall for their trap. He's not going to try and clear the wave. He just gives up the tower. So, Mad Lions get a blue buff and a top tier 1 on the cross map versus the first tower and the dragon that Inspired just picked up. The Herald always started by Mad Lions. Odwamne is fishing around for some vision. I think Inspired is
He's got his team on the way. Look at it, right? Hansama and Trimby after the Drake have reset. They could get up into this top lane if Mad Lions were to force, but Mad Lions realizing this have already gone towards the Herald. They could still pour it in on Armut if they want to.
Double dash, Stride Breaker is not going to be enough to take Armut out to safety. Immediately the ultimate comes out, the Dominus, and Odwamne certainly looking to dominate. Pushing through, pushing forward. Hansama ulti is what we have to watch. Waiting, Armut forcing the flash out early. Kaiser now has to run for the hills. He'll leap back to his teammate and he'll hold on for now, but it is massive pressure on the top side for Rogue. They are poised to break this top tier 1.
Armut just about lives. He has to flash away. Kaiser saves him, but Mad Lions are so far down in tempo. Elyoya just picked up Herald and he's clearing camps. Humanoid's based. Armut and Kaiser are basing too. Rogue can just take this top tier 1 for free. Larsen's going to clear out mid-wave. Mad Lions, despite picking up the Herald, they stayed way too long.
And they've also been using their globals as a way to gain pressure and just take more off the map than they should be able to. Trimby actually didn't have his Abyssal Voyage ready to go, I think doing some trades earlier on in the match, but Larsen just full pushed bot lane and then used Realm Warp back to mid to find a wave that was crashing into tower. So Rogue, even when they are grouping up in certain areas of the map to take the Drake to back up Odwamne, they are losing nothing in return.
And now you'll see the 1-3-1 come into effect soon. In the next couple of minutes, both side lane towers are down. The focus is mid tower. Hans is going to be mid with Trimby with those globals, and the pressure is going to be on when Larsen and Odwamne are pressing out these sides. Mad Lions need to find numbers advantages and need to find picks.
Maybe the collapse coming in, but Inspired is here first. Kaiser and Elyoya on the way. They have the man advantage, but is it going to be enough? Will Inspired overstay? Larsen waiting. He's level 12, though. They have to be careful. Maybe they can find the collapse, but in the meantime, it's Armut who's suffering with no team there to back up. He's going to get taken down before he can go Mega, but maybe they can find the rise in the mid lane. Larsen going to be in trouble to flash back to safety. Elyoya is there to block it. The shutdown for Humanoid is massive, but it's Karzi who's now in trouble. Hansama on the chase. The slow will not be enough.
There is no more important player to get the shutdown than Humanoid for the Mad Lions. Absolutely critical. He gets gold. He has been silent all game so far, but this series, he has been the carry for the Mad Lions.
That pick with the Herald got mid-tier 1. What did Rogue get in response? They got a kill on bot onto Armut, but the shutdown onto Humanoid, like you said in there, is huge. Karzi managed to clear out top wave. He's not losing top tier 2 too much. And Rogue, although they're so far ahead, one pick slowly crawls Mad Lions back into this game. They need to be careful this doesn't happen again.
You can see it on your screen right here. Mid lane back to dead even after the early influence that Larsen was able to get. One shutdown is enough to equalize between the two players, but the concern then comes when you have a fasting Senna that's ahead in gold over a Kai'Sa on the other side, getting so much value out of the passive as well. Quickly checking in on that, 67 souls already for Hansama, continuing to stack up range, and this is the threat. How do Mad Lions reach that backline? They have tools to dive on in, but eventually it becomes too much to get past when there's a Tahm Kench also to support.
Yeah, and I think in the next few minutes you'll start to see the play styles of both compositions. Rogue in the 1-3-1 now will push out sides and collapse towards mid to try and take the tier 1, whereas Mad Lions want to try and find picks before they can get this kind of setup. The Drake's up in 1 minute 50 seconds. There could be a team fight around there, but that's the core concept for both these teams in the next couple of minutes.
And we've seen Mad Lions earlier in this series be able to find fights with a numbers advantage, even against some globals and tools that they have. Inspired chasing down Elyoya.
Good damage now for the follow-up. He's going to be forced to ult out. If he's not careful, he's taking so much back. He's forced to ult away. He gets the heal out from Karzi as well. Positive trade for Rogue, but they cannot find the kill.
Yeah, this is the difficulty, though, for Mad. They're just going to be run down in the deep vision inside their jungle. Brutal. Odwamne and Armut do take a bit of a trade down towards the bottom side of the map, but this is what Mad Lions have to do. When we see Rogue spread out across the map, can they pull the trigger decisively and effectively before Rogue can respond with their map movement?
Exactly. Now Elyoya there was trying to find the pick, but Inspired covered Larsen, managed to stop that from happening, and they need to make sure that they keep vision around these solo laners, because if Larsen has vision, it means he can push to tier 2, and then he can move through this jungle to mid, and Humanoid will eventually have to give it up. Inspired looking for the red buff.
Zooming right out, there's good vision. They know exactly what's going on. Inspired could just look to steal it, but they're going to try to commit here. Does this mean that Karzi will pick it up? Good news for Karzi overall. Elyoya would have preferred to have the experience, but good to give it to the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, 40 seconds on Dragon. Larsen probably going to push out top, maybe the next wave as well. He has the TP to join the fight, but you can see Rogue just pressuring this top side of the map, making sure Larsen can't get caught out, and they can scale, look to start objectives whenever they want, and keep these lanes pushed in. But Mad Lions, they have a lot of wave clear. Humanoid can keep this tower alive for a long time until Rogue commit numbers.
And it feels like both teams, again, are playing very cautiously in this best of 5. Rogue know they have the big lead, but they also know that that has not mattered in the series. The early game leads are not what wins you the game ultimately. So taking their time, not looking to give anything up, playing for the small advantages, the Saw Summoner spells, the ulti here and there, trying and waiting to turn it into more. For now, they are absolutely in control, happy to let the Senna continue to scale up, but Mad Lions have to see what they can get done. Elyoya still very far behind, level 12 to now level 11 in the jungle is the good news. but still a massive deficit.
But now Rogue are in the 1-3-1. Not only does this give the Globals the ability to influence the side lanes, 2 players in mid already winning their respective matchup. You get priority over river, you get the ability to walk into jungle, and also having Senna in mid next to the jungle camps, Raptors and Wolves. She can always be there when Inspired is clearing those away. Just continue to just super farm those souls.
Yeah, and Mad Lions need to keep this mid tier 1 up. If that falls, it makes it a disaster to hold these tier 2s because Rogue will have so much map control. They've done pretty well in the last couple of minutes to keep the game weathered. You know, the lead hasn't grown for Rogue. They're still around a 3,500 lead for Rogue in the gold. And yes, they have 2 dragons, but they still have around 10 minutes to work with before that soul spawns.
So tough, though, because now, with the fully stacked Seraphs coming in for Larson, extra mana, extra damage, he is going to be a lethal threat. Mad really need to find that one target, pick them off, and shut them down. And Hansama too, as you mentioned already, getting so many skulls, scaling up. You can see how he was the support early game, but now he is very powerful in these exchanges. And Inspired moving in. He's just going to force out the quick stopwatch, but he can just go right back in for the stun. Oh, you're ready to come over the wall if he needs to. Trimby now backing off. Larson in the area. All of Rogue ready to collapse on this, and that's big damage coming in from Hansama. Oh, into the midst of everybody. Oh, yo, he can't shut his own tower down, and now Rogue are moving in. They're going to take the kill back on Odo, or will they? Trimby there to save the day. Carzzy with the follow-up. They want to turn it back. Eyes on Arma, but the quick flash out from Hansama. He will not be shut down. Arma drops. Rogue in control in the mid lane. They are ready to break this game open, and Hans is too damn clean.
Hansama with the outplay in the team fight, not just the kill at the end, but flashing away from Armut, Snar, and Rogue are poised for a 21-minute Baron.
The 1-3-1 collapses first, and the mechanical execution from the carries was flawless. Hands flashing away from the Mega Gnar. Such good execution. Odo Amne finishing off Humanoid with the Stride Breaker, nets them 3 kills, and nets them this Baron.
Rogue do not care about the momentum of Mad winning the last 2 games. They come up when it matters, and even the teleport in from Humanoid, it is too little, too late. Rogue with such a lead, 6,000 gold, and you'll see in this fight just how Rogue started it off.
Yeah, Humanoid using the stopwatch to avoid the stun, but then Inspired can stick around and he flashes away. Okay, but look at the 1-3-1. Larson's already here, Odo Amne's already here. Carzzy's on the way as well, but Armut's nowhere to be found. He has to TP in, and they're already chunked out. Humanoid gets stunned into Stride Breaker, and he falls, but look at Hans. The mechanics in this fight were perfect. Odo Amne gets eaten up by Trimby and gets saved. Carzzy manages to find him, but then Hansama with the action flashes away from the ult, and then manages to find Elyoya and Armut as well through the tower.
Yes, how does he, yeah, right through there. Kaiser almost gets cut out mid.
Kaiser's just so squishy. He does not have the room to move anymore in these fights. The empowered W from Renekton, the sheer damage coming out from this Rogue lineup means there's no room for him to play, and Trimby again with the emotes in game 5.
The Pride Alliance can do nothing but run away. Rogue have everything they need now. Just running down Mad Lanes, getting the Baron before they get the first turret in the middle lane. It just simply does not matter. They are so strong at this point in the game, riding their early game success and being so decisive when it comes to the team fights.
Rogue have the Baron. They're setting up around mid. Mad Lions could look for an engage if they want to, so Rogue deciding to back off. Rogue know this is match point. They know they don't want to make a mistake, because if they win this game, they're lifting the trophy, and they're ahead. There's a TP coming in to Larson.
Inspired moving in. Humanoid, he's got no flash, he's got no way out. Oh, you're running for the hills, but it's Carzzy who will get taken down. The dash in. Odo Amne here to finish the job, but no, they managed to live. They managed to pull back. The interrupt, the gravity field is clutch. Hansama now could be in trouble to pull back away from Rogue. It is good news for Mad. They have held on.
It's an overforce from Rogue and a great response by Mad Lions. Humanoid kiting back, stunning up 2 with the gravity field and playing off of those zones of control. Odo Amne did not have the support due to that CC, and the Baron is outlasted.
Yeah, just as I say, Rogue's playing it smart. They overextend for a fight. Mad Lions find a kill, and that's what Mad Lions need. When you're behind against the 1-3-1, you need to pick people off to regain control of the map. Right now, Rogue have lost most of the control, but they still have very deep vision on the bot side jungle. And as we watch this again, it was a bit of a confusing TP. I think they wanted to sandwich them into their own jungle, but Larson, as soon as he drops a TP, he has to flash out.
Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble. You can see Armut underneath this fight as well, so Larson's like, I have to get out of here, just barely misses the Everfrost, and then Odo thinks he can dive in, but he's instantly CC'd. Very hard to finish off that kill on Carzzy. Look at the top of the fight, the double CC of the gravity field. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The zone control in the jungle from Humanoid kept Mad Lions away from the rest of Rogue.
Yeah, if Odo Amne got that Q off on Renekton with the Fury, he would have finished off Carzzy and healed up, but the chain CC took him down. But Rogue still have a little bit of Baron to work with. Humanoid's chunked out. They're on this mid lane. They're not going 1-3-1, they're going 1-4. Larson's right behind them. Mad Lions.
Humanoid alive for now, not quite enough damage at this point in the game. Souls continuing to stack for Hansama. Rogue just continue to get stronger. The Rise scaling up as well, but for now, Mad are holding on. It is almost a 7,000 gold deficit 24 minutes into the game. But Mad are not going out quietly. Hansama taking souls left and right, though, does mean that he is going to be unstoppable in the late game fights.
We have seen single team fights decided by a small mistake, a small outplay all day long. Humanoid often taking the fall for Mad Lions in the first 2 games of the series. Now, with their backs against the wall, he must be the player to step up if Mad Lions are to hold on.
Rogue can't overcommit. Freddy sweating backstage. He's worked hard for this too. Coaching staff behind Rogue, knowing that everything relies on this. A clean roam more about into the 3rd Dragon. Rogue are playing it by the book. The coaching staff can be proud, but Mad Lions are going to do what they can to disrupt that as Rogue pull back.
They definitely pull back 2 towers almost. They almost got the bot tower. They get the Drake. They're on Mountain Soul Point again. I don't know how many times I've said Rogues on Dragon Soul Point, but again, they are on it. 5 minutes until that Mountain Soul. And just how good is Rogue playing despite losing the last 2 games? The mental fortitude to just pick such an early game aggressive comp and execute on it despite losing the last 2 games. It's just flawless and exceptional to see.
And staff of the split starting to feel more and more worth it. How many teams would have broken down in this high pressure moment? How many rookies would have broken down? But still, this is one of Trimby's best games of the series. A man who's playing out of his mind in this one, and certainly going to be a hard one to shut down. All of Rogue continuing to build this advantage, continuing to push forward. For now, it's holding at about 7,000. It's only going to get worse, though, if Mountain Soul does manage to come through for Mad. It's the same story that has been since they fell behind in the early game. Find picks, find openings, find windows of opportunities, because a 5v5 fight, you're not going to get.
Yeah, you can see Mad Lions just grouping up on a pink. They're trying to find a pick. Kaiser was hovering towards the top side, but the wave was pushed in too deep. He knew no one would catch it. And they have to play the waiting game. They have to wait for Rogue to overstep, make a mistake, punish it, and that's when they can regain control. Because if they even leave their base right now, it's going to be really difficult if Rogue find an engage.
But Rogue have everything with these globals. The gravitational pull of the Baron buff in a minute will draw Mad Lions in there. And you can see Odwamne already walking through enemy territory. Rogue can play the waiting game. They can walk up mid. They have Realm Warp to reposition and buy themselves time and space, forcing Mad Lions out of their own jungle. And it is completely up to them to not let Mad Lions have a chance into the pit.
Inspired waiting in the darkness, Trimby there as well, and now Mad Lions are ready to go. They've got the man advantage. Yo wants to get things kicked off, but they manage to get out. Kaiser into the backside alongside Carzzy. Trimby buys as much time as he can. He wants to spit Hansama back out over the wall, but it does not work. Hansama in trouble. Hansama still alive. Hansama does get taken down in the end. Arma wants to follow up. Larson over the wall. He can't get any damage down, but it's Odwamne in the midst of everybody. Odwamne being torn to pieces, and Humanoid, who is still standing. It is the triple for Humanoid. It is the fight for the Mad Lions.
Humanoid stays alive through it all. 5 kills now to his name. 3 in the last fight, even with all the TPs, the globals of Rogue coming through. Mad Lions down 7,000 gold before that fight, have the confidence to pull the trigger.
They find the engage, they find hands, they all dive on the backline. Odwamne was in front of 5 people, but he couldn't take anyone down. Humanoid comes up clutch alongside Carzzy and Kaiser here. The engage was flawless.
It is so rare in League of Legends that you find 2 teams so equally matched in skill, and you see it in moments like this. Carzzy and Kaiser flying into the backline, setting it all up for Humanoid.
Yeah, this 5v3 for the first couple 5-6 seconds of the fight was what won them the fight. Rogue, Larsen's off to the side, he had to TP in. Odwamne had to TP in. They were slightly late to join the fight, which gave Mad Lions enough time to take down the backline, take down Hans, take down Trimby, take 3 kills onto your main carry in this game, Humanoid. And that just goes to show, gold is one resource, but time is another.
But if you are a Mad Lions fan, take a deep breath, because that is not the fight that wins you the game. That is the fight that brings you closer back to even footing. That is the fight that buys you time, but that is not the fight that will decide the game. Mad Lions need more, and they need it fast. Again, priority, they have the advantage. They won vision off of that fight, but they have not gotten much else.
Gold is against the Mad Lions, but the summoner spells are all for them. Only Larsen holds on to his flash from Rogue. The Baron is alive, and is just Kaiser without his on the side of the Mad Lions. Humanoid and Carzzy, if they can stay alive in fights, if they can kite back, it is possible. 12,000 gold from Humanoid. He's matched with Larsen.
Yeah,
Full on 5v5.
If you look to those gold numbers, the carries are even. Larsen and Hans are the same gold as Carzzy and Humanoid. It's only the front line, Inspired and Trimby, who are ahead in gold, 3,000 a pair. That's just more health, not more damage. So if the carries of Mad Lions can find the positioning and find the fight like they did last time, it's an even matched fight despite the gold difference. But both these teams contesting midwave, because whoever gets the push can look to get the Baron vision. And if they get the Baron, they can set up for the siege. But 1 minute on this Mountain Soul for Rogue. Mad Lions needs contested.
We take a breath again. The last pause before what could be the bloodiest exchange we've seen all series. A do-or-die team fight for both sides, most certainly. Mountain for Mad buys them time. More space to scale into this game, more time to get money onto their carries. For Rogue, it is a death sentence for the opposing side. Big pressure across the lineup. We're watching Arma He was clutch on the Wukong. Can he be clutch again on this Gnar? For Humanoid, he had one team fight. Can he make it a second? For the side of Rogue, Hansama and Larson, they've been clutch across the fights. Can they find the positioning necessary to survive what Mad has to throw and punch back even harder?
And despite the gold, look at Inspire, 3 levels up on Elyoya, level 16 Udyr. Larson, 2 levels up on Humanoid. It's the mid jungle who has this level advantage, but not a gold advantage. But Mad Lions need to find a way into this dragon. It's 10 seconds left.
Look, Elyoya doesn't get anything because they give everything to Humanoid. He gets Wolves, he gets level 16. That Chaos Storm, massive in this fight. Let's see what happens.
Both teams holding off. Neither one wants
We're
to pull down
going!
the Kaiser immediately in the midst of everyone, but it's Larson free firing, Carzzy immediately into the backside. He gets a lot of damage down. The Kaiser flashing out to safety, but it's just not enough. The Udyr is simply too strong. Rogue have taken the fight, but Arma wants to turn it back.
It's
Mega Gnar, 2 into the wall, but Larson remains untouched in Game 5. It is the Realm Warp to take his team out to safety. It is Larson who saves the fight.
It's Humanoid versus Larson. It all comes down to this, the next generation of EU mids, man, and it's Rogue versus Mad Lions. It's so close. They deny the Mountain Soul. Mad Lions will take it, and it's right back dead even.
You're so right, and both these AD carries went 1 for 1 on their deaths, but it was the mid laners free hitting in the fight. Larson untouched, Humanoid untouched, but Armut with the Mega Gnar sealed the fight. The Realm Warp was good for the disengage, but I think the Liandry's finished off Trimby, and Elyoya was the one to start this off with a flash over the wall.
Yeah, it's him going in with Kaiser as well set up. They know when to pull the trigger, even staring down 5 members of Rogue. It's insane.
Larson just free hitting on the front line. Carzzy dives into trade for Hansama. He ends up loses his life, but Odoamne dies in the back line. Now it's somewhat of a 3v3, but look at Armut with the Mega Gnar and Humanoid and Larson free hitting. Looks like Mad Lions the ones who won. And then the Realm Warp from Larson's, the Liandry is what kills Trimby.
And the redemption of Humanoid from game 1 until now. Again, played 99% of the games perfectly, but in the critical team fights in games 1 and 2, he choked, he got caught, he missed his shockwave, everything went wrong. But here when it matters, from the jaws of defeat, he has stepped up and been the carry that Mad Lions need.
Most definitely. In both these fights, both bot laners died almost instantly. It was a 3v3 between the top side, and again we saw it. Mad Lions coming out on top in these fights. The longer they go, it's all on Humanoid. He has so much gold and so much resources from Mad Lions. Rogue around the Baron, TP coming in from Humanoid. They still want to contest around mid.
One more fist fight at the Baron pit. Both sides
Got
ready
Rabadons
for it.
now.
Humanoid incredibly powerful. Larson with a level advantage, but will it be enough to balance out in this team fight? Hansama is strong, but he needs the space to work, and Carzzy did not give it to him.
Important thing to note though, Larson has no flash and Humanoid does. That gives him a bit more space to work with on this Victor. Mad Lions get the push, they get the vision. Rogue are gonna respond.
Both teams looking to throw everything at the
starting
enemy
Baron.
mid laner. It's a battle to the death here. Mad Lions never cease. They start the Baron and they invite Rogue into them.
Massive consequence or confidence play. Will they take the 50-50? Looks like they do not want to risk it, but is bot lane pushing in favor of Rogue?
Armut
The more
has
time
Mega.
they spend here, the better it will be for them. Look at the massive wave on the bottom side. Rogue are happy with this exchange. Mad Lions a little too excited.
Yeah, Mad Lions know that if they try to start this Baron and it goes on for so long, maybe Rogue could TP in and look for some kind of base race or backdoor, because Mad Lions would just keep getting cancelled from Trimby and Hansama. Both teams stare each other down, trying to invite each other into a fight, but Kaiser has flash and so does Humanoid. I think Rogue gonna wait for Larson's.
How insane is it that Rogue got a 21-minute Baron in this game? This Baron has been on the map for 5 minutes now. We've just been waiting to see what actually happens with it. But Rogue, they keep playing. They say, we want the Mountain Soul. We don't want to risk it over the Baron. The Mountain Soul, not a big throw, especially before Mad Lions get to Soul Point.
But similar to Game 2, when Mad Lions were the ones so far ahead, Rogue found the fights and came back. Similar story in Game 5. Rogue's ahead, Mad Lion find the fights. The early games don't really matter. Both these teams are so equally matched, and you can see it this whole series long. It's all about the Baron. Rogue have started it up. Armut's TPing in.
Rise with a death cap is going to be massive. Kaiser already burning the movement speed steroid. He's looking for the engage. All of Rogue backing off, happy to just get the TP. When the pressure is on, Rogue have lost their heads a few times, but it will not happen again. They are playing it out slow. They are waiting for the perfect opportunity.
There is no juggernaut in this series. It is so rare to see a final in Europe. Never happened before without a G2 or a Fnatic, but it's within touching distance for both these two teams.
Kaiser going in. Caught out. Kaiser whips the engage though, and it's inspired in the middle of everything, but is it too little too late? Odoamne tries to find a way to the backside, but it won't matter. Armut into the two-time TCL champion makes his mark on this final, and Mad Lions are not done yet. It is Hansama running for the hills. It is Rogue falling down in the final moments. Mad Lions may end it right here.
Mad Lions Lions have the wave in mid. There is no stopping them. 3 games in a row, the reverse sweep becomes a reality.
7,000 gold deficit. Armwood's Gnar solidifies the win. It's the nail in the coffin. The wave's there. Odoamne's trying his best. He's gonna fall. Mad Lions are gonna win.
It is not Rogue, it is not Fnatic, it is not G2, and the new era of European League of Legends, it is the Mad Lions! A complete shock on the stage of the LEC. The Mad Lions looked like they were down, like they were beaten, like they stood no chance after games 1 and 2. And it took not just 1 win, not just 2 wins, but a 3rd win against a 21-minute Baron with literally everything stacked against them. But this team never gave up.
It is a story of success across all 5 roles. I'd be remiss if I did not start with that man in the top lane, a TCL import, a man who beat this team in a best-of-5 at Worlds to help them reverse sweep Rogue in the LEC finals, 2 back-to-back Wukong games. Into the Gnar, the final finish in the final fight. It was a massive performance for Armut and for all of the Mad Lions.
And Armut was the one who said 3-2. He was the one who said they were going to reverse sweep Dracos.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
They can TP behind us. Don't.
Oh no, they're in McDonald's.
Just
There's
no
no
space to
there.
go.
I'm gonna run for it.
This wave, they should not feel comfortable. to
Sinus,
attack.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm coming.
I'm coming as
Victor's
well.
in base.
I'm coming
Victor's
as
in base. We fight this. We fight this. We fight
Wait,
this.
wait, wait, yeah.
They have to give. They have to give.
Enter.
He has an E. Nice.
Keep going. 8 seconds.
Yeah, okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I need to go bot. Double flash.
I'll time it.
I base here, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey, I'm coming.
It's fine, it's fine.
Don't fine.
Okay, I have to go back mid.
Just dropping.
If you
Oh,
can.
guys. Yeah, I flash.
Okay, I can W on this. Oh, nice.
Straight wing.
No TP top.
Xenos here.
Yeah,
They don't
let's
take
go, let's go.
Okay.
I think they're
Let's force them off here. Force them off.
Okay, it's good.
Look at the wave, by the way.
Yeah,
Victor is still mid.
Xenos was here.
Yeah. If you go in, I can ulti
I
follow.
have to.
Okay.
But
But we should not let them farm, I guess.
Okay, I can. You wanna dive them?
Yeah, like they're useless.
Okay, I'll come. Go for Xin.
Victor
Yeah.
has TP, by the way. Victor has
Okay,
TP.
don't go.
Okay.
I have to go mid.
Yeah, this is really good. He lost like all of this spawns.
Maybe look on this
Yeah, I
guy.
need to hover mid, guys. If anyone like face check, we can one shot, by the way.
Yeah, maybe.
Look. We are fighting.
80 is there. 80 is there.
I think it's disaster.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Good flash.
Low. They probably get prior next wave bot.
Yeah, we can move into bot here with the Vex.
Okay.
Rakan here.
Yeah, we can move behind him here.
Okay.
Maybe.
Actually, look Xin, go for check.
He's dead.
Okay.
Okay.
Not
2
flash
seconds.
this guy.
I trapped them here, both.
Yeah, 3 seconds combo, 3
I'm
seconds
dead,
combo.
I'm
We need to get out.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I mean, I was dead.
Yeah,
He's TP,
I'll come to.
It's
Yeah,
Mega Knight, Mega
I
Knight.
think it's 5 there.
We're
Oh
fucked.
god.
Yeah, flash.
Run, you need to
Yeah,
run.
but I'm probably...
Just run.
flash.
Run.
Victor?
I'm not in range.
Run.
It's fine, it's fine.
I'm going.
Okay, respect.
Oh, there's a Rakan here.
I take the
Nice.
shot.
It's worth, yeah. Nice, they double TP, by the way.
Yeah.
20, 30 TP. This is double.
Does. I don't know, flash.
Go flash.
Next wave.
Are we stronger
Yeah.
at this point?
I have 2 items.
I mean, we need to fight, by the way. Like, they're outscaling.
Okay.
Yeah, we just have to know they have double zonias.
Up.
Welcome,
Use
double.
W, he
5
can
seconds
get.
for combo.
Maybe there's one behind us, by the way.
No,
Yeah,
no.
we need to go together,
we
boys.
split here.
No one can be behind us.
Go save it, go save it.
I hit Victor with poke.
Mid-wave doesn't matter, guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
3 seconds combo.
Yep.
I will look for engage.
Just keep poking.
Actually, just keep poking, yeah.
Mega Knight is gonna be up soonish. If he hits shit.
Yeah, I'll give you vision here. We signal.
I hit
Yeah,
Victor
Xin
again, maybe?
stack, care knock up.
I'm fine. I flash out.
Rakan is kinda. Can't hit.
Can't
It's
reach,
fine,
can't
it's
reach.
fine. Good. Ulti here.
Sing.
I'm dead.
I heal you, Matthew.
Yeah, he's dead.
80 is dead.
Okay,
Nice.
2 seconds combo.
Does he have jump?
No
Does he have jump?
zonias.
Don't know.
Help me on
Just do
Drake.
Drake.
80 no flash.
No smite for Drake.
No
Nice.
flash. Genau.
Sick Ollie.
Good job.
What the f*** how do we win that?
Ollie had a really
Always
good
on
flash.
crack.
Nice.
Drake is in 2 minutes as well.
Yeah, look me, guys.
Yeah.
They're playing aggressively.
Whenever you say window, I can
Yeah,
also
we'll see.
Look.
have a word here.
Yeah,
I need
this
to play
way,
one
this
more
way.
bot wave.
And now...
Look.
Okay.
Let's shoot 3 damage.
Yeah. Look at Felix.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll TP.
Ulti. He says one shot.
Go Nash. First Nash after, no?
Yeah.
I think.
I used ult.
We don't have to, I guess.
We don't have pinks, but
Maybe
yeah.
we can't do this. Just
sure?
push out top, I think.
I
Maybe.
think it's fine. Like, Gnori is useless.
Yeah,
It's half HP,
That's
by
right,
the way.
that's right.
so-
Okay.
I'll try for a flank here, okay?
Okay,
Board
that
it.
works.
Take this shit. I can flash over this wall to
Okay.
engage.
Rakan
Yeah.
could be behind us, right?
I can blue eye this.
I think this is kind of rough, yeah.
Rakan is there.
Can you just...
Go TP, go TP.
Yeah, I trap.
He's gonna
Victor, it's Gnori.
Okay. Just one shot him. Nice.
Nice.
Now we can bear.
2 seconds
High
combo.
flash. Can we
Yeah,
chase?
2 seconds.
Kill him. Nice.
Nice. Go
You
Nash,
chase?
go Nash.
Oh,
no,
Okay,
go Nash,
chase.
go Nash.
I TP mid.
I can't flash on him, actually. Fuck it. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I got him.
Nice, good job.
What killed me? I Philius was... I don't know.
Only Philius alive.
Philios was dead for 10 minutes, bro.
Yeah, reset and go for Drake, guys.
Hylissang has flash, okay? So he
Yeah.
might like be...
He might try to get 1v9, yeah.
Yeah, he might
Okay,
get
we're
carry.
catching mid.
Can we go from bot side together, or?
Yeah, bot set
Bot
is...
side is safer, no?
We can take this together. Yeah. Drop the
just-
next mid win. Drop next mid.
8 seconds on next
As long as we
combo.
don't get
I pull.
Philius, right?
Oh. Yeah, look.
They don't
Okay,
have
they
Mega
NP.
They
They
can
Oh,
chop,
he's
they can
trapped.
chop.
No combat. 2 seconds. It's fine.
I can keep
Just play
poking.
poke.
Yeah.
I hit Xing's
I'm
hard.
behind
Just
them.
keep poking.
Xin is low.
You wanna hit it, Sansa?
All is You only fine?
Fine.
Okay, can we do Drake? Yeah, come Drake.
Come.
Yeah, zone this guy off. Zone this guy. He has no flash, but
Just kill him. Kill him if he comes in. Okay, no,
Drake.
Oh,
he's not dead.
nice, you got it.
I can't hit, I
He
can't
has
hit.
flash now.
We can run. He has Mega Nars soon. We need to run.
I
Okay.
have Gale Frost still.
Oh, they're
I
here,
mean,
they're
if they're all bot, we
They
just
can
take
bot.
mid.
They
just take mid.
We take mid.
Okay.
Don't take
We're
bot.
fine. Yeah,
I
we're
can
fine.
run.
I'm gonna hook in here.
We
They're
got
all
this.
We
five.
still have bot wave.
Okay, let's go bot now.
Yeah.
They need to answer mid here.
They can look to go on me here.
We have good vision.
Who has no flash?
Not sure.
Jungle
See no
no
flash.
flash. Jungle no
For sure. And probably
Check this.
I ult in 20, boys.
Oh, it doesn't show.
I can ult.
Yeah, he has no mega. He has no mega.
I think we just play for Nash.
Nash is out,
Yeah,
actually.
I want to have help
We
us.
can keep sieging, by the way.
Yeah, I
This
think we
is
can.
how
I
we
think
want
we
to
should.
play.
I think we should, yeah.
This is
Okay.
really
But
OP here.
I'm not on mid wave. Like
Yeah,
someone else.
midway, no?
Vex can go there as well.
Guys, you guys need to be
Don't
bot.
push this. Don't push this. Just wait a bit. We time waves here.
Yeah.
We don't have to be like
But
bronze.
Yeah, Victor just clears the wave.
Yeah, yes, keep up.
Okay.
They're gonna make mistakes. Shinja has no
Yeah, it's 2 minutes. I mean, I can always gauge the mid. I'm pretty fast.
Yes, behind you.
How long for item coming?
I mean, I have 2k.
Hit Victor.
Yeah.
He's chunked.
Okay, then
Fine,
let's try to go hard with bot wave then.
Yeah,
Because
I
we're
think-
not really doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. We don't have the stress, guys. Yeah.
No.
We're playing for Baron.
Yeah,
Ultimately.
Yeah, it's 1.5.
I'm gonna ult
Good
for
idea.
chunk.
No, it's okay.
It doesn't really do much.
They have mega.
Okay, nice. Nice, John. Good job.
I think we keep staying, honestly, no?
Yeah, we
Nah,
should.
I'm
Like,
getting
there's
gold now.
nothing to base for. Like, we play for Baron in like 1.5
Yeah,
minutes.
hit Victor again.
Yeah.
I stay.
We go. We do this too, guys. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Fine,
tell us when
okay.
you turn.
Look at Sin. I chunk him.
Okay, nice. I will
Sin
look
is
for
not
engage. I will
common
look for
stuff.
engage, okay?
Yeah.
Hit him when he walks
Victor's
in.
mid.
Victor!
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
good.
nice.
No,
He's going to
no.
He has on, yeah?
I'm ulting
Just
him.
kill
I'm
him
ulting
after.
him.
Yeah, I can flash out.
It's fine.
They're fucking low.
Keep playing.
Yeah, we win this.
2 seconds.
We can go back to Baron as well,
Yeah,
guys.
go back, Nasher.
You
Victor
stole my
flashed.
CDs.
It's fine.
It's Elderson.
Not. Yeah, they want to nuke it.
Yeah. We're in time though, I think.
We see Rakan.
Rakan wants to flank us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rakan.
Rakan.
Nice.
Dead. Play slow.
I
Slow,
will
slow,
they
slow,
can-
slow.
Fine.
Cannot hit.
Hit Sin for free.
Yeah, 2
Yeah,
seconds.
he's not taking damage though.
I'm walking around here for the flank, boys.
10 seconds.
Look
Can you
me, look me.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I got chunked.
I got chunked as well.
I'm behind him.
Okay.
Okay, look at Shin.
Okay.
Kanar is zoning us, by the way.
We can't reach.
He's dead.
Okay,
Okay.
nice.
2
Nice.
seconds.
I'm hitting Elder like
5 seconds. I'll go around. Okay.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
This is not good. Like, I'm totally zoned.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I mean, he's clearly... he's stacking.
He's doing it.
I think it's just stacking, yeah.
No, they're doing.
They want to
I
burger
can
flip
flank
it,
it.
It's gonna be a 4v5. I will
Yeah,
TP
it's
here.
fine. Just CP to formations.
Yeah. Vix will not be here.
Maybe.
Let
It's
them...
resetting. Oh,
Stop.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good if they reset it. Really good.
Wait for me. Yeah, I'm coming.
Play slow, guys, and just stay calm, okay?
Coming.
Shin to the left. Yeah.
Wait for me.
He can't really get in.
I can fight Sin actually.
Go, yeah, fight Sin. Dragon, go.
Just griefing.
Sin flashed.
Okay,
Sin
okay,
is in
Go!
the pit.
I'm on Sin.
Can you go fear? Can you fear the NR?
Yeah.
No, kill Sin.
Victor. Can we kill Victor, guys?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm Sin.
Victor's dead.
They get Elder.
I'm coming. We can still
Are we
fight.
in mid or no?
We can't do anything.
Can we
Okay, I'm not dead.
chase?
Maybe.
I can chase.
We chase?
Yeah, we chase.
yeah,
Okay, we chase.
I'll go around.
Just go back
5
now.
seconds combo.
I hit them.
They do no flash.
I can kill AD maybe.
2 seconds.
Yeah, just go. We have Nash on bot.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
kill
can
him,
end it. Yeah, we can end.
Nice.
We end bot.
Yeah, but I'm
but
It's only Rakan.
It's over. It's over.
Good job.
Someone tank.
I'm taking.
Holy fuck.
Let's
boys.
go.
Well played.
Hey guys, it's not over.
We're just beating the best teams or what?
No, kill the Nexus, please.
Yeah, just end it.
I want to kill the Hulu thing.
Man, I griefed so hard.
I played really bad as well, like early game. I'm so bad.
Background. Because white is the like cliff, you know, thing, the edge. It's always. it's a new like mana item take one, right?
No, is it not the item for 850 with movement speed?
Completely. I have no clue. I just wanna.
It's a blue, right?
It's.
With Maggie Felix, you probably not.
More? No?
That is stupid, man.
Bro, but okay, item for bruisers with Imar.
Yeah, but this is not
That is-
blue, man.
For bruisers. You versus each other. Yes.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to work together. Oh! Strike breaker.
Noob, no, Mark, cringe kid, hello, wake up, wake up. Noob. Okay, MR. Magic Res. Oh, yeah. It's the same. What?
I mean, I know what it is.
Oh yeah, I know.
But I don't know
yeah, I
the
don't know the
words.
name.
Yeah.
Nobody's buying this. It's so it's the QSS, but the
Yeah.
Hammer QSS. Okay, yeah, I give hints instantly. Yeah, just to get nothing.
Night Harvester.
Black Liver?
Yes.
Yo! Yo! Whoa.
How do you see
Who
this?
is good?
How do you
This.
see this?
I see this. Part item?
The needlessly
Large.
Hey, he got it.
Needlessly large roll.
yeah, something like this.
Whoa! Bang.
Night Harvester.
No, man.
Shadow Flame.
No.
What? What?
Yeah, of course it's AP.
It's of course,
that's not
everyone
a
sees
hint,
this,
man.
it's like AP, of course.
Are you stupid?
Yeah, like, of course it's not an indicator item.
It looks like Night Harvester to me.
Oh, I know what is this item, but I don't remember
Yeah?
the name.
Can you tell
Bruh, no, then you know the name. It's not fair because I know the name probably.
Yeah.
Sheesh. It's not Cosmic Drive?
No.
Sheesh.
What?
I think it's Cosmic Drive. Looks
Where the f are you seeing Cosmic Drive here?
in your fucking face.
That makes
Kid.
sense. Death Cap.
Yes.
I don't know where I see that.
What? What?
I mean,
What?
I only know this because
What?
he said it's been in the game for a long time.
Nice. Yeah, good job, Adil.
Why is that?
Yeah, playing for enemy team, respectable.
You know what? Okay, next. Oh!
Oh, it's a Elon
Maramune!
No, it's Elon Musk rocket going to the Mars, by the way. Look.
Oh! Tier!
No.
Oh. Sheen!
Essence River.
No.
Seraph! Staff!
Tier.
I already said it.
Yeah, but like, this is what he's saying. One stat is blue and give only one stat. Ruby Crystal.
The blue one?
No, like, for sure it's random, but he...
It's not Ruby Crystal.
Oh! Sapphire Crystal!
Mana Crystal, no?
Yeah, it's Sapphire, I think called, no?
Sapphire, okay.
Yes.
So you'll get it.
But it's not 400! It's 350!
Yeah, but he said 400 or 350.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Special item. So it's not Kalista, I played Kalista. Oh, well, Jungle Kalista broken. Oh! It's Fiddle Effie, like thing.
Yeah, how can I know this?
Yeah, because you're fucking... Yeah, what is your problem? It's your problem.
Gonna X.
Oh! Yeah, I know, but I don't remember how it's called. Okay, yeah, so this, I think this just looks like AP support item. What gives AP? Oh,
Wait.
I forgot the name. So it's like a locket of Iron Solaris? No?
No.
Oh! Shorelia Battle Song.
Yes.
Sheesh! Who's on fire? Me is on fire. Woo!
Eta Wisp. No.
Stride Breaker.
No.
No, what did you?
It's a really broken item.
Really broken? Jungle?
Mid? Stopwatch? How the fuck is stopwatch? Are you sure about it?
Okay, if I say tons of.
Trinity Force.
Yes.
How the fuck is Trinity Force?
Trinity Force is yellow,
He's
bro!
too young to understand tons of.
Wait, you don't understand tons of?
No.
Wait, no, you're gonna need to like do a quiz from like 2010, you know, League of Legends. And all is like, what is going on? Philosopher's Stone?
Whoa! Next one?
Try Night Harvest.
Night Harvester?
Yes.
Chem Tank. Ole, what's up, Ole?
Next!
So, this is the last one.
And it gives 3 points?
It gives 17 points.
17 points!
Just
Okay.
about.
Okay.
No, so I feel a bit, this game not fair a little bit.
Wait. Demonic Embrace.
Night Harvester. I'm just to check it, you know? Maybe like...
Shadow Flame.
No.
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 Abyssal Mask?
Wait, I pressed the
Oh
button.
yeah.
No! Hey, me. Wait, wait, what? Which end?
Yes. Yeah! No, Mazume, not fair! Not fair! No, it's actually, yeah, this game sucks!
Can we repeat? It was like easy win, no?
Yeah, of course!
I'm pretty sure it's like Brazil or something because this is Portuguese, so not Spanish.
I'm pretty sure. No. It's for sure this country, by the way.
Go.
Place on pray.
Hello guys, welcome to a new episode of Content Videos. Today we're going to play GeoGuessr with him, and him. And we're going to play against each other, right? So let's do it.
Okay, I'll go here, okay?
Let's go here.
Yeah. We need to peace out. I think we need to go to like a main stage or something.
It's in English.
No.
It speaks English. Where is it?
Man.
Gayland.
You think? Maybe. They have English there? You see this name?
Yeah, that's why I was laughing.
Actually, they're down on the left side, no? Because usually, right side is this one, yeah? I think we just
Wait, but check
look.
it.
No, look.
But are you serious?
134.
Okay, so now we have the time limit, right?
Yeah.
So,
We're getting
Look,
griefed.
they are sweating.
yeah, I'm sweating so much right now.
We're actually being griefed.
Like all the signs are English, but then the things kind of look Asian.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere like Southeastern Asia.
I mean, I feel like it's one.
Yeah.
It's not other.
Maybe Malaysia?
Guys, it's for sure USA, okay? Like, it's for sure USA.
Let me just zoom in.
okay, actually, USA.
Just zoom in the car somewhere.
I'll
yeah?
pick somewhere like middle.
Sure.
Actually,
Where was it?
Taiwan.
close.
What?
I mean, okay.
Wait, we won?
No.
Oh no.
No.
No, they won!
We destroyed
we
you.
won.
They were 300 kilometers and we were 3,000.
No, look, they lost HP. We're team. Oh,
No,
no.
you did it.
Okay, now
Use the mouse, but we got griefed.
Africa or something?
See, this racist, he see land, he say Africa.
Man, why did you grieve the last one?
Littering is English.
No. I think. Oh yeah, is this permit?
Offenders will be prosecuted
Okay,
or persecuted.
yeah. Maybe like South Africa or something. Just go. Somewhere around there, yeah.
But we're in nowhere.
Man, like it's like fucking Australia, no?
But in Australia, there would be like so much spiders, no, it can't be.
Yeah, and kangaroos.
Yeah, and kangaroos.
It's giving me like this kind of.
You think?
It's either that or like. Or this.
Griefing.
No, I'm not griefing. Oh,
No, but you won't see anything.
okay.
No, just go next.
White guy. It is.
Wait, go back. Because they are driving on the left. Which countries they actually drive on the left?
Australia.
Like Australia and England.
No,
right?
it's not Australia actually. I think it's. Trust me, you have to trust me. You have to trust me, okay?
But no, but we have more time. Like, why you don't? We
Okay,
have
go.
more time.
I'm just checking.
I think it's Australia.
Yeah.
I think we put it.
But like, we can see a panel. Like, look.
Yeah, we saw panel.
Okay,
No, but-
flip it.
No,
flip
but
it.
No,
but
no,
why
don't
do you want to flip?
Look, you're such a.
I'm.
No, we don't want to flip.
But it's not a flip.
Yes, it is a flip.
No.
I mean, we can just flip it.
Yeah, just flip it. Just put wherever you feel. Okay. Put it. Pressure them.
Holy shit, it's so fucking big.
Okay, go. What the f? We were closer actually.
We them.
No, we were?
I mean, we both guessed the right country, but you guys were closer, yeah. Asian country again, for sure. Like, actually, maybe not.
Guys.
Yeah, never mind.
It's London.
Yeah, it's London. Put London.
I mean, I have no idea where it is.
It's here. Can you go. It's here. Go. Here. Somewhere here.
No!
Look!
Santa Fe. I mean, I heard this. It's a bit
I mean, it's a
like
place.
Spanish, so.
If only my geography was a bit better. Because I mean, the sign we saw is literally a place, but I just don't know where the place is.
Yeah. I think I'll just put it here.
Okay, I guess. I mean, I guess I would just guess like somewhere.
I mean, close to Mexico, I guess. But
I mean, we could guess like here as like a safe like middle. I mean, let's just guess. Oh, it's Argentina.
With them.
Wait, where is it? Where is what's in Brazil?
Oh, I mean, actually,
of course, it's not in Cuba, avec Santa Fe. I know it.
Cuba.
Let's check.
Oh wait, look the panel left.
I mean,
left,
look
go
this.
left. Go left.
See? What is this? It's
Go
not
left
your.
more, like look the blue thing.
Yeah, but it's not your language, no?
Here, this. Let me see. Exclusivo. Okay, Spanish speaking.
Go back. This is the city.
I mean, it's actually a place, no? Like, this is.
I think it's just the name of the place, but not the name of the city itself.
It's this, but don't say. It's this.
No, it's not.
Yes, look.
You sure?
Yes, look. Look,
no.
Look this. Here it's the end, you know, of this.
Okay.
It's for sure this.
Yeah.
João. João is Portuguese name. Was this currency?
Where?
Oh, Brazil. It's Brazil for sure.
Don't say they put the clock. Look, I just put the pressure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's like Brazil or something because this is Portuguese and not Spanish.
Yeah, the place is this.
Yeah, look, it's Portuguese currency, I think. I mean, Brazilian.
Like, actually, no joke, I think it's in
Yeah, you think it's in Africa? Yeah.
15 seconds, just put it on the thing.
Yeah, I'll just put it somewhere over here, right?
He's insane. Okay, we are closer.
Man, how the were they closer?
It was really close.
Yeah.
Okay, look. I mean, it's summer here.
Oh wait, show me the. Okay, the.
But I don't remember the.
But it's like.
I know where is it. Look.
French.
It has to be
like Quebec or something.
Yeah.
Put pressure.
Yeah.
Put pressure, I think.
This. Oh yeah.
No. Maybe we should have placed. No, like nothing is here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's in like I know where you want to put.
To like here.
What?
Oh my god, they're actually.
It's French, by the way.
Yeah.
What?
Where did you guess it? In South America.
There was France. There was French writing. There was French writing.
Yeah, I put it Guyana.
Oh, I was just sure it would be Canada instead.
Yeah, but you guys won.
Yeah,
we won.
And so where did you put it?
Canada. Quebec.
Yeah.
Canada?
Yeah.
Okay, Canada, I guess.
This is
okay.
European. Oh yeah, this is. Did we just instant put the pressure on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Fuck, I'm dizzy. Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're just flipping everything.
What? You think?
Yeah. I'm pretty
Can be
sure.
a lot of places.
No. It's for sure this country, by the way. Go.
I mean, you sure?
Come on, guys.
I mean, it's Adam again.
What takes you so long,
Yeah,
actually?
but it's for sure Italia, by the way.
Okay, so where did I put?
I don't know, like. You just
Maybe
put
Rome?
it in the middle.
It was.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh my
So
god.
close.
Yeah.
It's GG?
No, it's not GG.
Oh, triple damage actually.
Okay,
Jesus.
this one is like. If we guess it right, they're. I just need to. What the?
What the f***? Car has 2 wheels.
What they put, you can speak.
C'est en France ça. Attends, on peut connaître la ville, 100%. Attends.
They're losing their minds.
No, but if you guys don't guess it, then it's Paris.
C'est où Limours?
Okay, if you don't guess it, it's
Non mais
GG.
viens on cherche des... Oh my god, c'est où?
But put it in the close to Paris, no?
Wait, no, it's not close to Paris.
It's quarter Paris.
Non mais ça c'est une toute petite ville, ça va pas apparaître là, c'est que les grosses villes je crois.
Come on guys, it's your country.
Non mais attends, je sais pas si...
If two French people tap...
But like we don't know the small cities.
Yeah.
Ok, faut flip.
Je flipperai à une seconde.
10 seconds.
Go put.
En Bretagne, je crois.
En vers le nord?
Put.
Ouais. Vers la gauche.
Là?
Ouais,
Put.
vers Rennes.
Là?
4 seconds. You guys are just so bad.
Next to Paris?
I told you, it's a Paris. There was a sign of Paris. There was a sign of Paris.
Oh my god. You guys are so lucky.
But how is it possible?
I saw the sign saying A10 brackets Paris.
But
No,
look.
doesn't make any sense.
We had the sign Paris here, and they put rains.
No, doesn't make
Makes sense.
In France, it's like so different.
Yeah.
Like some city.
It's really not.
Some city is called Uganda when it's not Uganda. Like.
Thank you guys for watching this video. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button if you enjoyed the video. And I hope we see you guys another day for another episode of the content team of BDS. Have an excellent day, guys. Love you.
I miss my friends. And my best friend.
Hello guys, good morning!
Hey, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Laura! Hi,
Hey guys, what are we doing?
We're going to media day.
Wait, is it too soon for me today?
No? Well, the reality is that we needed to make the content day for the LEC finals, and I really needed a vacation, so I told the guys to come over here, and it's been great so far.
What is it? Thing?
None of your business, get in the back.
Okay.
I'm really happy to see these players grow because they have matured so fast, and now I can really see them become so responsible. Guys, we have to agree to some rules before we go, okay? So, rule number 1, do not run by the pool.
What was the rule again?
Do not run by the pool.
Okay.
Rule number 2, no pee-pee or poo-poo in the water, please. Seriously, just go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And rule number 3, listen to Thomas and listen to me. Understood?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh, that's kind of small actually. It's gonna be in the background of Nina's recording. That's gonna be some really good stuff. So I think, like, if that's me and that's Chris, like that's us, you know, we're really strong together. I think he's really nice, good looking, the opposite of selfish. Yes, he answers it. Humble, I mean, he has everything, you know? He's a good guy. That's my relation with Chris. My relationship with Jesu, well, where do I start? I think when we first met each other and talked, we clicked really well. And then from there on out, it's been a good friendship.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
The river. We're meeting Tamkinch.
Tamkinch?
Tamkinch is
Oh,
the
no.
river fish.
Hey, I'm Renak, and I am the captain of the top lane at SK Gaming. Yannick, where is it? This way. This way. Go this way, and then we will go out at the thing. Oh, this is Yannick shot calling the guy. This is like Yannick in the zoo all over. But I think it's this way and on the right. But he's not a great shot caller.
Yannick has no idea where he's going.
The start of the season was pretty rough, but the same amount of roughness we got in the start, we gave to the teams at the end, so we will be feared in the summer too.
Touch some sand, yeah. This is not a gamer activity.
Focus.
I learned to unleash my spirit by just being me. I'm not afraid of anything. I eat beer for breakfast.
Lara, we have a problem.
What's the problem? Oh no. Achilles is afraid of the water.
Listen to me. We fear no man. But this water, we also don't fear. We're not made of sugar. Come, Godgeus, chant it with me. One time. Second time. In this spring split, we have sharpened our weapons and worked on our skills, and in summer, nothing can stop us. Last one.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, thanks.
Let's go.
About Gillians, well, first I wasn't sure about his abilities, but now I think he's a really great jungler. No, I can't.
Hey, this is not the script.
A person that's unstoppable doesn't say he's unstoppable, but I'm unstoppable. Nothing can stop me.
3, 2, 1. Proud of him. Are you proud of him?
I'm very proud of him, but
Yeah,
I hope he didn't
let's
hurt
go,
himself.
Let's go now.
Tell me your love ain't fading and fading. It's so on fire. Burning in the night, my heart ain't crazy.
Hey guys, come.
Where are we going?
Come, just.
I'll leave cause I must, can only ask for your trust. I spoke the truth when I said
So we're gonna go on the smallest one because the tall one is too scary. Let's go!
call you up, make you start hate the rain. Hold me close, overdose, had to pay. Pick me up because I felt hate the pain. Won't be long.
Eric is so pink, it's crazy.
How is my face pink? Because of this and okay, let's go.
Where are we gonna eat?
What we're gonna eat? Some pizza, burgers and fries. Yes, I see myself as the team captain for Escape.
I'm eating fries. Yeah. French fries? Yeah. 230 French fries. Okay, hey guys, again, we're here to play a little game called Know Your Teammate. The game is really simple. You just have to say a fact about... Sorry. It's okay, it happens. Say a fact about your teammate, and the other need to figure out who you're talking about. He has a brother that also plays League of Legends professionally.
Oh, who's done it first? This was the John.
Correct. It's true, my brother plays professionally. It's really good. He did combat sport when he was a kid. He did what? Combat sport when he was a kid. I think Daniel, no?
Yes, it's correct.
That is correct.
I don't want to say something negative.
Completely ending it on this jump.
This guy drives usually with his own car.
You can go. I think it's Yannick.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah,
That's crazy.
Crazy.
It's kind of scary, no? We don't know each other at all.
No, I don't know anything about him.
We need to change that.
In season 3, remained mid lane, Hassadin in tournament.
It's Yannick. Probably something Yannick.
No, it's me.
Oh.
Okay, wait, I do one more, okay? Because who won the German league the most?
How it was? It's Yannick.
I think so too, no? It's the same, yeah. No, I don't even know. Is it Yannick?
No, hardly. I only won one time.
I also won one time. I also won one time.
Okay, it was a really good time.
Nice.
That was good.
It was fast. You won at least like 4 times.
Yeah, we found out that we were really cringe and that we don't know each other. So we're gonna talk about ourselves. We're gonna say one fact about ourselves, and the rest need to know if it's true or not.
I reached rank 1 in 2 different seasons.
2 different seasons?
Yeah.
That's false.
Okay, it was wrong. I only reached rank 3 in the other season.
No one trusts you.
brother.
In season 7, I had a better offer in Overwatch than for a league team.
I mean, I would say. I don't even know if you played the game.
Yeah, that's right. As I said, Overwatch, you can see the team. That's correct.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You are that at league?
Yeah.
I played badminton tournament, the France, and I won. We won French Cup, like in school.
It could be a bit.
I committed the bait.
That's supposed
Can
to
I say what I think?
Yeah, sure.
I think you didn't play badminton, you played volleyball, didn't you?
Yeah, but he also played badminton, I know, or he's played badminton, but maybe it wasn't on the same level. Your volleyball was better. Yeah, it was true. It was true.
Yeah. Really? You won it?
Wow.
Yeah, but it's like it's cool, you know. But,
The first time I hit Challenger, I was 13. 13 is really young. Should I say? Yeah. On the side? Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah.
It was 14? It was 4.
Yeah. And you said this before, I think. So.
When I was in 6th grade, I went to a chess tournament, and out of 400 kids, I finished top 30.
That's.
I mean, sure. It's something
Wait,
special.
top 30 in 400?
Yeah.
That's so not true.
Okay. 400 people, top 30?
Okay,
Yeah,
can I say why I think it's not true?
Yeah.
You played chess with Eric, you didn't know where the pieces goes. You put the queen on the wrong piece.
Okay, we have to say it.
It's very true.
So, yeah, it was true.
Yeah, it's true.
Because from 400 people in 6th grade, 200 for sure.
I mean, in 6th grade.
But I was really like when I came back to school, I was a superstar.
The superstar?
Because
for finishing early?
Yeah, like they said, the chess club I was the star because it was quite high ranking. And the kids I lost to some of the games were
really good,
completely insane in the head. And I was more like playing football.
Yeah.
They were like insane in the head, playing chess all day, right?
Thank you, and back to vacation.
4 words?
Yeah.
4 words?
Thank you, and back to vacation.
True or not true?
Hey guys, the day just finished. It was really fun to hang out with the boys after a long time off, and it was a great experience in the tropic, what was it called?
Tropical Islands.
Tropical Islands, and hope you enjoyed the video? Yeah, hope you enjoyed the video, and see you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
See ya, guys.
Hug each other. It's cute. Oh. Bye. Okay.
I think Mad Lions overall has a really solid coaching staff, and we also have like still a really solid base. We just added 2 rookies, and I think it's gonna be on us again. Like we have the potential to make it. We just need to work
Can be a 4v2. Arma gonna try to double dash through. He has made it under the tower. Should be all right. Elioya might now be the one in trouble, except for Karzi. He's taking so much damage. That's the power of the Diana. That's gonna be an instant kill. LeBron now knows that he has picked the wrong fight, going deep under that tower, still doing so much damage. Elioya absolutely unafraid, getting two. Alfari running for his life now. LeBron just trying to survive. They're gonna pick up the cow. Alfari will walk away. It's a bloodbath in favor of Mad Lions.
Okay. William, okay. I guess I'll go.
I think it was Rico.
Certus, crucially, doesn't have package. He had package for all these major objectives. And look at Mad Lions' pings. They're pinging this bot wave. They know the SK can end. Elioya might find an engage here. 5-man ultimate on the follow-up with Reeker. Ultimate comes out from Gillies. He's trying to peel. What can he get done in the backline? Reeker has the Guardian Angel, the Croc here. Kaiser trying to find the hook, but Genex is going to dash away. Ultimate from Unforgiven gets 3 members of SK, but they have the zombie form. Can they follow up? No, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Mad Lions have a mid-wave. Genex is going to run to it as quick as possible to clear it away.
And now, for last we have Turan, which is Spanish dessert.
Oh, do you know what it reminds me of? What? It reminds me of chocolate.
Rogue stepping in, Armor tanking. So is Elioya, and look at him, down to about 600 HP. Rika, flash, forward, Larson with the stopwatch. TP immediately from Oda as they look to try and take on this fight. Jimmy gets into the front line, lands the knockup. Comp on a killing spree now and Unforgiven. Oh no, he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maumang finds the flank, Oda caught him out. Rika down, Mad Lions down.
Powder. Powder? Plop. Plop. Powder. I cannot understand.
Vampire?
I can't understand shit. What is it? I don't even know what language are you talking right now.
Who are you going to go for, Maumang? Is it Kaiser? Is it Armor? Is it anyone?
They still don't know. They don't know,
still
Medic.
Waiting.
They don't know.
Unforgiven! Welcome to the party! Unforgiven gets dunked by Larson. Cataclysm doing whatever it can, but Larson, he just melts them with the Chaos Storm. Rika trying to get out, but all he can do is go to his own funeral.
Okay, who goes? This is Rika. Turn again.
Small. No. Fuck. What?
Mech.
What the fuck?
Mech.
Small.
Lille.
Rumble? This year I will have to take a lot more of leadership that I was taking last year, because last year we had Marek, humanoid, who was taking a lot of responsibility in terms of in-game. This year is gonna be me, so I think it's my year to prove myself.
Elder Drake started, Mad Lions trying to hold Excel at arm's length. Armor jumps across the wall. In a good position to assassinate someone. Hextech gate by Finn. He's going to get onto the back line. Armor tries to get in. Nuked up post a stopwatch. Rika stepping forward. The Chaos Storm, and Armor finds the shutdown. His laning wasn't perfect, but that was a perfect execution of a flank and the perfect execution of Excel by Mad Lions. Only Patrick survives. He gets one, but he cannot get out alive. Elioya still only level 14. Off towards the top side. Armor going to step into the face of Hillisang, puts down the control ward. Hextech Drake channeled behind. They know he's coming. The final chapter. What can you do, Elioya? Root doesn't connect. Armor stepping in. Rika Unforgiven, Armor down towards the bottom side. Elioya and Kaiser off towards the top. Fnatic Wonder dives into the back line. The hook from Hillisang just neuters anything Elioya can do, but Rika with the dominance is on that front line. Elioya's going to dash in, only for Hillisang, but upset. He's so strong on this Amelios. Is he strong enough? Elioya gets one. Hextech Soul goes over to Fnatic, and now Elioya's got to do it all. It's on him. He gets one. He's looking for two. It's upset. He flashes. Elioya knocked up. Elioya down.
So I think initially, while things did go well for us, over the course of the split, it became more and more apparent that we struggled a lot to close out games, even with large advantages. And this is something that we did put a lot of work into fixing, and we tried to do this from multiple angles. However, ultimately, we were too slow to identify certain critical problems.
Mad, they want to try and end this. They can feel it clothing. They go in, Elioya finds the kick, and they get the GA. That's going to be no damage from X-Man, and you can see Syncroft using the Crescent Guard, but it's not enough. Mad Lions find the pick. Mad Lions delayed the game. Mad Lions are going into the second round wobbling with a 5-4 scoreline.
That control ward is there. The sweeper from Targamas doesn't spot anyone out. TP coming in from Armor. Jankos goes forward. Targamas dives into the pit. pulls them back with the showstopper. Armor already in the middle of the pit. Jankos trying to take him out. Armor's going to have to flash away. The shockwave lands onto 2. Unforgiven's already got 1 kill, but it's answered as Rika falls as well. And Jankos, the healing is absurd. The needle after needle from Jankos just heals him up, and Unforgiven, Moonlight Vigil will not even kill off Blackett.
In the end, the critical problem was our team fighting, which I think we did put a solid 2 weeks of effort into towards the end of the split, but it was too little too late.
Potentially the last fight. Jezu going up to the wave. Matt trying to punish.
Ilias is the target. Here comes Certus from behind. He's found Rika. Not going to be able to get the heal just yet. That's a golden Rika in the Hourglass form. And Certus jumps forward. So much damage. A double kill for Jezu with a Moonlight Vigil. Another for Genax. They've done it. SK Gaming have aced the Mad Lions and are setting their sights on the base.
Elioya once again caught out though as Malrang looks for the chase. Still has the Ghost. Rika gets the Realm Whoop, but Elioya flashes to it. Kaiser, though, still on the Blast Cone, will use that to try and get himself away, and Malrang's not having that. Chases him down with the Ghost. Comp going in. Zenith Blade. Elioya there. Kaiser, though, look at the damage. Larson just gets him out. Kaiser forced away. Malrang's chasing out Armor. It's 4v5 on the top side of the map, and it's Rogue who are winning 2-0 in a 4v5. You can see Odo Omne, he was working his way up the river, but now he's like, I might as well just push minions, because that's all I've been doing the rest of this game.
However, this was not ultimately the correct approach, and while there were some improvements, they were not the key improvements that were needed for us to be able to close out games.
Mad Lions need a miracle to find a way back in. You've highlighted a couple of the ways. They have a level 16 Wukong. Reeker now level 16 as well.
Where's the TP gonna go? There it is. Really far away, so Misfits might see him as he runs.
But Graves can just end the game if they ignore this Graves on the top side as he pushes in with the wave. And they haven't really done anything. Elioya already taken a big chunk out. Armor waiting off to the side.
Right now. Mad Lions are trying to engage, but Hirit doesn't care.
Sloton just buying a bit more time.
Oh.
A clean kick back. You love to see it. Hirit's just gonna auto-attack the Nexus. And that's it. Bad dive be damned. Misfits are not messing around. They will secure, for now, sole control of second place.
Ask me the question, Trevor. What can Mad Lions do to get back into this game?
I only do that when I think there is some sort of tenable answer.
Because I was about to say go next here.
Some sort of tenable answer. But I will ask a question. Do you think this draft diff is now Rika's going to get run down? We'll talk about it once the game ends, as Marcoon is then going to devastating charge away. Patrick continues to use that minigun onto Elioya, and Armwood is killed by Marcoon 14 times. Mad Lions have died this game. The Bone Skewer does land to Nuke Tech, but he's going to go golden, stays alive just long enough to watch Elioya die.
If we fail as a team. And this split, for many, many reasons, some of which we've discussed and some of which I can't go into, we have failed as a team on a human level. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that we need to go and take away into summer. And those are things that are impossible for anyone to see from an outside perspective, but they're things which I will fix. As a final note, I would like to say a really big thank you to all of the fans who have been supportive, especially to our younger players, especially while we've been down, while we've been struggling. There have been a huge number of really supportive messages to me personally and to all of our team, and on behalf of all of us, the coaching staff, the players, the organization, I would like to really thank all of our fans from the bottom of all of our hearts for those messages of support, because they mean a lot, especially when things are going badly. So thank you very much. And aside from that, that's all from me. As I said, all I can do is promise that I will do my absolute best going into the next split to make sure that we avoid making some of the mistakes that we've made up until this point. Thank you very much.
I think expectations are high, and that's pretty normal because we have really good players, and so I think everyone is expecting us to be actually top contenders, and I think even us. It will take time for sure. We have a brand new structure on the players. Some also needs to adapt a bit to Europe when they came back from NA. There is a lot of good teams in Europe, but I don't think we are less talented than them. We just struggle right now to find an identity, and that's the main issue.
Rogue pushing in, wave on the bot side, being ignored. Vitality running out of time, running out of hope. It will not be enough. The base will fall. Rogue, eyes on the prize, not focusing on the kills, not focusing on the champions, worried instead about the Nexus. Rogue secure their place in the LEC play.
This game was actually unlosable.
Can you explain me what is going on this game? We got Turbo going team who we don't want to fight.
I think you should just we should all take a break and we should rewatch it together because this is really gonna be useless right now.
Okay. You're right.
We lost against Rogue. I mean, it was a 1-1 week, but we obviously wanted to win against Rogue. So obviously that sets us a little bit into a mood of frustration. We're in the middle of the table, so that could put some pressure, that could put some uneasiness about whether we make it or not to playoffs.
I think right now the goal is to reach playoff, I think, because we are not in the best position actually. So we just need to be really focused and to make sure that we don't actually collapse. That's why we are working hard with Isma regarding mental preparation stuff to make sure that we're in the best condition to perform and have our best showings. I'm still confident because when I speak with the players, when I watch their scrims, they are doing well. The group is really healthy. I think I'm quite surprised, so it's really reassuring from the inside to see that the atmosphere is great, they are hard workers, and they are dedicated to and committed to become a better team.
We need to identify our strengths. We need to be able to be on the same page of what we're actually good at. I want us to think and to think about this. What are the strengths of our team? Not the individuals, but the team.
As far as I know, in Vitality, there were not a full-time person that was doing my job with the League of Legends team. So from my side, I'm starting from the scratches, same as management. So we are really trying to build the house from the very beginnings.
I think we are far already into having a more stable house, I hope. Obviously, there are cracks in this house.
Our players are very talented and they are very good individually. And then we're trying to get the form as well as a team, which I think it's going in the right direction. It could take a little bit of time, but the guys are very focused and we're really trying to do the best that we can.
I'm gonna go through specific things that I think are really part of what is coming up, which is playoffs, which is the last 2 weeks and playoffs, and all is related to stress and how we're coping with it. Do you feel ever nervous before going on stage?
Always.
Always.
Yeah, same, but not much.
I think it's not consistent that I feel nervous when I go on stage. It's only sometimes.
The 0-3 week was definitely shocking and stressful. But if you look at it from now, afterwards, I played only basically the new champs in that week that the guy just released, and we were all sick, and Barney was not even in the office. So it was just kind of a disaster week that we managed to cope with and just let it move past us. I don't think it bothers us now, but it was pretty annoying back then. It is a bad feeling for sure, but I think we snapped out of it and we know what we're capable of.
When I say now, you're gonna stop thinking.
It's not possible.
Let's do it, maybe someone can. When you start having a thought, you raise your hands. 3, 2, 1, now.
Why did I just do this, man? What the fuck?
Which I don't like. So here I can do this. So this week we play SK and Misfits. These are two teams we beat before. At the end of the day, 4 now,
We have beat the teams we beat before and lost to the teams we lost before, so we are consistent, I guess. But this is not what we want, right? We want to beat the teams that beat us before. I don't think SK was like the biggest challenge last time. Like we had some Corky highlight reels and Gwen highlight reels as well. For Misfits, we play on stage, so maybe we have a stage buff. We will see. They have good players. We respect them, and yeah, it's going to be a good game. It's going to be a good game.
Let's go.
That's actually the chair.
Okay, I'm grateful that I'm good.
I'm grateful to get to play this game. I know.
Alright guys, let's go.
Too distracting.
Do you want to give a reminder? So take a deep breath. Take a deep breath after each play. This is what we have.
Yeah, that's the only thing we have to know actually. Just take a deep breath.
Okay.
That's
Right.
it. 1, 2, 3, Vitality! It's coming over.
Because we have a zillion locked in for perks. You got all
Sounds good to me.
Glampy?
Yeah. As Barney on GP. Yeah. Yeah, also we had a good call against Eckhart, where like when he goes in, like he's not very happy to go in.
Gilius has his ultimate still available here over 3 months!
The onslaught of shadows obliterates Vitality. So powerful. Gilius from the Hecarim needs so much. And you can see the control.
He has no ult, he has no ult.
I mean, Gilius is just literally eaten in the fight. Literally everybody's going to die. Alfari's the last man standing. Vitality don't mind losing the fight because their super minions will win the game. Oh my word!
Alfari!
Vitality PvE their way to win.
Minions?
This is like the funniest thing I've ever been in my life, by the way.
Good job, bro. Good job. GG, Bunny. GG.
I was like thinking about pressing ult. I would thought this might happen. Like, I was like, oh
also,
shit.
like some fights when like Raka.
Almost a great birthday gift, eh? Almost.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You're always halfway there. That's what I mean. You're halfway there already. I'm excited inside. Don't smile, ever.
I mean, I'm not happy about this game, no?
You won.
This game is fine.
Let's go, boys. Good luck. Let's go. Have fun.
You got left behind, Matthias.
Put the mask on.
I just think how much enemy team is shaking today.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like Reckless. He played at some point like this, you remember? Okay, not that much, like this.
Yeah. Are we doing it?
1, 2, 3, Vitality!
Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Welcome to the LEC Week 7 Day 2. Misfit's gonna take a shot at this tower down. This is a 3 versus 2. Death Sentence connects onto perks. It flashes away. The gold card is primed, and VTO picks up first blood. The knockup from LeBron. There's the warthog from Schlatter. Moonlight Vigil fired as well. Alfari will look for the chase onto Neon. 1, 2, 3 members of Misfits are in trouble. Neon forced to cleanse away, and he manages to escape the gnaw. Alfari's not done yet. Chuck a boulder into his back. Schlatter looking for some
Say
play.
that.
We'll be able to
Say
catch
that.
onto perks.
Say
Flash
that.
forward, kicked under the tower. VTO manages to take him down just after the book.
Syndra strong.
Yeah, but it's fine. We're in a good spot, I think.
He's using his rage, about to get
Meganar, and Flash. Latan's got in from behind. The Meganar not going to find it just yet. Finally does lock down one, but it's on to Mercer. VTO's running for his life, so is Neon. Here it's inside the mix of the world ender, but his world might just be ending. Gets one last hit, the perks before he's taken down by Kazi. That flank from Alfari was game-changing. Into the fountain, the rest of Vitality turn their attention back, and Vitality take down Misfits.
Wow. Very good game.
Happy birthday.
Yeah,
happy birthday.
No. That's very good, very good.
Let's go.
You got that, no?
Yeah.
You did that, bro? You did. Buddy, you're so sexy.
Very good game.
On your
Yeah. Thank you for my birthday. This is the best gift.
You know when I died mid, like the one time I got hooked, I was actually looking settings like 3 seconds before that because I wanted to turn off the rain.
I don't know. No, I don't think.
The rain of the ocean song. I wanted to turn off the rain and I was hovering settings to see what the settings do, and then I like completely lost. Like I was like so tilted. I lost the track of my mind.
it's very likely that it makes for a very dramatic end of the season, where all the games are actually counting at the end of the season, because the playoffs are very tight. Like right now, there are 3 to 4 teams who are challenging for the last 2 spots of playoffs.
For Vitality and Mad both, this is a very important game because, of course, they're both still fighting to get into those playoffs. With K-Roll, it's been...
Can we still make it if we lose all games?
No.
Yeah, we can actually, but Madeline has to lose 1 game.
Let's go. Deep rest, as usual. Stay focused. Deep rest. Deep rest.
Deep rest.
Keep focused. Alright? I do it? 1, 2, 3! Vitality!
Anyway, we're going to talk about the draft in a second, but quick reminder of the stakes of this game. You may have heard it at the desk, but Vitality win, they are locked in playoffs. Mad lose, they are locked out of playoffs. Right now, Vitality, the heavy favorites heading into this game, but we'll see what the draft looks like and what Mad look like when we set foot onto the rim. Getting isolated, Perk's getting picked apart. That's the big gnar coming in from Arma, and Vitality biting off more than they can chew and having it turned against them. Left and right, LeBron getting cut down. He cannot escape. Mad Lions on the hunt. They have picked apart Vitality, and they are tearing them to pieces. Selfmade cannot even fire back with enough damage to find a kill in return. Alfari ulting. He has enough fury to get some health back, but there's just too much CC. He can't push a button, Goldberg. Mad Lions will make the upset happen. They will take down Vitality, and they will keep their playoff hopes alive for another day.
Oh fuck, not the relief that you wanted.
The game was like, no hands. If we just don't fight here, the game is GG.
Okay, it sucks. Yeah. But we have tomorrow on stage.
I think the mood is fine, like there is no one mad at each other or holding grudges. But winning does obviously, affect, like it's the sad reality of our life, if we win, we're gonna be more happy, and if we lose, we're probably gonna be more sad. But in the end, what really matters is that I feel fulfilled here. I think I'm given a team that I like, right, and that I wanted to work with, so I am obviously trying my hardest every day.
I think it's the beginning of the team. Like it's been 2 months, but 2 months is not very long actually. And especially since we didn't have the start we wanted with the COVID situation, right? We're getting there. I don't think we are quite there yet. I would be very happy to make it to playoffs and then have 3 weeks between the end of the season and the beginning of playoffs, so we can like refine who we are in that moment. Because like 2 best of ones every week, like that's very tedious. It's very annoying. And I don't think it shows anywhere near the potential of the team that are in LEC.
Broken blade. 1v1 custom game for foot rest.
As soon as COVID disappears and we have to do stand.
I need a bottle of water. Is that how we say it, Barney?
Can you make my jungler lower today?
Merci beaucoup.
And we are here for the final game of the day. Vitality up against G2 Esports, a battle of former teammates, but also a battle of stakes. G2 have yet to lock their top 4 spot. If they win, they do. Vitality have yet to lock their playoff spot. If they win, they do that.
Blade has from the Ghost.
Look at this. As the Fury underneath the tower, Alfari, a cannon barge doesn't really do much. The Broken Blade with a solo kill in the top lane. With the package onto the back lane, he's almost down. The ace of the hole channeled by Kazi. 2 for 1 now in favor of G2. Alfari trying to get away, Perk's trying to do the same. On the Baron, G2 can play this one patiently. They're the ones with the Ocean Soul. They want to rocket. The rocket's going down. Kazi down to half, the Rock the same. G2 clean up Vitality in the base. And Vitality will have to wait another day before they see if they can make playoffs.
From the outside, it's pretty disappointing because I think we could have done way better, for sure. And that's too bad that we are in this kind of shaky position actually to secure our spot in playoff. But it will be like only a memory in a few times when we will manage to secure this spot and to play decently and a clean game on playoff. I think we will forget that we struggled during regular season. So for me, I'm just focusing to do the job in day-to-days, and then I think in playoff once again it will be a brand new Vitality.
Whoa! Okay!
Okay, that guy is good. No? You're getting out of tail. You're pulled behind. You'll never lose.
We're gonna look ahead to the most important game of the day. Vitality's third and final chance to lock playoffs with a win. It's versus
Lucas, you call.
Guys, just have fun. And let's just win. Like, it's so simple.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, Vitality!
Okay, I'm gonna play guitar today.
Your own worst enemy. But coming into this one again, it is still within Team Vitality's own hands. Their own destiny is theirs to mold and push forward. They just need to come out with the win today. Try and go on top of the Tam Kench because they know he's the safety for the Jinx. But they get Zanzara taken down. They can't get the Shadow Surge onto the backside. It's going to be a double knockup. Kobe has to go off, but he's just not got the damage. Vitality get themselves a full, clean ace, and this game has been turned on its head. Dayor, though, has been separated from his team, and the rest of Vitality have come to save the day. Perks didn't need it in the end anyway, as Vitality find 3 and Astralis are falling apart. He gets caught out, and they're going to be able to take him out. Yes, they do. They got the jungler, but the fight can now happen for Vitality. That's a massive Gnar ultimate, and Perks with this machine gun rides just blows them apart. Top of that one, Vitality at the final port of calling, lock the last remaining spot in playoffs, and they will face Excel in round 1.
Maybe you shouldn't be right when it's open. Maybe you shouldn't be right when it's open. Thanks for the card, dude. No problem, guys. No one makes playoffs just yet. Good job, Luca. Nice, guys.
Thank
You're
you.
not out yet, guys.
What do you mean out yet? Now is the time when you start to shine, Luca. We live to fight another day.
Yeah.
Guys, before we start spraying out, we need to start thinking, use this week really to reflect on what we've been doing during the whole regular split. What we need to change, what we need to improve. Don't fuck up your schedule, don't fuck up too much the routines that you have. Barney, you know it, you do it by yourself, that's fine. But for everyone else.
In playoff, it will be once again like a different tournament. So I think if we are able to show what we have in mind and what we have in our backpack regarding composition and the way that we can adjust during game, I think we have definitely a shot to reach the first place.
Anything else you want to mention?
I think when we look back at the victory that we have on the split, we have a clear identity, and every time we try to deviate from it, I think we got punished. So this is something we need to keep this identity and maybe add some flavor to it on the side.
Like we can play many more champions. It's very nice to practice 2 champions during a week and you go on stage and you play that iteration of your team. But I think our team can actually have different facets. Like we can attack from different angles. So I'd be very happy to go into a game where it's not a best of 1. That would be very nice.
In best of 1s, it's easy to lose a game because of a random mistake or just drought not being the best. But in best of 5s, there is you remove so many these lucky variables, and in individual players and team strengths usually show up more. So I'm honestly, the biggest stress was potentially missing playoffs. I'm not very ill for our best of 5s. I think we will do great there.
We might play more games in playoffs than games in regular season.
Yeah, but what the fuck, you're right.
Yeah.
So it is good, right? But
yes.
Playing more games is actually what we need. We need more time as a team, and this is exactly what is needed for them. So even finished 6th in a regular season, it's a good thing actually, because we will play more games, and this is what we need.
This is why they practice, is to actually play on stage and play in important matches. This is the actual reason we practice. So 1 more game, sure, we'll take it.
I'm incredibly mysterious.
And he ran back into the bush and Cardi was
complete mysterious man.
Sheesh.
So fucking right.
This is Finn, this is Marcoon, and today we're doing Excel's most searched Google questions on the internet.
Interesting.
Take me home, country roads, to the place I belong. So what's the band again? Okay, do you have any other talents?
Of course not, just play video games.
Do you think you have to become a league pro and have other talents?
Yeah, true. Yeah, you have to have no talents and then you become a league pro. Will Excel make playoffs? You're just gonna have to watch and find out.
Try and burn it down, and it's Jankos who secures it. Now the grass down on Jankos is going to pop the so much Finn. Forced up towards the top side, Blacken down, can step forward. And that's the jinx I saw in Arcade. What a way to kick off the LEC 2022 for both of them. Excel coming to party.
Don't worry, it's first game of the fucking season. I don't think we played such a bad game. We just had like a little bit of slip-ups. It happens. Let's just move on. Like this means nothing in the grand scheme of things.
This is why you're doing the interview. What an amazing answer.
Yes.
Don't you think? Yeah, it's absolutely free. Nice. Absolutely free.
No. BDS out of the darkness, out of the camouflage, out of the smog. They find 3 quick kills.
Fuck.
Now the Jace is pushing in. Finn looking to end the game. Who's going to get the Elder? At the end of the day, the bounty's been secured. The buffs are there. They just need to recall. It's massive for Vitality. Finn will not have enough time to end the game unless they can stop these recalls. They'll take down the Wukong. Now they're all leaping in. Finn, what can he do? Finn taking down Selfmade! But it just is not going to be enough. Excel taking him down. The GG. Excel find their first.
I would not consider that clean with the Elder, but I would say if you remove the Elder, it was pretty good Drake setup.
I mean, I had to redeem myself after getting solo killed. Hi, this is Patrick.
This is Patrick!
Wait, what about this? Sheriff's in town.
Sheriff's in town.
Like, no one ever cared about Excel because they were never relevant.
Listen to me. Who cares?
Let's smash some shit up. It's the air of the duck. I missed.
Finn has ult. Probably going to wait for the Crescent Streak to go down. Moonlight Vigil, Gideus, Jezu both low. Gideus surviving, but Marcoon will take him out. Jezu killed off as well. But Patrick has finally come alive. A triple kill for him. And the Nexus will fall.
So the question, do we have all day?
Yeah.
The rumors are true. We broke him out.
I think this year, going to Worlds is probably like the main goal, I guess, or like a very achievable, realistic goal. I think every other team in EU is not great, so I think top 3 for sure. I think winning the splits would be also good.
Best I can do is playoffs. Okay.
No, that's me. Whose body am I photoshopped on?
Who would you like to be photoshopped on? Doesn't matter. Patrick?
It's buffs.
Marcoon, is he still going to go for it? Is he still going to fish for it? White Knight still standing. E in, leap out, just barely survived. Wave crashing in at the same time, and Kami goes down! I'm not going to call that the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals, but that's not a good deal.
Let's be real though, let's be real though.
One more fear to come out. The lockdown will not work. The rocket goes in, he flashes right into it. Patrick on a rampage. Excel.
Yeah.
I thought they were discussing drafts. They're not discussing drafts. They're trading Pokemon. Let's investigate.
Rattata is fine.
I'll give you Jankos.
Jankos.
Yeah, Jankos.
Fires out that solar flare as Alfari is being chopped up by Newton. Finn looks to finish Vitality. Lavrov goes all the way in with that Zenith Blade. Cost him his life, but manages to pick up Marcoon, and here comes Newton. Alfari is going to die, and Excel defeats
Scrims are too fun.
Exactly like Scrim game.
It's an exact Scrim game, like literally.
What after that early game?
No, even though you were 0-2, I was like, okay, it's actually not too bad. Okay, they might take a hit, but it was fine.
Yeah, I thought after the first one that we would still win.
Yeah.
The second one I thought,
XL, this is now another chance for them to show their evolution as a team. Look for Mickey, look what's happening with the big engaged tools as I grabbed him as well. Syncroft looks for the kick.
He does not find it, and he gets sent packing. Mickey secures the kill as now Nuclear Inc. gets jumped on by Marcoon, dashing forward, and Mickey flashes away to safety. He gets caught out, but he's pulling the attention of BDS. Here comes Finn!
KDA. Stop the count.
Like your T's like need improvement.
you could consider the T, but it also looks like a J.
That's what I mean. Like it's jungle or trundle. Is it Victor or Victor?
How Spice got into the draft.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Better?
Dziękuję.
Equally shit.
There we go. No. No.
Don't fuck up my chair, Finn.
Better? What is actually wrong?
Look, it's annoying me that, look, this
see.
one,
Yeah.
it's like a little space, yeah?
Yeah.
This one, same height.
Oh.
There's no space. So how can it be the same?
Try Erlen's chair.
I do one more switcheroo.
You'll never know.
Let me see if these are even, you know?
Yeah.
3 damage because of the nerf. You know, I take 3 damage if you don't know how much damage.
No, actually, I can just...
Yeah, I think it's better. You'll never know.
You okay, Mark?
No. But I'm getting... It's a struggle, you know?
But Mark, what did you do with this chair?
Nothing, it's just
pranked
bad.
me?
It's just a bad chair.
You completely pranked me.
Welcome back to the LEC, fellow gamers. We're live from Berlin, Germany to bring you week 6, day 2 of the spring season.
Down to Cubby, even through the GA. Your guardian angel isn't looking down on you happily today. Shut down is Cubby. Stralis fall by the wayside as XL secure the win.
That game was already over. XL was in clean, pure control of it. They started...
I'm not gonna need more followers. No, that's true. If I have to do interviews.
He's like stuck on 4 digits. Hard stuck 4 digits.
Yeah, like I was tweeting to all my Dutch fans and like 3 showed up, you know.
All my Swedish fans as well, you know.
Swedish fans are always reckless.
That's true. Hey. I am shaking. Shut up. It's the monitor. Now, sorry.
On Mickey, he's flashless from that earlier gank, and the bone skewer sends him to the fountain.
He's coming in from Claire.
Here comes the devastating charge onto Alyoya. Outclass, outshine, and take down the Mad Lions, avenging their week 3 loss. XL defeat Mad.
Most important game in XL's history. So nervous, and then this just happens. You know? The game just ends in like 5 minutes.
Is that from LEC?
It's from Mark's private folder.
I just scheduled this for during the game.
Yeah.
Trying to
No, wait, that's actually so insane.
My top laner solo kill enemy, yeah. And then schedule it for during the game. And then if you actually solo kill him, it will be so
it's
fun.
gonna be completely pop off.
You get solo killed now?
It's also gonna be a good tweet.
Yeah. The relationship with the ex-solo toxic man. It's actually just told him a fever, like begging for your attention. He deserves a rodent.
I'm too early.
Seconds, he needs to get something done rapidly. He's trying to take down Yankos. Now the Yumi's on top of him. This is going to be big. Finn getting one. Finn looking to get a second one. Broken Blade goes in, but Finn is just too strong. That is the cat power right there. Mickey pushing that E button like a madman as Finn tries to get something done. But that is not a strong, independent cat. Mickey's got no hope without a champion to attach to, or does he? The absolute mad lad. I was wrong. He is a strong, independent cat. His death note will not suffer. Never mind, he's dead. It's, yeah, not as far. And the death note will mean nothing. Mickey will be stopped, and G2 will obliterate Excel in this matchup.
Fresh keyboard for the stage. What happened to your other keyboard? It broke?
Yeah, I was so mad.
Oh shit.
I started drinking it because it tasted good.
Yeah, you started drinking it because it tastes good. Now you drink it because in the morning you feel like a garbage human being until you've had your coffee.
I still drink it because it tastes good.
And then there's no players.
I have a little camera here. I haven't seen that since 2018, I think. No, I'm really nervous because of the cam.
They're expecting big things from you.
Nice.
They already know.
Well, actually, they can switch it to Mickey if he's popping off.
Who are we kidding? It's gonna be on Mickey, of course.
They already got my food. The rest as well.
Oh shit.
I didn't have to ask for it even.
Oh, you're such a kink around here.
And so it continues.
They're uneven. I need these two to be the same height. Because it's like this. They're built incorrectly so that these two are not the same height. You know?
Oh, wait, mine are, I feel like. Maybe it's your arms.
No, it's not.
Arms are built wrongly? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure my arms are fine.
Oh, this chair.
Weird.
Did it change?
Of course I did. I have a vacuum fin. It's unironically this one's better. I'm not like a diva, you know.
Oh, you're a superstitious man.
I am superstitious, the team is superstitious, we're all wearing lucky socks, lucky shirts, everything that we've been wearing since going 3-0 on stage. We're finding every little angle just to get a little bit of extra luck and confidence on our side.
L are both sitting on level 5, so they do not have access to their ultimates at the moment. We're now going to see a full 3v4. They're going to push it straight in. There's the shockwave though onto 2 as they're going to see SK trying to turn this one around. Both Mickey and Gilius have to back themselves away. There's Super down, he gets it! Fishes himself a nice little catch, and now they've got the Gnar right on the backside as well. Finn finds himself another. That's going to be 2 swift kills to Excel. Time as Treats himself with the bailout, but he gets taken out before anything can happen. Shockwave completely whiffs, and you will be punished, Certus, for missing your ultimate as Finn shows you how it's done.
On the Dragon and Gilius is now between a lot of angry Excel players.
Yep, they do not want to even leave this one up for chance. Gilius will get himself a bailout, but he was going to do nothing with it, just delays the inevitable. And Nuke Duck flashes over on top of Jesu. They get the Dragon, they get a kill, the Shockwave comes out.
Creativity as Gilius gets out from that one. Excel once again looking, but you can see, oh, Gilius is trying again.
He has to go for something. The flash kick is good, but Patrick will get himself out, and then they can reset the fight. There's going to be the hostile takeover as Marcoon goes berserk.
They have to, though. You have to agree with it, because if you're looking for that combo, you don't want to be dealing with an extra shield. They don't want to be dealing with this either, though.
They're going to go in. Finn is all the way behind enemy lines, and they haven't seen him just yet. The Lee Sin is dead. 3-man Gnar to bring everyone back in. The Shockwave is good, but not good enough. The Renato will fall. The Oriana as well. It's Jesu left one as lonesome.
Teleporting for the end.
But with the Nexus exposed, it has taken 1,142 days, and on the 7th time of trying, Excel will make playoffs.
How does it feel, Joey?
Like a big weight off of our shoulder. So we just nervous, just wanted to be over. I said it to Tim today, you know what, it's kind of nice to make playoffs on the stage game and not the office game.
Exactly.
What does it mean to you to make playoffs with this team specifically and Excel overall?
It means a lot because yeah, it's just I've been always in Excel almost at this point, and they didn't make it before, and yeah, I'm just really happy I can give back to the fans a little bit after like all the support they gave me throughout the years, and yeah, it feels very good.
I'm so distracted.
Yeah, I can't focus right now.
What did you tweet such a moment?
I don't know, just like a no freaking way. But we just made playoffs.
Good tweet.
Mark, how's the chair? The what? The swap. What did you do, Mark? My day is ruined.
Hey Finn, you're the best top laner in Europe. Can we please swap chairs again?
Mark, did you change my chair or anything?
I think you stacked out of low damage.
Mark!
Yeah.
Did you change my chair?
Mark.
If we lose game 1, I might have to swap chairs with Erland. If we win, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
Can do that.
I don't know about my chair.
Oh, you bait him though. You're in the head with the Nautilus hover first.
But they don't see that, do
see
they?
the hover.
They don't see back.
Can't see the hover?
No.
What?
That would be so OP.
I've been baiting for way too long now.
Wasting your brain power on that.
Never be able to justify your vacation. You'll never be able to recover from that loss and completely rebuild the team, run the gauntlet, and make
Okay, I got it.
You'll never be the best top laner. You'll never be a legend. And you definitely won't make, won't win playoffs.
Watch me.
Okay,
I'm gonna fight bot there.
Okay, we can cancel the blank.
There's Mart here, by the way.
We can cancel the blank.
2-0-4 on this Irelia, and is just destroying Alfari in the 1v1.
He's in flash.
Yeah, should
Nash. It's a bit slow, but I'm coming.
I needed to ult myself top. I was cancelling your TP. Oh, so close. I can TP behind even here.
Okay.
I TP on creeps here. Just move. I'm coming. I'm TPing on creeps.
I'm ulting on him.
Nice.
Good job.
But there's a Nautilus here, better.
Yeah.
I think GP now.
Okay, I'm coming.
After Aurelia.
Okay. I dodged it.
Can we go for tier 2 top room with Nash?
Got
what
it.
do you think?
Massive XL, Wild Growth used, Sonic Rage, the Sonic Wave does kick, but not going to be followed up. Finn goes in once more, Nexus turrets are falling, and Finn still stays alive. Moves to Golden inside the base, Jewel of Vanguard's engine as well as the duet, stunning up!
Wait, let me kill someone with the blood.
Powder.
Hey, nice one, Mark.
I learned yesterday the interaction.
I think we just worry about this game. If we win, I'll have the drafts ready on the board.
Alright. And if we lose?
Then we go back to blue side.
Then we go panic mode, do we just go for some fun drafts?
First pick TF.
AKA, don't lose.
Don't lose, thank you Joey. Good advice.
Only win.
Oh, they use Ignite.
Let's go volley.
Flash right.
Trash flash down.
We win this, I think.
Calling here.
Nice. Got him right. He has no flash.
Is that?
You wanna stay?
Oh wow.
Flash on the... Oh wait,
I'm
Flash is
moving
gonna
up.
enter.
He's pretty stuck.
Yeah. I'm coming. I'm moving.
Volley is ulted.
I'm looking.
Look, this guy.
I'm going up.
I'm going.
I can flash on the Philips as well. We end the mid.
And
Oh,
flash.
Phileas.
Okay. Take the wave. Make sure they can't end top, okay? Yeah. I will Jax.
They're going for the wave.
Jax. Okay, volley now.
Volley.
Volley, yeah. Jax no, okay?
Towers.
I think he put it.
We can also go towers.
I kill Jax now. And then we can do... Yeah, Nexus after. I'm gonna die.
No. Nice. All the fight.
me.
Ireland. Fucking corky.
Good job.
Corky check.
Corky check.
We have a good record in game 5, Finn.
No.
No?
Usually I 3-0 or I lose in best of 5s.
Usually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down to change that.
To change it.
I'm open for new experiences.
Yeah, no. Time to just play some League of Legends.
Let's just have some fun.
I think winning comes first, then we have fun.
No.
You guys need fun first?
Yes.
Okay.
Dopamine addicts.
Orianna is not on Drake. I mean, maybe if I push this lane, then I can go first.
I'm coming.
I feel like they should just fight us.
I'm saving rockets.
There's a plan.
Can someone get in?
I'm fighting Olaf here,
You're a bit early. We have to back off.
I win.
Okay, but we can't help you out.
Trade 1-for-1 then. We have to get out.
Jump forward onto Selfmade, use that Realm of Death, he's got himself a kill. All of that farm is not for waste. It's a 1-for-1.
We won't get a better fight than this.
I mean, I'm behind them now.
I'm
so.
going.
Olaf. Let's go slow on Olaf. Go slow on Olaf.
I'm holding my knock-up.
Who's dead?
I'm fighting
Orianna. He's kinda dying.
How's it looking?
Yeah, I'm winning.
Okay, we can fight after, yeah.
Nautilus 1. She's here. Oh.
I'm going.
I need to go
Camille.
Camille flashed on me. I need to get out. I'm flashed on. I'm dead. We lost.
Shit, you guys.
Hello everyone, this is Carlos Ocelot Rodriguez and I'm the founder and CEO of G2 Esports. Look, I know what you guys are thinking. G2 is roasting everybody, G2 is disrespectful at times with other teams, but it's all a character, you know. In reality, we love each other, you know. So I wanted to take just 1 minute of your time to give you some context on what happens next. So Riot Games, of course, gave us some minutes, like every other team gave us minutes to show some content, some video content, so that we can entertain you. And of course, we have prepared some clips that we're proud of. You know, we love content. And we'll run some clips, but I wanted to hop on live. This is happening live right now, to thank everybody for supporting G2 and supporting every other team in the LEC. You know, nothing like this would be possible without your support. And I think I can speak also on behalf of our partner teams and colleagues, you know, in the other teams. So please keep supporting us, keep supporting them, and hopefully we can make you happy, you know. Anyway, we're gonna run some clips now. I hope you guys enjoy it, and have a beautiful day, everyone.
Cool, yeah, good. I think the highlights clips will run now, and yeah, it'll be fine.
I don't know, bro. It just didn't feel like, it wasn't me. It just didn't feel like, it was like me talking.
It seemed like you, I mean, like, very likable, super nice. Sponsors are gonna love it, don't worry about it.
That's true, that's true. And actually, that's true. Like, sponsors loving it, that's what I care about mostly. Yeah, I'm still not sure that people will think, this doesn't sound like me, though. It's like not Carlos, you know?
I mean, to the people who know you, probably, but this is the LEC crowd, you know how they are.
That's right. Idiots. Anyway, listen, I have a lot of stuff to do, so let me accompany you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Need help with anything
Nope,
else, Tado?
nope, fuck off.
Hey Carlos, you have an 11:30 meeting you're late for.
Tell them I'm busy, but also to wait.
Okay.
Carlos.
I told you I was busy, man.
It's the guy asking for free merch.
Yeah, what about him?
Well, he just asked for free merch again.
That son of a bitch.
Well, you know, there's a button you can press to get notifications so I don't have to remind you every single day.
Yeah, I'm sure there's one.
Carlos, it's the LEC. They're trying to reach you. They say it's important.
Yeah, fuck him. I have an important call now.
Okay.
Leave. Hello, yes? Yes, is this Prince Ogba? Yes, I got your email. I was actually really surprised that it was in my spam folder, actually, I gotta say. Listen, it's a huge honor just to connect. Feels like a great basis for our relationship, and you know, you're the Prince of the Nigerian. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I read it. You're the Prince of Nigeria, right? Yes. Yeah, well, I love Nigeria. Yeah, here's the thing. I'm usually hesitant about texting my credit card number over WhatsApp, but I do really love Nigeria. Yeah, passport, that's no problem. You want me to send my driver license as well, just to be safe? Yes, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice. Well, just let me, I'm a businessman, so I go through everything very clearly in detail. So to be clear, once I send you the money, you will be able to access your money and then send me money, right? I just wanted to repeat it because it makes so much sense. Right. Well, I just feel a little bad, not gonna lie, Prince, Mr. Ogba, because I just feel like this is so nice of you. Like to send me so much money when your father's funds are released from the National Bank. That's crazy. All right, so listen, so here's the thing. Then I'm receiving the crypto, right? Yes. Well, it was great meeting. Yes, it was nice connecting, Prince Ogba. Let me know if you want a Sami Plash, crypto, NFT. Let me know, okay? All right, beautiful. All right, have a nice one, huh?
Hey Carlos, sorry to interrupt your very important brainstorm, I see. I just want to talk about one player. He's really, really good at the game. It just cost a couple of million, 4.2 to be exact. I know it's hard to justify the cost, but he can dance and he's really marketable. And I could have some weekends, you know. I could not go to the studio and dance there. He can play multiple roles.
I get it. Yes.
It's fine.
Whatever you say, yes.
Oh,
get
yeah,
it.
cool. Thank you. I'll
Get
make
it
it
done.
done. Thanks. Thanks so much, man.
Yes.
Carlos,
What now?
the innovation team is here for their quarterly presentation.
I forgot. You know what? Send him in. Hold that thought. Yes. I have to go to the restroom. Gotta take a shit.
Is this going to be a clean 3-0?
I mean, it would be a good change after all the 0-3s in my life.
Vikings used the bones of slain animals when smithing new weapons to give them a spirit. The carbon in the bones, coupled with the iron, made a primitive version of steel, which actually did make the weapon stronger. So, will I give you merch? No. Not today. You did it again.
What's up? Wait, the clips are not playing? What are people seeing then?
Yeah, Giga ready here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Who else is Giga ready?
Yeah. Hey, but tomorrow is like Fnatic against Tutor, right?
Yeah.
And then next tomorrow. Okay, thank
guys,
you.
can you take
Yeah.
referee? Can you put here it like 30% lower?
He's talking way too much. Okay.
I can ult on Rumble, look.
Yeah.
Look. Like Lux.
Okay, I'm coming. Face through.
Zeri can carry this.
Oh.
Looks hard.
No flash? Yeah, Lucian no flash.
My bad.
Yeah, I was not sure.
Can you run?
They want to fight me on me. They want to fight on me, guys.
Are you fine?
Kate?
I can. Okay. Can you run out, Zin?
We'll have to flash.
Jarvan. I have Solari for you guys. Kill him.
I'm mega stun. Look.
I can maybe ult here, guys. Can you follow?
Yeah.
Look.
Oh.
Yeah, looking good.
Eight.
I'm fighting this.
Look at Lucian. I'm low. I'm dead.
Looking Lucian.
Might be enough,
Okay,
guys.
go back. Yeah.
I can ult the lights.
Oh, they got me. I stop watch. Can you help me?
I'm looking. Caitlyn no flash. We win this, I think.
Yeah, Caitlyn no flash.
A with Zeri.
I'm dead. Caitlyn no flash. Yeah,
Look for the wave.
They content.
Give them Baron. Look for the wave.
Yeah, we'll be there when they siege. Do you guys want to engage when they siege? I think it's good. I think I intel, guys.
It's fine.
Go next one, guys. It's fine.
It's okay.
Guys, we're really good. We got champions we're really comfortable with, and we played all week. Like, let's do this, yeah?
Yep.
We got this.
Hey, let's go now. Let's go.
Let's go.
I will get root him, I think. Notus?
I can go.
It's rooted, I think.
Nice. Keep going.
Oh, body flash.
Let him. It's fine. Rakan ult.
They're going in.
Let's go.
HP.
Yeah?
Can I get help
I
somehow?
don't have it. Yeah, win.
I can do flash no chin. Well, I can't go.
He's nerd.
Appeals Norte.
They are trolling.
I'm coming. Look again. We have to help him. He block?
Oh, he don't block. Yeah, ward it.
Need to face check. Let's go.
Look at
Look at there. No flash, no flash, no flash, no flash, no flash Azure, no flash Azure. Okay, no get post
I
Apelios.
can't help you. Ouch.
Ouch.
They can move to me maybe, yeah. I am
They're running
trolling.
down.
I'm coming.
But after first DQ you have to walk up.
Wow.
Okay. I don't think it's happening.
Azir wants to go on me, guys.
I don't think it's happening,
Really?
guys. Just put. It's not happening.
Okay. He has no flash.
Okay. I killed this noob. Yeah, I can defend these guys. Here it is us. It's me and you. Oh.
Boys, let you do it, yeah? Let's
Yeah.
give it our all. Let's not
Yeah.
have any regrets, okay?
Guys, every game is basically a 50-50. We just got really unlucky. And basically the only thing that we really need to do right now is just not lose the next
Wait,
game.
let's go, guys.
Right? Yeah.
Around here? Here?
Yes, I can move first, but she's fast, she's fast.
Kill him, kill him. Don't flash Ace. Can you kill him? He don't have anything.
Neon 9 base.
Yeah.
Nice,
Nice,
push,
okay.
push, push, push. Wow, BTO, nice.
Go on the turret. I think one tower is enough.
Play it. I'm running, I'm running.
I think it's her.
Hey, can be short, can be short.
Nice.
Nice.
Wait,
Oh, you are
what
so
did I
good.
use?
He's not, he's
No
not,
flash,
he's
no
not,
flash.
he's not.
Nice, nice, nice.
I
nice.
can go in? No, don't
Get over,
overextend.
get over.
He has flash.
Can't do.
He has flash.
Trolling a bit.
Okay,
No, it's good,
he
it's good,
flashed.
it's
He
good.
flashed. Really good.
No, you have TP, no?
Yeah, it's fine.
What the Herald?
But we should play.
Yes,
no,
yes,
no
yes,
flash, no
yes.
flash.
No flash, no flash.
Inter. Nice.
Baron maybe?
Don't dash, don't dash.
Yeah, you can go, you can go, you can go, you can
Oh.
go.
Don't get Kaisa poke.
I am 1 HP.
Look at Philios, guys. Oh, well played.
Just kill out.
Go in.
I can flash now. I can flash now.
Kill the Jaravan. I block.
Play to end.
Hey guys, we're back when we started. Good job.
아, 죽었다.
Hit the Nexus.
Yep. I think it's Akali, boys.
Yeah, go. I follow you.
Okay, nice. Look,
Let's
Javan.
get out, maybe.
Oh, we can fight. Look Ori cannon. Okay. Look Ori.
Look, no flash.
I can heal you. Nice.
Careful now. It's enough. We
Okay,
got
it's
the
good,
hero.
it's good. Ulti. Oh, I got so scared.
I'm gonna stay bot. You Rakan
Jarvan
first.
here.
Javan is first, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but Rakan, can you come? And we
Yeah,
Rakan is first. Rakan is first too.
On me.
I got.
Yeah.
I'm running top side, but we can't do much. Okay. Gonna go.
Javan, no flash.
Go.
Look.
Yeah.
Keep going, no?
To fight, but I can't help you. The double TPs, guys. I can take her Banshee.
Okay, I'll tip it then.
Yeah.
The Banshee.
Go.
HP too.
Yeah.
Let's go. We need to go.
I'm looking Zeri.
I'm dead.
She's hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. My bad this game. Sorry boys, was free win.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Okay, at some point we need to push guys and ward Baron. But listen, they will start Baron and Tryndamere will try to end bot. I think they are just waiting for our mistake, by the way.
It's so free Akali game.
Go on Akali into Trenta?
Yeah, it's so good. If I go Akali, it's really easy. If we're even at 50 win it, we can't lose the game.
Okay, boys. Good luck, guys.
But just chill a bit early and we can't lose this game.
Yeah.
Just chill a bit early.
They have bot push.
Are you here?
Ari can't move. Can we defend? Can we defend with bot?
They got me here.
Ah, sorry.
I think I'm dead.
You can kill him after.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Are you fine here it or should I defend you?
I think I'm fine. I mean, let me die.
Actually, I think
Ari's moving top.
it's hard. It's hard. I have no sums.
Ari has ult, she's walking bot
Yeah,
side.
she's walking bot. Sorry.
Oh, but Ari's bot.
My bad.
Oh,
One
Jinx
HP.
flash or no?
Yeah.
I think they're looking for a top attack or... Yeah,
I
mid.
can help you.
Oh,
Jinx dead,
well
mate.
played. No, she's not.
I don't know, where's Trinda, okay?
1 HP, you guys can fight.
Oh
Help
my
me.
god.
Go base.
Or we go ham for bot turret. Or Bit top. tower is down.
No flash, no ulti. I don't know. My bad.
It's okay, don't worry.
Come on me.
Ja?
Yeah.
Okay, vi går her.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I think this seems a bit hard, guys.
Yeah,
but,
it seems hard. I think we should just perma fight together if we can be together, because we're just dying to, like, everyone is dying alone. Maybe you can look to TP now if you want.
Yeah, I will now.
We can just go first target.
Yeah, ult in 5.
Go, we go?
Ult in 5. You can fight this.
Chasing. Keep chasing, they have nothing. Keep chasing.
No Chamari.
Keep going,
Keep chasing.
I get him.
Yeah, go for bounties, guys. Go for bounties.
Yep. I mean, they have no Drakes, by the way, and they have no Nash to get so far.
Yeah,
so
but they're turbo ahead, so just focus on the
They will get Nash. They will get Nash in a minute.
Okay, I'm coming here.
I'm standing on top, but
We can fight.
I'm defend bot for now,
We'll
guys.
find bot.
Okay, nice.
Look.
Yeah?
I can kill you.
Okay, we need to defend Nexus. I'm going Nexus.
Yeah.
We can go Nash maybe? Nice.
I got him.
I can kill you. I will slow him.
Can we go Nash, guys, or no?
Yeah, we can. We have to go, no?
We're gonna cut
I will
still.
kill you.
Coming behind.
I will slow him. Okay, keep going.
Keep chasing. And go Nash, guys. Go Nash.
Keep going. I will speed you.
Yeah.
I can hit charm maybe.
And Zeri, come Nash.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Vent TP, okay?
Yeah, I'll TP.
Nash.
Any word?
Actually,
I have.
hey,
But maybe we don't need.
yeah, you don't need. I will defend it.
They TP it here. Ari, finger out.
I'm fine.
Get out.
Get out.
Get out, they're chasing.
We need help.
Coming.
I need help.
I'm dead.
Yeah, come to me.
I can't.
Can fight this.
I'm coming
You
through.
have to try.
I'm coming slowly.
Okay, it's already good.
Go get the waves.
Ulti Trindan.
We have to save the game.
We'll try to finish.
I'm dead.
You need to fight them. Now, we need to fight them now. Zeri Yumi will come. Fight them now.
Just give it everything with you, whatever you can.
Okay, look now. Trindana ult, guys.
Maybe we save.
Yeah, but there's open Nexus.
He's here.
He will go here. It's open Nexus.
Okay, we just farm, give them all Drakes, okay? Farm.
Yeah, of course. But we need to do...
Hey, but imagine Trindamir ulti and he can backdoor, remind it.
Yeah, but we will have inhibitor double. We just
yeah,
have to fight.
I'm just saying it.
Trinda, guys.
I'm coming. He's alone.
I'm coming here.
Mid as well.
Just fight after.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah.
Look, Jinx, flash ulti. Okay.
Oh, she's from
Top.
And, okay, but it doesn't matter. He will ult out, okay? But keep going, you win.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you win this. Nice.
Push face.
I will kill you in one, carry Jinx. Okay, at some point we need to push guys and ward Baron. But listen, they will start Baron and Tryndamere will try to end bot.
I get blue.
Yeah.
I think they are just waiting for our mistake, by the way.
Yeah, but honestly, we stomp fights, I think. Don't throw yet. Everyone.
Oh, yeah, go.
Trindam bot.
We got him. Go Nash, go first Nash.
Yeah, go Nash.
Can you come base with you?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah. You have TP, right?
Different Trina.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay, back is they wanna contest.
Yeah.
I can fight now. You wanna fight?
I can knock up Jinx as well. Go.
Yeah, go, it's good. Keep going.
He don't have ulti.
Keep going.
Yeah.
I look on Ari,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm fine.
Yeah, go. I can chase him.
I force her ulti at least.
Go Nash.
No flash.
Kill him, we can even end mid, I think.
I can kill him. Go. I will kill him. Just keep going for him.
I will get him. Good job.
Nash.
I
Akali, can you play for Viego, Akali?
He's not coming.
Okay.
Good job, guys. Look, Akali, guys.
Yeah, he got him.
So good.
Okay, guys. I think we should... No rocket. Later.
But right now we have Nash, we can use just
They're going
Nash.
bot.
They're going bot?
I'm running there.
Okay, go push.
I'm running bot. I can help him. He turned the ulted.
Okay, I'm coming.
You can get them, Zed.
Go.
Trinda Nord.
Okay, go.
No flash.
I speed you.
Good
job.
Yes.
I'm coming too.
I will exhaust.
He use ulti.
Keep going.
Yeah.
I
will get him. I'll get him.
Okay, Nash.
Look for a fight, guys. We need to kill them after, guys.
Chase them.
They're here.
I'm pushing.
I will go on you, Akali.
Go me.
You can chase, I'm pushing.
I will ward. Go ward for me.
Who is basing?
Yeah. Ari, no spells, Ari, no champ.
I'm coming. Ari, no flash.
Guys, you win.
We win this.
Jinx, no flash.
Stop recall, Pike.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, TP him.
Go TP it.
Go double TP him.
Zeri, come to me, please.
Defend.
Oh my god.
Focus, guys.
Trinda 8, guys. Can you wait for Zeri, guys, to make sure we win?
We hit.
I think we win,
I will CC him.
Guys, Trinda will go on you.
I will CC him soon.
I got him.
I CC him.
I slow him now.
It's good, I heal you, Akali.
I flash on Pike.
Let's fucking go, boys! Holy sh! Let's fucking go, boys!
Thanks everyone for joining the call so quickly. I think I figured out the answer. Smart. Very smart. Where did it come from? LCK, LPL, bronze one trick? Like, it just doesn't add up. Now trust me guys, if it was just the fiddle, I would have stopped. But it wasn't just the fiddle, that's the problem. I had to keep digging, because there's more, guys, there's more. It's 12-6, how does that? That doesn't make sense. Zoe as well. How are we not first place? It doesn't make any sense at all. Hey! I kept digging, right? I kept digging, and then I realized I am in over my head and I need help. There's only one person who can help me, only one person I trust in a situation like this. So broken, nothing we can do. Dude. Okay guys, stay with me here, right? Stay with me. I think we now know what went wrong in 2021. Right? It's the balanced team that's out to get us. That's why Margera never replied to my tweet. So what do you think?
That was incredible.
Yo, who's he talking to? Do you know?
Definitely feared for Misfits' chances.
This team is clearly, to me, above the SKs and the BDSs, but also, I would say, definitely below Excel.
This is the duality of Misfits, right? Because they haven't been able yet to distinctively find their own playstyle.
Let out the beast.
Mad Lions are trying to engage, but here it doesn't care. Swanton just buying a bit more time. A clean kick back. You love to see it. Here it's just gonna auto-attack the Nexus, and that's it. Yanko's going in with a Heartbreaker, Mercenary as well, and VTO is on a rampage! And VTO! What other way to carry your team to victory? Just being jumped on, the face melters that we talked about, and it's going to be 3 more kills, make it 4 for VTO! Forward, Neon chunked out once again. And Powder looking to turn into exactly that, but has the time to open up. Slapson diving back. Neon getting excited. Comp, well, you've overstepped. You've got no flash. You're trying to trade back onto it. Neon dodges. Neon takes him out.
Now, Misfits.
Oh, that was gorgeous.
We've been fed of the public doubting us, and that gave us a lot of power to prove everyone wrong.
G2 have no defenses left. Misfits with the comeback of the flipping century.
Let out the beast.
Goes unstoppable to Neon, still untouched. A double for him, still not dead. Humanoid pops a stopwatch, but he's got no health left to survive. He tries to get the 5-point strike, but Powder is just too damn strong.
It's going. This was Zach. You can do your first.
What? Can we do Italy?
No, let's do it. No, not neither. Neither sucks. I'm going best. I don't even know what skills will take because I never need to learn it. I never need to learn it because it's such a dodgy champ. So I just like. We should do same rules. No, there needs to be some kind of advantage of being a theory crafting machine. Okay. If you're gonna miss the spear, you might as well out the forward.
When does fast spawn? 130?
No, 125.
125?
Oh! Oh no!
It takes 1 second to fly, so
yeah, and the wind is like coming from east. Oh, that's really fast. Oh, like this. And you?
Bro, I'm absolutely gaming, man.
Oh my god. What is selfish? Nice trap.
He chose the other, by the way.
It's fine, it's fine. Hey, book something. Okay, book something actually. Cool. I'm gonna do worse. Okay, wow. I'm pretty sad I'm gonna grief hard.
I'm gonna grief too. Actually, so you want to do it now? No, you wanna do it?
Oh, you can do it.
Okay.
They're sitting on the
I'm gonna grief. What?
He doesn't take cover, whatever.
What? He's hacking?
He doesn't want to be here when there's a cheater.
You're ruining the company. This is time for the clan.
What?
Wasting all my credit damage.
Oh my.
It's going!
Oh shit.
This is what happens when I leash from my enemy's sword.
Oh, but he's scared well. But Judas does more damage and less HP someone has, no?
Yeah, but it's fine. I'll wish spear just on purpose for you to feel better.
Yeah.
If you're slower than me, even it's...
I mean, if I'm faster than you missing the spear, then we have a problem.
But he will be faster than me. He's RGE, he can survive. Look how fast he's killing. We should play. We should play with you guys. Look how fast he is, by the way. Shitan, this is so crazy. You've been doing this like half a lot. Just fighting the same buffs over and over again. We're like lame.
You know, do you love your camps or hate your camps?
I love them.
Like when you fight them?
Yeah, I love them.
I love them.
Of course it's not, but your life is not even so happy.
You're kidding me.
Oh, 319! But it's always given us that he's like using his spells on the camps.
What? He's using his spells on the camps? Let's fuck go.
Oh,
he hit it.
Well, this is easy, no?
This is easy, no?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, so
I missed the.
It's pretty fine, so we can still do it.
Because I will do it.
Wait, you guys want to grab this?
Yeah, because they put that trap on the purposes.
Man, that would be last time. Oh no!
It's fine.
I'm actually gonna do the same.
He's so fat. He's so fat. Oh my god, this is gonna do worse than you, by the way. I think I'm gonna do Oh my god, it's great. He's so fat.
No, like I don't need Raptors. But what are they doing? Like, go back?
This is how this
But why are they resetting all the time? Like,
He said, no, this is so easy, no? Yeah.
340, let's go.
Basically, could you put walls as well?
You can board the blue box so you don't miss it.
All you have to do is just wait until one turn and throw it. No. Oh, shit, it's fast.
Oh no!
That's fine, it's fine. No, it's good actually. It's really good actually. No,
He's gonna be faster.
just don't reset the Raptors.
He's gonna be faster than half of us. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's
You can do Raptors so fast. He's gonna be faster.
of course.
Oh, nice.
What happened?
Okay, jump today, the draft box. You mark, you don't mark. That's it.
Why is he running there?
There's no space for him. That's a little bit.
31.
Good enough.
Wait, it's been so bad that my game is so late and I miss my kill, guys.
And you just out and you had block.
Okay.
The bot is actually the best. Like, he is also something, but he's gonna anyway. She looks like both. Boy, yeah, put it on the same.
What do you want in this green?
Wait, he really wants to fucking resolve?
Hey.
He's thinking.
Oh, shit.
Oh!
I wish. What? I wish.
That's my neck.
Hey!
Misclick.
Oh, that was And he will be. Oh,
you didn't want to miss that one. This one's good, this one's good.
It's true actually, I think it's so.
Oh, what the f just happened?
The concept backwards.
I'm not gonna kite the small balls like that. Because I will not see
Raptors are good, Raptors are good. 2 red. Yes. Nice! Okay, the Raptors were perfect actually.
Wow.
He watches both.
The fucking cannon.
He watches lots of cannon.
Yeah, pretty good. I think. Actually, I'm starting. It looks like a cannon machine.
Oh no.
Mega.
Good one. 328.
Maybe I just mix it up completely. What if I just start Red Bull?
Well, don't make it spicy.
Why not?
No, make it spicy.
Holy Christ again.
Man.
Holy crap. Now I can crack.
Okay. Oh, shit. I've not played like this actually that often. I only play like this in like when I'm not jungling. I'm gonna miss spear. You know, Ivan missed spear, right?
What? In his run?
Yeah, but he's still number 1. Wow, this is like so hype when no one is watching.
I love how the keyboard's like moving around in your lap.
Is it?
Okay, very good. I think you're on track for a pretty fast time. Obviously it wasn't here last time, but we're at 2:30 right now. Oh, he hit the big one, nice. Oh, it's close. No pressure, but it's close.
Oh shit.
24?
23, I think. Trolling, but I was playing on my lap. It's actually kind of impressive, no? It's a little bit impressive. Actually, it's not that impressive at all.
It's really impressive. So Razork was the fastest with 319.
But he missed the spear on his camp.
He also missed a spear.
Yeah, but on his camp, like on his first camp.
That's really bad.
That's really bad.
How can you get 319 if you miss a spear?
He's hacking.
Huge congratulations to which camera? To Razork.
The Jungle Master.
The Jungle Master, Jungle Clear Speed Challenge winner on Italy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say until you stole my outro.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to do the outro now?
I mean, you just did it though.
No, there's another outro.
Okay, what is the other outro though?
The other outro is, I hope you enjoyed the Fnatic Full Clear Challenge. Let us know in the comments which champion you'd like us to do next, and we'll see you in the next one.
Do you want to be in the outro as well?
No, I'm going to run away.
Okay. This was the Fnatic Full Clear Jungle Challenge. I hope you... Wait, which camera do I look in?
Any.
Can I just keep going with the outro? Okay guys, this was the Fnatic Full Clear Jungle Challenge. Hey guys, this was the Fnatic Full Clear Jungle Challenge. I hope you enjoyed it. Please let us know which champ you want us to do next. And yeah, I mean, maybe we should ban Ivan's one trick. Let us know. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please like, subscribe, and to our only YouTube. And yeah, let's go.
Our only YouTube.
Okay, now you're alone. Well played.
We win, we win!
Yes,
Yes,
yes, you win. I don't have mana, I don't have mana.
Okay, Tracy to play,
Yes,
Tracy to play.
okay. Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
Viego.
Let's f***ing go! Go!
Nice. My first anniversary.
Oh. Let's f***ing go, guys!
How f***ing nice is that? I don't know.
He don't play?
Hey, no players. Maybe can kill.
Go.
Yes. Hey, I'm going. Force the fight so they have to ult.
Listen.
Scores, Win Becomes Lightning is enough. Malrang still surviving. Triumph. The cards heals him up. The cards coming out. The gold will be locked in, but no time. Destiny.
So close.
He's got away. The auto attack got cancelled because he ulted away. But here comes the Jinx rocket.
Wow.
Mega
What's up?
Okay, good. Fuji?
Thank you.
Oh, this good, I think.
Yeah.
I can punch it.
Fight back!
Yes, they're so stupid.
Hello, referee! Hey Larsen, referee is mad at you.
Unmute. Please don't watch The Office. Don't do it again. Oh, you're not nice.
4K.
They need to force it. LeBlanc here, I think.
Here, Mega Nare?
Yeah. Just wait, Mega out. Yeah, they need to end,
I can go this out.
Okay, LeBlanc can... Hey?
Look Zin.
Yeah.
Jin, no flash. Jin LeBlanc.
Go. We can kill him. I'm flashing for that.
We end mid.
We end, no? Guys, dive him, no? I think we should dive. Yeah, go dive.
I'm going.
Yes. Okay, now. It's okay.
Good.
I think we dive, no?
You want to dive? I can go.
I love dive.
I'm going.
Yes. Go.
Hey, what's up?
I had some random in solo queue that told me that he hopes you gap this guy on mid because he's a cocky little...
Who's that? Some perma random?
Yeah, some perma random. Some guy who's like full caps lock, full racist names that he hopes you gap him.
Okay, Freddy, get your arms ready.
I want.
Ding that. Right is in it. Right no flash. You hard to win. Kill him.
Marlang.
So good. What the f? You're so good, Marlang.
Yes. Go listen.
I think you
guys, they want to engage.
You think?
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay. Can win. Guys, ding. I think we killed them all. Nice.
I think I'll do Nash. Let's start Nash.
Holy shit, really good stopwatch. Can you bait?
Wow.
There's Drake one.
We're seeing the rogue game plan come to fruition. Flash in the exhaust, shockwave onto two. Oh but the CC again, the tornado, the follow-up. They just make it look so easy.
Discount.
Hello. How are you guys feeling today?
Gucci.
I miss you guys, my boys.
Wow.
Didn't ask.
Are we supposed to say we miss you too, or it's fine? Okay, you guys are just really mean.
Eastern European.
Wanna go into them? We're a bit low.
Oh look!
It's good.
Guys, go.
It's good.
Yeah.
Listen ult.
Okay, nice. We go further. Australia? Oh my god.
Penta?
Woo! Penta? What, so fast? Oh, he died, no?
I go first. Teddy?
Yeah, I can look, yeah.
I'm going.
I think I can maybe end.
Okay, it's okay.
I'm okay.
Guys, I got three. Help for Kali. Okay, she's... Zeri is hitting, guys. Zeri is...
Wait, don't give her Q.
I mean, she will get the ult. Guys, we can end. Maybe, I don't know.
I think I can, just don't run it.
Akali.
Okay, go Akali. Oh, thank you for the revive, man.
Welcome back.
Hello.
We're like the best team in the world or something?
Seems like it, no? I mean, let's not be cocky.
Them up.
Oh, get the revive.
We can pipe off too, so.
Oh, little incident. Hey, just end. Little incident happened here. Oh! No! Let's go! Holy
Hey, Larry. The LEC broadcast did a review on Ari today. Are you ready to be the first one to play it?
Am I ready?
Can you hear me?
Jesus.
Talk to me.
I would like to say a lot of words, but I can't say them right now, so let's just move on.
the sabers. Odo.
Odd.
Shut the fuck up, man.
I think Refa actually muted me. I
Good Refa, I mean.
I think he had enough of me.
He do be a little spitting, yeah.
Okay. Don't play Citizen, okay?
I put ward for you. Go. TP. Oh,
I'm trying.
Yeah, sorry, those fucking
Don't play Citizen, don't play.
I can go listen.
Okay.
Yeah, he's dead.
Look, din. He used Gale Force. Boom! But you know what happened? I had no fucking wards. I wanted to...
Okay.
Hey, Yori.
Wait, can I get a kill? I'm 007.
Listen, don't place now.
It's kinda cool, no? James Bond.
Yes.
It's kinda cool to be James Bond.
Guys.
Look. Lee's gonna do...
Play for DPS. Come.
No.
I can bet.
Can I have ult?
Go.
Soon?
Come on, bro, kill me.
Woo! Oh, wait.
Gimme.
No.
Oh, yes.
Kill him.
Oh, yes, 2 kills for me.
No James Bond anymore.
Not James Bond anymore.
Test. Referee, are you here? I think I accidentally turned off Trimb's camera or something.
Oh, you did. I think he did. No, he
I need
did.
to connect something.
Can you connect it? Can he go under the... Okay, he's gonna go under the... You can fight
Zin is behind them, bro.
I'm here.
Trist have ult, I think. Zin is behind them.
I'll need to
We
be
win
back to
3v3, guys, if you engage.
Are you sure? Okay, then, guys, we're engaging.
They TPing.
I think you should back off.
I can TP in 15, just run.
They double
Just run,
TP.
they double TP it.
I think run.
No
Think
flash
run when you can.
no flash
Run as
TF.
much as you can,
No flash
guys.
TF.
This is okay, they use double TP for that.
I can TP in 6,
Guys, look
if
how
I
it
remove.
looks like, Victor, you should move. Come,
I can't
come.
go. More.
I'm moving.
No flash TF, no
Look,
flash TF.
guys, we're
I'm
fighting.
TPing.
Okay.
Let's play slow, okay there.
I'm ulting to use Zeri soon,
Don't
okay?
die.
Guys, we're stomping them all.
Okay, go slow.
I just look Zeri, guys, she's not slow at all.
Nice.
What
am I doing?
They coming, Drake.
They want to
I'm moving.
retake it.
We
They
should
want
fight,
to.
we should
I
fight.
can ult. I can
Okay,
ult
Xin Zhao here.
I will TP soon.
I can ult you if he goes in.
I'm TPing in.
I'm going. Go fight.
Chase. I'm behind them, okay? Hey,
I'm
look,
here.
Tristana. Go.
Oh my God.
Shoot. We win all.
Go Drake. Go Nesha.
Go Nashor. Let's go.
Holy f***, I'm...
I think go Nesha and go fight.
Guys, just walk out. I want to flash even. Hey. Go on Tristana.
Kill Alistar.
Go Nali. I have Solari for you all the time. Kill Alistar, guys.
Flash.
Nice.
I like when you engage and you say, eh.
I can't. How am I supposed to say it when I see an option?
Look.
Oh, it's so cringe. Every time I did it, I hated it back in the day. I'm going on Tristana. Ooh! Boom. Outplay, why? Wow. Guys,
DPS. Let me DPS.
I'm not dying anymore. I died 2 times because I got baited. Okay, well played.
Good job, guys.
Good game. Akali is here, can you ward for me?
Look, Akali.
Yeah, Akali is dead,
It's free. Play slow.
Yes. I have Exos.
I'm coming.
I can't heal you yet. I don't have W. Look. Monster, baby!
So relaxing. Me watching our mid laner Irelaying.
Q. Oh, that's actually a good emote. But you need to Q different targets.
Oh shit,
dude.
wait, do you have emotes on this thing or no? I need to put the team, I think.
It's all the way down.
All the way down? Okay.
All the way down, I remember that as well.
It's like the last 90% or like the last 10%.
I found. Okay.
Yes, you should
I'm
really
going,
not
I'm going.
be scared. That's good.
Xin Zhao play,
It's fine, by the way.
That's really good. Just chase them. I'm running behind, okay?
Okay.
I'm
Xin Zhao
coming.
place.
Hey, look,
We
me, I
killed
run
them.
behind.
We killed
Play
them.
slow, I run behind.
Yes.
Stole Zeri ult.
Care, she has ult, Marang. I help you.
I'm okay, I'm okay.
Zeri. I can block.
Okay.
It looks Zoe.
Joy.
Zeri 1 HP. We need help.
Zoe.
My bad. Yeah, stall. Don't get hit.
I mean, he can do
Okay,
this,
don't play.
right?
Okay.
I can ult here.
Oh, Zoe.
Zeri.
Yes, go Zeri. Holy shit, my
Nice.
team comp is so broken. Like, come on, dude. I dealt so.
I mean, this area champ is so annoying though.
Nice, good job, guys.
Well played.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Zer's too broken to be honest.
Fine.
It's the first time I finished the game, and I looked at you guys and I was like, I have nothing to say. You guys have the energy going.
Yeah, but who asked?
Yeah, it was crazy good game.
It's a good game.
And guys, doesn't really matter what we did so far, because it's just like, just another game.
It's actually a best of one, it's okay.
Yeah, just play.
It's full energy.
Yeah. Full energy, keep it up, just chill, relax, and we're playing really, really good. Carefully, they can package.
I don't have vision here.
Look at this in, look at this in.
Look, Jace.
Yeah.
Okay, Corki here.
I have a
Okay, look, Corki.
Look,
Yeah.
look Corki. Look Corki.
I'm going.
Yeah.
Corki.
Okay,
Nice,
guys,
dodgy.
he will package away. He will package away.
Is that the thing? Just one. Oh. Come on, guys, just keep mental. If we hold this game so much, so free.
Oh, but they
have
can't.
everything to end.
Yeah, they can't fucking win with this. Okay, we're winning this one. This.
Oh, they're coming. Oh. But you can't fight?
You think can't fight?
I'm coming.
Guys, I'm
Can you
coming.
fight here?
I want to fight here now. Go.
I can flash.
Yeah.
Okay. I use Ghost.
Jinx.
Brown.
Yeah, go on Bram after. I have Guardian, he cannot kill me. Okay, it's fine.
I can kill. Okay, good.
We go. She have maybe flash?
She have all.
Okay. She's dead, most likely. Okay, go on Jinx.
Look behind.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We can pick.
Play it slow.
Okay. I have ult.
Guys, fight. Viego.
Don't place, below.
Yeah.
Okay. Holy shit.
No flash.
I have Mega.
Camille is first, but we have TP.
I have TP Mega. We can look to fight.
Can we force
I can TP
Camille
here
to
if you
ult?
guys want.
We should fight.
Yeah, kill trash slowly and go on these. Go on Jinx if you can later.
I can go here.
Yes, look.
I think
Jinx
go
is
mid.
Okay, go mid.
Chasing, no?
I mean, I think it's hard, guys. We seem
I
to...
think one guy got Drake already, no?
You can try to stop them. Yes, I'm coming. They see you. I'm walking, guys. Hey, Jinx. Jinx. Kill Jinx. She's 1 HP. Help. Okay. Oh, we don't win. We don't win. Yeah, you come maybe. I think you don't.
Okay.
I think we win.
Camilo, place Camilo. Oh.
It's hard.
We win.
Play slow.
No place Camilo.
Go on Silas.
Just run.
Help me if you can. Okay, it's fine. Back.
Oh,
Wait
okay,
just
okay.
into it. Happens.
Okay,
now
nice.
you're alone.
You got out.
Well played.
We win.
Yes,
go.
you win. I don't have mana.
Okay, Tracy to place.
Yes,
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Kill so he doesn't die. Well played, Dodo. We can hit top turret.
Let the fellas play.
Yeah, okay, look trash. He's dead, guys. Play slow.
Play with me.
Yes. Hit turret. We win.
Into Nix.
Guys, help with Camille. Viego.
Let's f***ing go!
Yeah. Nice. Our first camera sweep.
Oh.
Let's fucking go, guys.
How fucking nice is that?
I told you guys.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
Better.
Holy shit, man.
Hey guys, this is Wave. Welcome to the LEC Spring Finals 2022. Have fun!
Just wanna move my body. slow. Stay up till the morning, just taking this moment. Yo, yo, yo.
So just dance for me. Let's get it crunk. Don't have fun. On up in this dancery. Got ya open, now you're floating. So you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery. Let's get it percolated while you're waiting. So just dance for me. Let's get it crunk. Don't have fun. On up in this dancery. Got ya open, now you're floating. So you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery. Let's get it percolated. Are you waiting? So just dance for me. So just dance for me. Let's get it crunk. Don't have fun. On up in this dancery. Got ya open, now you're floating. So you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery. Let's get it percolated while you're waiting. So just dance for me. Let's get it crunk. Don't have fun. On up in this dancery. Got ya open, now you're floating. So you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery. Let's get it percolated. So just dance for me. I'm sorry, that's the way it is, yeah. I'll let you get to me once now, baby, but I'll never let you win again. I told you once, baby, I told you once what I know. I told you once, baby, I told you once what I know. I told you once, baby, I told you once what I know. I told you once, baby, you got to let it go. silver screen.
Oh, I'm swimming in your ocean, give you all of my devotion like nobody, like nobody. You got me dripping in emotion, imagination overflowing with your body, with your body. You know that I ride and I die for you, you know I got nothing to hide from you, you know I got space in my life for two, yeah, yeah. Got a lot of love but it comes with fear, cause if I get hurt I don't think I heal. I need you to need me loud and clear, yeah, yeah. So can you kiss me like you're dying of thirst and I'm water? So can you kiss me like my lips help you breathe underwater? Cause that sounds bad, I want you, bad, I want you. Cause that sounds bad, I want you. Cause that sounds bad, I want you. Cause that sounds bad, I want you.
Oh, up, hate me and then wish me luck. Hold me till you had enough, I don't buy it anymore. Is there anything I haven't heard you say? Cause we've been going in circles, we've been going in circles. Is there any way for us to be okay? Yeah, we've been going in circles, in circles. Lost in this, getting but it's costing us. Show me we're more than this, I don't know it anymore. Torn up but I want you more. Show up what you did next door. Know me like you did before, I won't hold out anymore. Is there anything I haven't heard you say? Cause we've been going in circles, we've been going in circles. Is there any way for us to be okay? We've been going in circles, we've been going in circles, in circles.
came to have a fucking party. I know it's about time to get shit started. You know that I'm a bad man. Nobody can do this like I can. I let you know. 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 I let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. 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 I know you came to have a fucking party. I know it's about time to get shit started. You know that I'm a bad man. Nobody can do this like I can. I'm on my way to the liquor store. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'll let you 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 know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. I'm on my way to the liquor store with DBE and my didn't rolls. Got too much game to be slipping, no. I'll let you know if you didn't know. Didn't know. Didn't know. Didn't know.
nights. Been a week since I've been home, and I'll admit I'm getting lonely. Wanna be right, but I see the odds stacking up against me. Could I be wrong this time? Maybe I'm a sinner, and maybe I'm the worst. But even though I'm bad, I know exactly how this works. You can call me crazy, or you can have my back, but you will never tame me, I'll make sure of that. Oh, you really gotta learn to let me go. Hands are tied, it's out of my control. You really gotta learn, my head is in the clouds, I'm never coming down. I'm never coming down. Slow it all down, think I like it complicated, cause it keeps them motivated. Know how it sounds, but I feel it's just the way I like to live. Why is that so wrong? Maybe I'm a sinner, and maybe I'm the worst. But even though I'm bad, I know exactly how this works. You can call me crazy, or you can have my back, but you will never tame me, I'll make sure of that. Oh, you really gotta learn to let me go. Hands are tied, it's out of my control. You really gotta learn, my head is in the clouds, I'm never coming down. I'm never coming down. I'm never coming down. Can you give me one more reason? Can you give me one more reason to stay? Can you give me one more reason? I'm leaving. You really gotta learn to let me go. Hands are tied, it's out of my control. You really gotta learn, my head is in the clouds, I'm never coming down. Let me go, my head is in the clouds. Let me go, I'm never coming down.
LEC, thank you so much for having me. Bye-bye.
Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박지혁이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1ms/s이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. CM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도? 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
Esport is not a sport.
Hey guys, it's not a sport.
Okay, wrap it up. It's not a sport.
It's over, no goodbye.
Not a sport? Eh? Who gives a shit?
Welcome back to the LEC. Get ready for the match of the week in the battle.
as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
I'm reverse sweeping, like you guys last weekend.
Okay, fine, that makes sense, but
Hi.
you're weird.
Weird champ. Good one. People are gonna love that. Hi everyone. I'm Ender, back for another Between Two Iverns here with Odo Omne. Let me just. Odo. You were my guiding wind. We soared across the sky. Who knew a storm would come and break apart this lie? I'm trapped in a void, an endless pain. No. Armor can protect me from this pain.
Okay.
Did you like it? That was I tried to get them to do When You're So Odo with My Heart. Well, that was my pitch, but they went with Reckless.
Now it makes sense why you are not lead singing and you're just stuck on drums.
You used to be a swimmer, right? As a competitor? Was it all in preparation for Worlds last year? And swimming home?
I mean, what kind of question is that? You know, when I'm 5 years old and I'm training with my coach, I think my coach is gonna be like, son, in 15 years, you're gonna swim from China to Europe because you're just so bad.
I think
I mean, honestly, I don't see, I mean, it makes sense why you got kicked. Because if you ask me stupid questions like this, then you kind of deserved it. So you should be ashamed of yourself.
I didn't get kicked.
No?
I left on my own.
Oh, it's kind of like the same thing when like your boss is about to fire you, but instead of firing you, he's like, you should resign. Was it like that?
Nope.
I mean, the camera's here, so...
They invited me back. Look, I'm back because they invited me back, okay? Okay?
It's kind of like a charity thing,
They
no?
said, we're bringing fans back to the studio. You can come back too. You can talk to Odo Omne. It'll be fun, okay? Yeah.
Wait, So you're here as a fan?
No, I'm here to interview. I'm here to talk to you.
So
to get asked the hard-hitting questions. Let's talk about your LEC career. Let's go back to the beginning, right? How did they set up the electricity when you played your first stage game at Stonehenge? Because you're old.
Can you fact check that?
Yeah, I did. It was on your Liquipedia.
Did I play at Stonehenge?
I think so.
Did you write it? Because everyone can write it, so I'm pretty sure it was you.
Okay, maybe. I thought it was a good bet. I'm trying my best here. You know, my birthday's in a couple of weeks.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, but who asked?
I just don't understand why you've been like this all day. I come in, I try to make you feel good, and you've been disrespectful to me the whole time. I'm your #1 fan. I voted for you every single week. I'm the person that puts you in everyone's minds. Why you're player of the game, Odo Omne, weak side king. That was me. That was me this entire time, and you haven't shown me one single ounce of respect this entire interview, and all I want you to do is to do something nice for my birthday, Odo. That's all I wanted to begin with, and now I just want you to smile when you look at me. I don't understand it. Why?
I did not forget your birthday. I even got your cake. You want to
Wait,
see it?
really? You got me a pre-birthday cake?
Yeah, I mean, look, I spent a lot of money on this. It's crazy. It's literally, I wouldn't even get this cake for my own birthday.
Man, thank you so much.
You want to have it?
I would love it.
You want to
please.
have a taste?
Yes, I would
Really?
love to.
Really? Keep being a fan.
I'm voting for Comp.
Welcome everyone to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC Spring 2022 finals, where Rogue and G2 Esports clash it out for the final battle of the season in order to find out who will lift the trophy and who will go home empty-handed. Will Rogue join the Elite Four of winning an LEC title, or will G2 reclaim the throne by securing a 9th LEC crown? Tonight, we will find out as the players are arriving at the studio. We need them, and I think they're going to be happy to be here since the studio is absolutely packed. Now, I want to see what G2 has in store this time. All right, the cars are arriving. They get opened for, is that for Carlos or? Oh, it's for Broken Blade. Okay. No breakdancing this time. Okay, there they go, looking very stylish. My name is Shax, and I'm joined here at the Endless Desk by Ender and by Dagda once again, and Broxa, as well as Lore and Trevor and Medic. They will all be in ready check for this 1 hour long preparation into our amazing final.
We've got the whole gang. It's going to be action-packed from start to finish.
Miss you, Dracoff.
Look, the cringe ended after the last segment. We're going to move on. It's going to be very, very professional from here on out.
Do you promise?
I
We have an
promise.
hour, like, actually.
Maybe not. There might be a little bit of shenanigans.
I'm definitely adding 1 or 2 puns in just to ruin that entire thing.
Yeah. You know what was cringe too? Yesterday, Fnatic did not show up. G2 continued their undefeated run through the lower bracket, defeating Fnatic 3-0. They are now, by the way, 9-0 so far. And Dagda, they are just going from strength to strength in this lower bracket.
And they look absolutely insane. I said yesterday that the first time I felt like we really got to see what G2 were capable of was in that Misfits series, where they had the pop-off performances. They were looking to start roaming around the map, making those picks happen. But then we come into yesterday's game against Fnatic, and this is another reinvigorated G2 with them being able to get Targamas out on the map once more, Broken Blade on tanks, you got Flacket who's popping the hell off. It was so good to see.
It was so good. I mean, the evolution of this team from regular season to playoffs, and like Yankos' performance in the early game in particular. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to avoid this guy ganking your bot lane at level 2, ganking mid lane at level 3 in a couple of different games too. He was just all over the map and so creative in finding opportunities to get G2 ahead in the early game.
And so much ahead of the play, it seemed, every single time. And we see them improving and kind of workshopping one issue per best of 5 we've seen out of them, of actually multiple.
Yeah, and one of those was like Flacket. How do we protect this guy? Because the first time they played against Fnatic, Flacket got no help in the team fights in the laning phase. It was a different story for G2 this time around, and a big reason why they won.
And they knocked out Fnatic. Of course, that was a shocker for many reasons. Fnatic, one of the best teams coming out of the regular season. They were able to beat G2 handily in the first week in the playoffs, Dagda. So for Fnatic, what ultimately went wrong for them, not once, but from that third game versus Rogue until getting knocked out yesterday?
It just felt like G2 had them found out, right? Like, we see them come in, they have a plan as well alongside Rogue to shut down that Twisted Fate from Humanoid. And then you see the volley bear going across as well over to G2. I'm surprised Broxton still has hair with the reaction that I got out of him backstage. Like, he was none too happy. And I mean, look, Razork didn't look too comfortable on the Hecarim, so it really felt like Fnatic just weren't really getting themselves set up properly in draft, and that bled over then into the game.
Yeah, and I feel like it's definitely safe to say that Fnatic didn't deliver on the preseason expectations. This team was so hyped with Humanoid and Wonder coming into the roster, Razork too, and I think we saw a fall-off from regular season where, again, they looked strong, but you take that big 3-week break, and then it's a completely different beast going into BO5s compared to BO1s. In BO1s, you're not challenged as much to adapt, and Fnatic, over the course of playoffs, even in the series they won, didn't show different looks. They didn't show an ability to adapt to the day.
And that's a great setup for the day, because I think the two teams we have left standing are two that have shown us different looks and that are willing to experiment when they need it in a best of 5. And we are so incredibly excited, not just for the finals today, but also that the audience is back in the studio for the first time in over 2 years. So yesterday, Quickshot went to have a chat with some of them.
I've managed to capture a group of Fnatic fans who sucked yesterday. They're not in the final anymore. So I'm going to skip past them. G2, how are they going to do against Rogue?
Yeah, I think we completely stomped them. And talking about claps, it's all about caps. So I think that's the right point, I guess.
That's it. As simple as that. I love it. I will say for the Fnatic fans, who is the sexiest League of Legends player in Europe?
I mean, Hylissang, I think there's no question.
Well, there we go. He didn't win MVP, but he's got the sexiest vote.
At least that.
Who is your favorite caster?
Quickshot, obviously.
I love these guys. Who is the best bromance in Europe?
Best bromance?
Yeah.
Probably Upset Hylissang.
Upset Hylissang. He didn't say Deficio Quickshot, but I'll take it. All right. I want you guys to cheer. We are EU, okay? So on 3. 1, 2, 3. We are EU! One more time. We are EU! I've managed to find a Misfits fan here. The Bunny Rabbit Misfits, although this is the wrong game. Completely wrong game.
I know.
So what brings you to a League of Legends event, my friend?
I mean, I love League of Legends, I cast League of Legends, and I just don't have the right merch. That's why I'm here as well, right?
Well, you better buy some merch. It's right there. Go buy it. You go buy it. So, of course, when we're in the live studio, we always have a station where fans can draw things, which we'll get to in a second. I really like this approach here. My man, let's talk. What a greeting. Why so enthusiastic?
Because you're the caster goat. Just to be honest, you're the goat.
Why am I so good?
Enthusiastic. You're just so powerful. Your voice is there's just one in a million.
Oh, thank you. I must admit, he is 100% right on everything. But I will ask. Hey, shh, cut that. So, which team are you coming to watch other than me today?
There's only one team, and that is G2. G2 Esports, the best team in the world.
At the live event, we always have fans drawing signs. What I love about this is there will be people security checking the artwork, and I need to see Jankos have a nice day. Okay, I like the message, I like the sentiment. Can I ask, why did you go right alignment then left alignment? Is there a logic here?
No, there isn't.
What's going to fill this space?
I guess a drawing, now that you ask.
I'm going to be looking for this on broadcast. Don't let it suck. Okay, Trouble. Rogue playing today.
That's not how it's going to work. Quickshot, how long has it been since you were a fan in a studio?
757 days, 18,168 hours. Not that I have that prepared for an opening.
I wasn't prepared that you were prepared.
How do you think Rogue are going to do today? I mean, all the pressure's on them, but they've got everything to play for.
We're talking about Rogue?
Yeah.
I think they're absolutely going to smash. I mean, my boy Comp is in the bot lane, Greek power. You know what happens when you have a Greek bot laner, right?
There we go. Let's see. I mean, I want Odo to pick it up.
Amazing. Yeah, that was great. Trevor and his enthusiasm. I like that all the answers were also Trevor favorite in terms of like favorite caster and stuff. That's good.
Yeah, a little bit suspect. I feel like the questions might have been slightly biased, you know. I don't know if I would trust those answers.
No, he is the GOAT. Thank you for that, Trevor. We'll be seeing you in a little bit as well. But now we want to emphasize the fact that we have so many fans watching today and have a little bit of fun ahead of the finals today. And our stats lord and general overlord Marcus has actually prepared a little quiz with questions to test our knowledge of the LEC finals history. So we're going to do a couple of teams, Ender and I, Dagda and Broxa, and then Discord as a team as well.
On you.
Also, the fans who are in the studio, you are the helpline. So if either of the teams need a helpline, I'm going to try and kind of hear if you have a suggestion, because it's multiple choice. Doesn't make any sense now, but, you know, we'll figure. Okay, there they are. Okay, lovely. So
just scream when you think you have the right answer.
Okay, great. Let's see how it works. First question. Oh, no, I forgot to bring Sharpies.
That's okay. We'll count down 1, 2, 3, and then
just
say our
it.
answers.
I was supposed to bring Sharpies and cards, and I forgot. Anyways, how many total games have we seen in LEC finals? Wait, these? Wait.
No, in finals,
LEC
all
finals.
time,
Okay,
all
okay.
time, all
So
time.
the answer is 64, 68, 72, or 76.
Okay, this is difficult. I'm trying to do the mental math.
Wait, is it ULCS?
ULCS, yeah.
It must be ULCS.
Okay, so wait, we have 13.
2013.
13,
Wait, but did they go 5 games?
I don't know.
2021. Okay, so we've had at least 18 finals,
Times
right?
5.
Times 3.
50, 90.
Got 54,
Wait.
right?
Okay,
I'm
72.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that one. Are you guys ready?
Are you guys ready?
We're ready.
1, 2, 3.
72.
Whoa!
Same page.
If we are all wrong, this is going to be awkward.
That's good. I mean, the fans on Discord are with us.
Oh, it was
We're
Let's
correct.
go.
Wait, that's crazy.
Yo, the desk is stacked today.
pretty insane.
Cut the quiz here. We're geniuses. What did Discord say? Were they right?
They said 72 as well.
Oh,
and
okay.
like by a large
All right,
majority.
must have been an easy question.
See, I feel like they
Let's
have
get
PCs. I feel that makes it easier.
Oh, that's a great point. Wait, why? It's like stats questions, but it's like memory. Two things I'm really bad at.
We can figure it out.
How many LEC finals went to game 5? 3, 4, 5, or 6?
Well, I can tell you it's at least 3.
I've been in one.
You were in one?
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah. I remember that
Give
one.
my answers. You give my answers.
I remember 3.
Obviously Rogue Matt, the reverse sweep, right?
And then there's another one
Yes.
that I'm not going to say out loud.
Just paying attention.
You know what? I think.
Okay, I think I need a helpline. Audience, make noise for 3. Make noise for 4.
Okay.
Make noise for 5.
How do they all know? Why are we on the
Make noise for
desk?
6? No? Okay,
All right.
4. Do I choose to believe the fans?
I trust the fans.
I trust the fans.
Okay. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1, 4.
I
And
only
the
remember
answer
3.
is 5. Oh.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I've never listened to the fans
Fnatic
again.
UOL.
Yeah, so we have 2013 Spring Gambit Fnatic, 2015 Fnatic UOL, Fnatic OG, then 2019 Fnatic G2, of course, and Mad Rogue.
I think it's pretty telling that I don't remember the 2013 or 15 one.
I also shout out to the one person that
2019 one, that's
cheered.
why I said 4.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the one person that shouted for 5. Shouldn't listen to you, but we didn't. All right. Which player has the most games played in LEC finals? Reckless, Hylissang, Caps, or Perks?
Ooh.
I feel like we should know this.
Okay.
Oh, but he did play on Alliance too.
Yeah.
Am I giving them?
I think that's the one. I think that's the one.
All right.
I've got my answer.
Fans, do you think it's Reckless?
Okay.
Do you think it's Hilly? Do you think it's Caps?
Okay,
Do you think
fair.
It's Perks?
Wow. Okay, a pretty split crowd. I'm confident in my answer, but I don't know.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Reckless. Wait.
What?
You said
What are you talking about? I'm on my own team. Look, you got to go back to old UOL in the finals. I feel like
UOL.
Hylissang actually has so many games. I promise you.
What did you say?
Caps. Yeah.
And Discord said Perks, I think. What's the answer? Oh, Discord says Reckless. Okay,
Come on,
let's go.
tell me it's Hilly.
Perks!
Oh,
32. You got, okay, I see.
Reckless and Hilly have 31, though, so we're really close.
The audience won, actually. Congratulations.
Caps wasn't even close. We just
Caps was not even close. But it's
Wow.
recency bias. I
Yeah,
get
I
it.
guess so.
We're in the LEC after all. We only have recency bias. All right, question 4. How many players achieved a pentakill in an LEC finals? 0, 1, 2, or 3? Not how many pentakills, how many players got a pentakill.
How many players have
Didn't
one?
in that
Yeah.
crazy one in
Reckless did
Sweden
one.
there were 2, right?
Yeah, but it was Reckless both times.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, Reckless definitely. Everyone knows this. I'm trying to rack my brain.
You have to go right the way back. That's the thing.
Yeah, then it has to be really far back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pentakills is so rare.
Was there like a Chachi pentakill?
I don't think so. No.
Was there?
You know what?
I feel like there must have been someone other than Reckless.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just at one point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking at
Okay.
Medic and Lore.
See, I'm
Okay.
not from here, so this
Okay.
is fine.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
I mess up, this is
Discord
fine. It's
seems to
fine.
think it's 2.
Okay.
Discord's up to 64%.
1, 2, 3, 1.
Ooh.
We've got 1, 2, and then 2 for Discord.
Only Reckless.
All right. Reckless.
And
we
we're
got
the
2
champions.
pentakills.
So there's been 2 pentakills.
Thank
They
you,
didn't ask how many
Helpline.
players. Oh, did never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, yeah. They were both
Misread the
Reckless.
question.
Yeah, reading comprehension. Ha. Oh, that was so fun.
I like it.
That. Tally. Tied for 2. Tied with fans and Discord. Team Shocks and fans and Discord. 1.
that
So,
sucks.
okay, so there are no winners, but there's certainly a loser.
Hello, Team Shocks and fans.
Oh, that was so fun. All right, cool. We have one more thing for the audience interaction. And come back. I'm sorry. It was Kevin.
Unbelievable.
So, also before the start of the playoffs, we asked you all at home to draw your own fan sign of your favorite LEC playoffs team. And we've picked a couple of our favorites, or production has. We haven't seen them, so I'm really excited. The first one is from @Moonboy_Nihat, who drew the teams he wanted to see win. Must be quite happy with the finals. Go Rogue, G2 win, and V for victory. Almost.
Unlucky on that one, but those
Unlucky.
are adorable. Actually,
Super
I
nice
like the
try.
one like Cracked Horn on Vitality to show
Yeah.
the incomplete team.
Yeah.
There's so many layers, right? Modern art is very expressive in that way.
I feel like I need to get my monocle to like analyze all
Yeah.
these, the deep dive. You know, really appreciate it.
So many small important details.
Yeah. Then we have I'm Rachel, who seems to be a huge fan of Flacket, apparently.
Ooh.
Let's take a look-see.
Oh, damn.
Oh my
Wow.
God!
That is
Wow.
That is amazing. Vamos Flackid, the bird.
This just makes me wish I was good at art.
See, she also
Yeah, that just makes me wish I was as chiseled as Flackid.
and she also got the haircut, which is really good. Very
That's
nice
amazing,
job.
actually.
Gorgeous. Next one is from Abyss IX, who drew our regular season MVP Viteo and 4 wards.
Oh, brutal.
Whoa.
It's an old meme, but it checks out.
It definitely does.
Bjergsen of yesteryear. That's a little bit too harsh. I mean, Schlatan also won rookie. You know, it's...
I mean, I'm from RGE with, Shengun
Yeah,
forward, so I'm all used to this.
I'm trying to understand the meaning behind only showing red side. It's not quite clicking for me yet, but I feel like there's definitely depth here.
It's also, the words, if those are also drawn, I feel like they might have been copy-pasted.
Those were definitely
They're really
copy-pasted.
good. Okay, the last one is from Morris HV, and he just wants both teams to have HSV actually just wants both teams to have fun. I just hope both teams have fun.
Yep, that is what that's what it says.
Actually amazing.
That's-
Beautiful.
You know, that's true. And you've been in these finals. Is it hard to have fun when you're so stressed in the finals, actually?
Not really, especially on a day like today where there's gonna be a crowd and so much hype. Like even some of the small moments, like after game 1 you go backstage, and then when you walk on stage, usually the crowd, shout your name, and you can feel the energy and hype when you come back in. Just small things like this really get you in the mood, brings the excitement for you as a player.
I love that. It's so great to have you here. So we see we're walking a little bit down memory lane because it is the final show of the LEC Spring 2022 season. So we wanted to look back a little bit more at our favorite stories and our favorite moments of the season. And for that, I've got Quickshot, Medic, and Lore.
Thank you so much, Shocks. I will say that Team Quickshot, Medic, and Lore got all of the questions right.
Yeah.
Right.
100%.
So we were, in fact, the winners. Look, yeah, I think we're going to be talking a little bit briefly about the regular season, talking about spring. Whenever we get to finals, especially for some of our newer viewers, when we're in a big stadium and when we do have thousands of fans around, that energy, that game that was just played can be electric. So let's quickly remind everybody of how things looked at the end of spring season. I want to go first by talking about maybe the biggest surprise of them all. XL made playoffs. I mean, it was the 7th time round. I have bought tickets to the hype train and been disappointed so many times. Law, how shocked were you that they actually made it?
Not so much, actually. It was about time for them, but given the changes they made to the lineup, bringing Mickey in right after the beginning of the season, I think it was the right play. But surprised, no. Excited, yeah, because it was about time for them.
Yeah, I think it became quite obvious after 2020 and their jungler left that they were always going to be able to make playoffs in the end, and so they just developed and developed, and it was great to see Mickey going onto a team after being a little bit in jail on G2 as well, seeing how much influence he could have on this team. I was disappointed we didn't see more of Advien. I think he's a really good up-and-coming support, but XL as a whole are going from strength to strength.
I think it was also finally Patrick's time to shine. We've been praising this player for years, and yeah, pairing him with Mickey, I think it was the right play for XL, and happy to see him in his favor.
I would have loved to have seen more of Mickey's Death Note playing out. Unfortunately, it ran a little bit short. I mean, we caught a glimpse of those standings. I don't know if we can bring them back on screen. Quickly touch on maybe some of the other things. I mean, last Stralis, they actually placed last, much to Gulborg's depression. But I think the top of the table, we weren't expecting Vitality, Misfits, G2 to be where they were during the regular season.
Yeah, I think especially coming into the regular season, Vitality looked a lot stronger than they were. And Fnatic kind of realized their strength, and Vitality really didn't manage to do that. Misfits as well had some incredible moments throughout the season that rocketed them up the standings. The comebacks against G2, where they were 14k goal behind at the 20-minute mark. It was really strong stuff from them in the regular season. Obviously, they fell a bit short when we got to playoffs.
Yeah, and when I see stuff like this, the games that Misfits managed to turn around, I have to talk about the game and what Riot implemented in the game, in bounties and everything, giving teams opportunity to just come back and give them more banter games.
I mean, it was literally the comeback mechanic of the century.
That was really cool.
Misfits showed definitely very high highs, very low lows. I think that's fair of the majority of teams that we saw throughout the course of the season, especially early on. The first half, a little bit more chaotic. Spring season sloppiness, I think we said on broadcast a few times.
I mean, there was quite a lot of sloppiness. I will put some credit on Rogue. Like, they went 9-0 in the first half of the season, then they kept winning, and now they're in the finals. Like, they are probably the only team that you can look at and say, yes, they had a few lows, but the majority of their season was very stable.
Maybe Fnatic peaked too early. If
maybe.
You look at
well, I mean, definitely for them, they're not here. So
let's also talk about the fact that BDS, new team to the LEC for the first time since we've debuted. I mean, Law, on their first weekend, we had a segment we talked about a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, a developing, growing project. They definitely picked up some momentum at the end of the season, but it's a tough league to break into.
You know what? Bringing in some fresh blood and also a new name to the league, I think it was very refreshing in one sense. And yeah, even though the team didn't do too good for now in spring, I'm so happy for Syncroft. The guy's back in the game. The last time we saw him, it was Origin. At maybe the worst time Origin was in the league. But yeah, hopefully better days in summer, but not especially the best start for BDS. But yet again, nice team. New exciting team to watch, hopefully.
And a lot of room for development, as you say.
Yeah.
You have to remember, like, Rogue came in and got 10th. Mad Lions are kind of the aberration in terms of new teams coming into the league, because they obviously went to finals and won, but it is very common for a team to struggle in their first split and then start to set up the systems and set up the things in place that allow them to then thrive.
I mean, you have to talk about the fact, for Rogue, they've been in the LEC, and when you consider the length, we're in our 19th season. The 19th finals happening today. Rogue has the 3rd highest number of playoff games of any European team that has ever played. And they've been here for 3.5 years. Like, think about that for a second. Also, I have to be brutally honest. Perks, bro, you sucked on Yone. I loved his debut game. I loved the feeding. It reminded me very much of some North American brothers, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But I mean, EU Perks now as well.
A little bit more seriously, I think the team never truly clicked. I don't know why. I cannot begin to comprehend why. But seeing the struggles 9-9, and then also in playoffs, pushing XL 5 games and then dropping out the way that they did, I was very, frankly, disappointed.
It's been one of the biggest discussions on Twitter, I think. Super team, even though they don't like the term, this is what they are and this is what they were supposed to be. And when you see players of this caliber aligned together, we would have expected more. But I think it's the same effect we had from Fnatic also, just super teams not performing as a whole historically.
Yeah, historically, it just doesn't work in EU. And I will say, as much as they've come out and said we don't want to be branded as a super team, Their initial video said, "We are the Titans. We are here to conquer." You guys branded yourself like that. That wasn't us. You did that before we got there.
100%,
So, you know.
and it fell flat. Absolutely flat, especially against Caps. Now, we do want to move on for today. Just a quick shout out. Huge thank you to all the new talent crushing it on air. We had the largest amount of on-air talent of any season in our history, and they killed it. So thank you to some of them in the audience today, some watching from home. I also want to give a quick shout out to everybody watching from home, everybody in the studio. You guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. And thank you to everybody who's behind the cameras. You don't get to see our production staff. You don't get to see our event staff. You don't get to see the content teams, the people in the office, everybody doing logistics, all of our regional broadcast partners. So huge thank you to everybody watching. That's from me. That's from us. We are just getting started. We always have to reminisce. We have to try, touch on some of those feelings. And hopefully you've had some fond memories with us just before we dive into the final. After the break, Law will be running through all you need to know about the group stage of EU Masters, which will be starting next week. I still love you, even though...
Zygniwa, ty poradzi sobie z Midnight Interactive Gaming, bardzo dobry timing, losu kajtuje, ale no! Kończysz, Keszero się uratuje, Soner spokojnie za rywalem.
Ojo con el barril. ¡Gol sorteado! Oscar Inin che sta facendo una partita.
Si sta svolgendo, gran capo da solo contro Deidara, si porta a casa una kill in solitaria, adesso volge lo sguardo anche verso Aciù, mancano qualche secondo per il design. La sua barra della furia. Deve trovare un modo di chiudere la distanza con Aciù, lo trova, lo schianta contro il muro, i CG si presentano ma sarà in tempo, Capo trova anche la seconda kill, sopravvive.
East is chaos all over the map. Right, X7 are ahead of the play. Goodbye, Duel.
Now Shikari's in trouble. He's going to try and find his way out. Wait for the Shadow Surge. And the Rocky just goes wide, but a final auto secures it anyway.
La One a été loupé. La One, non, c'est bon, ils ont la vision, c'est le plongeon. Le smite est bon. Le smite du clutch, le teamfight qui éclate, Xa kick.
Ispatila mi ovdje Bjužić. Double aim, bježuje agresivno, bježuje na Kijaru, ali se ti vratili koliko Paladin, veoma lepo to kajčuje, ali obrično djele, strane Ciberako sa Powera.
Schatten Moonlight ebenfalls drauf. Prime ist wieder der. Der Hook von Wisdom sichert jetzt eine doppelte Überzahl.
Από την ομάδα των φαντασμάτων, ο Warden θα πεθάνει εν τέλει. Solo και το Pepe! Ο οποίος πήρε και το triple kill. Επόμενος στόχος είναι ο Μπρόλια. Θα πάρει το Quadra.
I'm not here to make friends.
Alors que Reckless. Le moment du côté de Reckless, le passif d'un Gis qui prend. Le duel, le triple kill.
Donne le bâtard.
Quadra kill.
Today is the last day of LEC Spring 2022, but brace yourselves, European fans, because we got more League of Legends with the Amazon EU Masters main event kicking off next week. And just like last year, we got to discover some amazing new players and teams within the play-in stage. Group A was the group of all these surprises with Barca Esports. They got the first, but the key moment in this group was, of course, Ho from Mako Esports. Remember the Italian team from last year? Well, they won fans' hearts once again with the first ever competitive pentakill for a Zillion. Barca Esports couldn't advance to the main stage though, as they were stopped by Bifrost, an LEC team you should keep your eyes on moving forward, and especially when it comes to their bot lane, OD and Dual. They have showed some amazing performances during the playing stage, and over at the Prime League, Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition made it to the main event, going 8-0 in total, not dropping a single game, while in the LFL, Vitality B overcame their demons and curse and will finally advance to the main stage for the very first time. Now, looking at groups. This year looks to be the most hype year we ever had at EU Masters. It's so difficult to make predictions as to who will make it out. The group seems perfectly balanced. Be ready for an intense battle between Superliga and the LFL. Careful about Ego Rogue, Spandau and Vitality in Group B, and Bean and Crown Chop in Group D. And of course, our defending champions within a spicy Group B. Now, the Amazon EU Masters group stage will start on Thursday at 5 p.m. CEST, and you can of course follow all the actions on socials and at twitch.com/EU Masters. Now back to the LEC, and Shocks, back to you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Laura. Great job, as always, with the EU Masters check-in. And that actually provides us with a wonderful segue into our match today and our finals today, as there are so many players, not just in the finals today, but in finals weekend, that have come from the ERLs, from EU Masters, and are now playing in an LEC or LEC final. And I think we need to start by talking about Rogue in that regard. They have been a talent factory, and they remain as such.
Yeah, I think there's no more successful team or more team that has transitioned as many successful ERL players into the LEC than a Go Rogue. Like, think back to, I think it was 2019, when they completely subbed out 4 or 5 players on their main team with the Go Rogue roster, came in and took the world by storm, right? The Finns, the Larsens, the Inspireds of the world, they did such a good job.
Even Zanzara and Larsen, of course. And Braxa, I know that you, back in the day, you of course also went through the UK ERLs and then eventually found your way to the EU LCS, but now it's just a completely different ball game for the opportunities for young players.
Yeah, definitely. So back in my young days, back when I was playing in the ERLs, it was pretty hard to actually get scouted, get noticed, and to get a chance to play on an academy team. Actually, there were very few academy teams back then. But nowadays, with all the ERLs, with EU Masters, I feel like we have such a great system to give all these new players a chance to actually prove themselves and to show up. And we see it pretty often. Like, back then, it was pretty rare for for rookies to actually get a spot in an LEC team. Now I feel like there's around 10 new players coming in every season, and that's really exciting.
Yeah, and I think it's great too when you see that it's a lot of rookie players, but it's also older players that had a shot briefly that then get a chance to work themselves again. Targamas, the perfect example, back-to-back EU Masters champion with Karmine Corps. Then he comes in onto one of the most successful teams, organizations in European history with G2, and over the course of the year shows that yes, he absolutely does deserve a second shot at the LEC.
Yes, because he was there with Giants previously. Of course, Targamas is a great example. He finds himself in these finals. Flakket, of course, his bot lane partner, also coming from the ERLs as well as the players on Rogue, and it's just fantastic to see. And it should, as said, because of the combination of both a younger player having something to go through as well as older, but don't like to use the word because 25 is not old, maybe it is in esports, to get a new chance when you fall down. Because Broxa, sometimes it can be very unforgiving if you don't perform well the first time you're on the LEC. Maybe in the past we'd never see you again.
Yeah, in that sense, I feel like the esports space is so volatile in a sense that often you see a player getting a chance on an LEC team, and for different reasons it doesn't work out. But often when that player then drops down to the ERLs, they just never come back again. But now we have some players like the Targamas, like the Syncroft, who had a bit of a difficult time in the past. Even someone like a Comp who dropped down from Vitality last year, that now when being put in a scenario on a different team, they just managed to shine, and it's so nice to see these guys be able to get that redemption.
And they're just some of the players that we're looking out for today as we set the stage for Rogue versus G2 Esports. We have the most victorious org in LEC history versus the juggernauts of the regular season in Rogue, who have not been able to win a championship yet. Let's start by setting the stage for G2. It's a new look G2 coming into 2022 with some younger talent and a different topside.
It's been so long since we've seen like a G2 willing to invest in young talent. They've just been taking all the best pieces for so long, but this year they changed things up, right? Almost going back to like the old 2018 G2 in a way that was much more top focused, bringing in newer players in the bot lane like Flakket and Targamas. And yet I think they have shown over the course of this season, while it was so much about topside in the regular season, they've now come into their own in playoffs and shown an ability to be very versatile in their play.
Yeah, and I feel like we need to give a lot of props to the G2 scouting department, because often, as I mentioned, nowadays a lot of rookies are coming into the LEC area split, but it's rare that you can bring in 2 new players in the bot lane and then they just play so amazingly, you know, already able to compete with the likes of Upset Hylisang yesterday. So all around, pretty impressive by G2, because as Ender said, this is not something they've done before, and the fact that they got it right the first time is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I like the shout out to the coaching and the scouting staff as well. Of course, they kept their core of Caps and Jankos. And I want to touch on Jankos specifically versus Odo in this matchup. They used to play together back on H2K, and this will actually be the first time that they face off in a finals. But it's nice to see, as we highlight the newer generation, how you can still have what it takes when you've been here for a couple of seasons. But we see someone like Odo who still does not have that trophy in his cabinet.
Yeah, it's interesting to follow the trajectories of the two players after being on the H2K team that made it to semifinals in Worlds. Then Jankos goes, joins G2 eventually, and wins all these titles, while Odo's like, been a while, makes his first final, then gets reverse swept, and it's so painful for him. So now he's back a year later. He wants it.
He's actually the player with the most playoff games with no title, 442. No, not 442 playoff games in total without winning. But so unfortunate for Rogue. But when we look at, for Odoamne rather, but when we look at the big story for Rogue, we touched on the EU Masters and kind of the school and the growing up of the players before that. But if we look at their trajectory throughout the LEC, it is nothing less but impressive.
It's the biggest turnaround from a team I think we've ever seen in European League of Legends, right? From 10th place to the worst team when they initially joined the LEC, right when it got created in 2019, to then investing in their younger talent and skyrocketing ahead. They were all of a sudden in the top 5, top 3 so many times in a row, and now absolutely crushing it. They have a chance to lift a trophy.
And once again, it comes down to their academy system and then being able to bring in the new players, because once they started, like at one point, I think it was in 2019, they brought in their entire academy team, and that's when they slowly started, progressing and improving. And Larsen, I think, is the only one who's left from that team. But the fact that, again, it comes down to the scouting, I feel like, because even now, every time Rogue brings in players, they just always, they're so close to reaching the absolute top.
Yeah, and a great example of that is Trimby as well. And earlier this week, Odoamne and Trimby talked to us about what this upcoming finals means for them.
From my perspective, I want to make people like Odo, like Larsen, just all of them actually win something. Those guys, they always have been around, but no one really talked too much about them when they should have got the praise that they got. And it would be an honor to make those players just be able to get something and be in the squad with them at that time when they win something. So even though I would be so happy to win it just for myself, I still think it's more about like a responsibility that there are also other players that I just need to step up for all of them. And I know that if I would not play well, they will be the ones stepping up for me, so I just want to have fun with them.
Catapult, stopwatch. Larsen goes the long way around with the last code of his own, and the stopwatch comes out. Schlatten tries to stay alive. Cullen goes in. Schlatten down. Vito pops the stopwatch, but he will fall as well. And it's all on Neon, but what can he do? Into the face of 3. Larsen flashes. Neon dashes, but Larsen takes the kill. Here it goes in, slicing mouse from the fit, going out, and Oriano's already dead. The shutdown is the second from Vito. They continue to fight, but Cobb is still alive on the back line. Seri has 400 years behind her belt. Even the entirety of Misfits cannot kill her.
Me and Larsen kind of dealt with last year a lot differently than Trimby did. Even from what he said, he's just such a genuine and kind person, you know, and it's like afterwards I felt in a way ashamed or disgusted of the environment that was there and that a person such as Trimby has to go through something like that, because he was always 100% in on making his teammates play the best League of Legends that they can. And the fact that there were people who didn't appreciate that from him, I felt like that took like a big toll on him. And at the same time, I feel like it brought me, him, and Larsen closer this year, because going through stuff like that together, it was kind of like, you know, our lowest low as like a group. I feel like going through that made relationship or like this level of commitment from Trimby to us possible.
And there's Hylissang in the darkness, waiting, finding the resets. He sees the opportunity. Odo Omni coming in with the TP, but he's just a mini Gnar. Gets a kickback, the shutdown. It's massive, upset now moving. Odo finish off. It's personal from the Schalke days. You can tell he wants it more than anything, and he's gonna find it. 2 members standing, and it's Rogue up in the end.
I would like to have as much joy and fun as possible. Even if we win or lose, it doesn't matter. I just want to enjoy my time with them.
Trimby looking for the engage. Looking for the engage. Quickness has been procced. He's going to find at least one. Upset goes over the wall, and he'll survive for now. Knockup is there. He will be denied for now. Mega Gnar on the way, but can he find a target? One more reset's going to come through. Knock back into the wall. Hylissang is there just in time, but now they're all out of damage. Comp still standing strong, as Rogue will be the final boss in the LEC.
That's just Trimby in a nutshell, you know. It's like he's always the guy that he's gonna put everyone else but himself first. I feel like that's such a rare thing, not even like in esports, you know. It's such a rare thing just to find that in an actual person.
Oh, what a magical video. I can't give kudos enough to the video team and also to Odo and Trimby for talking so openly about both last year and about what their goals are this year. And that brings us into Rogue in 2022. And I would like to center this kind of playstyle discussion around who they lost and what they gained for it. And let's start with the jungle. Inspired out, MVP winner in summer, going into Malrang in the jungle. Broxa, big shoes to fill. Has he done a good job?
There's no doubt about it. Like, Malrang already in his first split being considered, for a good reason, the best jungler in the league is so impressive. And I feel like a lot of people were underestimating what Malrang could actually bring, because he already has a lot of experience. He's been playing from Damwon and LCK and actually done pretty well. And now coming in here, he's just bringing so much creativity. And I feel like in a lot of ways, he's starting to level up the other junglers in the league as well.
Yeah, and I think especially when you look at like the fact that he was kind of criticized for so long, saying, hey, look, this is a guy that's going to get found out. It's going to get discovered very, very quickly. But he was able to still bring this style. And as Brox was saying, it's not something that you're kind of used to seeing in Europe, this so hyper-aggressive style. We're going to play for lanes, going to play a very different style from what we saw last year from Rogue.
And I know we have a telestrator in just a little bit. We'll dive into what Malrang does on the Rift as well. But he's been a resounding success on Rogue. In the bot lane, we also had a big shakeup. Hans Sama, an institution here in Europe, right? Leaving Rogue, and then we get Comp in the place, who was put also in front of a very, very daunting task.
Yeah, I mean, Hans Sama was the guy that was a very aggressive laner. You think about like the Draven in the bot lane is a great example. Very strong team fighter too. And I think for Comp, people were just like, come in and be a good team fighter. And that's going to be good enough. He was that pretty much from the get-go. I think Comp like warmed up really quickly into playing with this rogue team, but as he got more time with Trimby 2, I feel like they really evolved as a bot lane duo and now are one of the best duos in the league.
And I think one of the things that make Rogue so impressive is the fact that they can actually play for every single lane, and I think this is one of the reasons that sometimes these super teams don't work out, that you need to have players who are selfless, who are able to just take a step back and let the others carry when necessary. Rogue have showcased that they're able to do that now with the new lineup, and that's really impressive.
Yeah, but it's even just the existing members that were already there, especially when I look at Trimby, right? Like, this guy for me has been one of the biggest performers, and the fact that he's now rivaling Hillestein as one of the best supports in Europe says a lot about this guy's transition from what he was last year into a shot caller, into a guy that's got so many picks in his back pocket as well. Like, Trimby has just been such a monster for me.
And that's a great example, again, of what we talked about in terms of Rogue with finding the new talent and making sure that the pieces fit and you don't just throw people together. And for more on Rogue's new members coming into the season, Lore is standing by with Comp live on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacques. Comp, thank you for joining me for this interview. We were talking about Rogue, their run during the splits, but also on the winners bracket. How do you reflect on the run you had so far in the playoffs?
Well, I think overall we had a pretty good run, I must say. I feel like we just adapt very well, whoever we play against, right? And I think pretty much that will be the key for today too.
One of the keys for Rogues this year and the lineup was the fact that you were replacing Hansama and also coming back to the stage. The desk was just talking about the synergy you built with Trimby. How comfortable do you feel 11 weeks in playing with Trimby on the bot lane and this synergy that you built together?
It feels very nice. Yeah. I mean, Adi, I've said it many times, right? But I will say it again. I feel like it's the most unique support I've ever played with in terms of champion pool especially. I feel like I've never played with a guy that can play legit anything that exists in the support role. He can even play Nash. But yeah, well, I mean, I think, yeah, he's really flexible, right? So he makes my life very easy, and especially I feel like it's basically the role that will have the biggest gap, let's say, between the other teams.
Oh, interesting. Because talking to Targamas yesterday, he was telling me how much him and Flacket improved together and that they became a force within G2 to be reckoned with. So tell me about G2, their run, and how do you reflect on what they achieved in the loser brackets?
Well, especially for Flacket and Targamas, I'm pretty impressed. I feel like they actually improved a lot since regular season. And I mean, I saw the interview yesterday too, right? And I saw like Targamas saying that we also teach them some stuff on the scrim, so I'm pretty sure they improved a lot by laning, I suppose, versus us. So I respect them even more now because I actually feel like it will be even closer. So yeah, it will be exciting.
It will be exciting for sure, and best of 5 ahead. Now about you, Comp. You came back after taking a break, joining Rogue, playing your first finals here today in front of these guys. What does it mean to you?
I mean, it feels unreal. I was just talking to this like with my coach. I was like, you know, last year, this time I was just chilling on my couch watching the final. So yeah, it's for sure really unique, and I will make sure to not waste this opportunity.
All right. Well, I want you to look at this camera here, the Jib, and tell us why we should get excited about these finals today.
Well, because it will be a banger.
Banger, for sure. Thanks everyone in the studio. Thank you, Comp. Best of luck today against G2, and Shots, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lore. What a wonderful interview with Comp. Let's dive into a little bit of what we're expecting to see on the Rift from these two teams. Starting with the jungle, and as promised, the telestrator about Malrang. What are you going to show us, Broxa?
Yeah, so Comp just told us it's going to be a banger, and I'm pretty convinced that Malrang is going to be a big part of why. Last time I was here on the LEC, I spoke about Malrang all the time, I feel like, and for good reasons, because Malrang, as I mentioned earlier, still the best jungler in Europe, and what Malrang is able to bring to Rogue, to bring to the team, is just so special in a lot of ways. He's so creative, he's so good at finding opportunities, and one thing that has changed with Malrang now, compared to the past, is that he's actually gotten a really good synergy with his top lane with Odo Amne. And by many, Odo Amne is considered a weak side top laner who just sits on his own little island and who doesn't get any attention. But actually, against Fnatic, they just kept ganking Wonder over and over and over. In 4 out of 5 games, Wonder died to ganks, to dives, and they just took over the top side of the map completely. And I think that's one thing that's really interesting, because in the past, this is something the Rogue jungler has never really done, you know. They just leave Odo Amne up there, but now this is one of the big reasons as to why they're so flexible.
Yes, and Weakside King was something we heard all the time, and that's no longer true. Together with Malrang, Rogue has transformed with Odo, and he's been able to spread his wings a little bit more. Of course, we were always sure he could do that. So we see it. Top focus now coming out of Rogue through Malrang. What's the second thing you want to show us in terms of the team fights?
Yeah, so the first thing, of course, is Wonder dying over and over. But second of all, something that Malrang is really, really good at is finding flanks and finding ways to start the fights in the mid to late game, and especially when he plays the likes of the Jarvan, the Lee Sin. He's so creative, and what we're going to see in this clip is, first of all, Malrang. This is the first game against Fnatic, by the way. Malrang was spotted by Razork. Razork walks down to the rest of Fnatic and joins his team. Baron is coming up, so both teams are now going to stare into each other's eyes, preparing for the Baron. But they spotted Malrang earlier, and they don't really know where he is. So now, because Malrang is flanking, because he's looking for the engage, they want to go hunt him down. Unfortunately, Fnatic decide to send in their squishy Corki, and as a result, because Malrang is still lingering around the corner, they get a huge pick on Humanoid. In this particular case, Humanoid is rather lucky, I think it's safe to say, considering how low his health bar is, but he manages to get out. But this is something Malrang just keeps looking for, and today, if he's playing the lead, the Jarvan, anything with engage, this is something we need to look out for.
Oh, absolutely. And then that mind game of like, oh no, where is he? Did he back? Did he back or not? I think that's something G2 is going to have to look out specifically for as we walk over back to the desk, because that does bring up us into the bigger jungle matchup and the matchup versus Jankos. Jankos, who is someone who we highlighted earlier, right? He's been in the league for so long, but he's such a big part of why G2 has found success in the lower bracket.
Yeah, he's been so good for them, and I think like yesterday's series really summed it up best. Like his activity on the map from level 2, level 3, he was all over the place and coming in at like really unexpected angles, working around vision too. I think that Jankos showed that, you know, our talking points before was like, oh, it's all Jankos working with Caps or Jankos with Targamas in the bot lane. Yesterday, it was just Jankos for a lot of the early game.
Yeah, I honestly felt sorry for Humanoid because like every single game, it was just like Jankos is just going to path directly through that mid lane, make sure you're having a really bad time. But it worked. I mean, on things like the Jarvan, he was all over the place. He then got the volley bear in game number 3. It just felt like he was set up beautifully on all these early game junglers to take over in this early stage.
And Dagda, it also looked like he completely sniffed out where Fnatic was going to go when they were setting up for an objective or for a gank. Do you think he'll be able to replicate that versus Malrang?
Yeah, I think the big thing is that Jankos has just such a wide champion pool. Like, it's really hard to try and take him off of things, because even you saw a lot of those jungle bans leverage towards G2 yesterday, but we still got the Jarvan that was able to come out, and that was where they were able to use the fact that they got these early kills with the J4 to then start going, okay, as long as we can track the enemy jungler, then as long as we can keep them in check, we can then start to turn these plays around and keep the game snowballing in our favor.
And I love that you both all called out the jungle as well. Targamas has been extremely good at roaming and putting his influence all over the map. And the second thing that's brought G2 success, not just in the playoffs, but also in the regular season, has been Broken Blade, Broxa. But it's been a different look, Broken Blade, with the Ornn specifically yesterday in the tank tops.
Yeah, I feel like throughout Broken Blade's entire career, both in EU as well as in North America, he's been considered the carry-only player, a guy who always locks in the Camille, the Jax, the Irelia. But now, yesterday, he just kept locking in the Ornn. And the beauty of it was that normally Ornn is actually played really cautiously. It's just a safe scaling pick. But in the hands of Broken Blade, there's no mercy. He reminds me of Weibo, actually. He just locks in the tank, he goes for the all-in. He found a lot of opportunities for G2, and it was just so nice to see him shine on the tank.
It's been amazing to see his evolution as a player, along with the rest of the team, too. I mean, like, this clip is just completely ridiculous. Poor Hylissang had nothing to do versus Broken Blade's Ornn, but I think you were able to see how G2 not only had Broken Blade evolve and show multiple looks as a player, but the entire team proved that as well. A willingness to not play towards the top side of the map, to invest resources into Flakked early on, to play team fighting teams that rely on his Aphelios or his Jinx, and then playing through that bot lane. Seeing that shows us a completely different side of G2 and shows them the ability to adapt in a series.
Yeah, but it wasn't even the fact that they were just putting resources bot, right? It was the fact that Broken Blade was willing to drop resources. Like, so many times you'd like, okay, well, I'm going to drop this wave in top side. Look, I'm an Ornn, it doesn't really matter. And then you would go and make these plays mid, and it's about snowballing the rest of the map. And that's a very different mentality for Makari. Like, carries are like, hey, I'm going to absorb every single wave. But you could see that this guy was obviously well practiced and had a thought about how he wanted to actually play out the game on this one.
Oh, absolutely. Showing that he's very versatile. And I think the same thing can be said down in the bot lane for the supports. Trimby versus Targamas, two young, new generation players. And it shows so much, I feel like, in the way they choose to approach the game in terms of champion pools and the choices they're willing to make.
Yeah, one of the things that make these guys so different than all the other supports in the league really is that they have you know, massive champion pools. It feels like they can play any support champion in the game. They can pick an assassin, they can pick a tank with engage, they can play an enchanter. They are so flexible, and I feel like both G2 as well as Rogue, they have such an easy time drafting because of these supports.
It gives them so many different options. And I think my expectations coming to the series that we see Targamas play very roam heavy, the Nautilus, whatever, any of those champions you can get into mid lane. Trimby is a more interesting story because during the regular season and even in the series versus Fnatic, he loved playing those enchanter supports, playing more for the lane, playing more for team fighting later on as well. So I think a large part of how these games play out is going to come down to Trimby's champion choice, whether or not Rogue want to play team
And I think it's really interesting because like I was here for week 4 and I was here for week 7, right? So like I kind of got these snapshots of Trimby, and I really felt like at the start you could see, hey, we're going to play very heavily down towards his bot side, get comp set up on these like jinxes and let him carry the game. But then as we started to go on, you start to see him bring out like the Luxes, and now he's roaming more. He had that like the Janna game where Malrang on Viego, where they're just like, hey, we're going to sit mid and we're going to play this like engaged Janna. Like he's got so much versatility there. It's really cool to see.
These supports, and I think all of them in finals weekend, has made us even more excited for supports in general and specifically into this matchup. But we also got to talk about the mid lane matchup just a little bit. Larssen versus Caps. I mean, fantastic in terms of the narrative we know and love here, and they've deserved to be mentioned in those narratives, right? Caps has won 8 titles here so far, and then Larssen is still chasing that first one. Is this going to be the day, and is it going to come down to this mid lane?
I think mid lane is going to be so important. We know G2 loved to put resources in mid, and this matchup has been one that in the history of Larssen versus Caps gets ganked all the time. You think back to last spring, that's when Larssen overcame Caps and pushed into the finals, and there was so much attention on that mid lane. There's new champs around it, new players, but I'm expecting a lot of that focus
I
there
gave Caps
again.
a couple of extra championships, I think, by accident. In any case, final notes are predictions. I'm going to give you some time to build them up because maybe they were controversial. I don't know. Dagda, who's winning the championship today?
I think it's going to be Rogue. I feel like Larssen has now overcome basically everyone that he needs to thus far to now get to a point where it's his time. It's his time to shine in the spotlight.
Okay. Broxa, what do you got for us?
I'm just gonna make it short and simple and say if there's any Fnatic fans out there, please just turn your volume off for a second here. You don't want to hear this. Okay, just giving it a moment. All right, 3-0 G2. I think G2 is gonna smash this final.
Whoa, okay. Broxa smash, 3-0 for G2. I love that you also don't want to motivate it. Ender.
Look, we're getting silver scrapes today. I think it's going to be a 3-2 to Rogue, and I think that Rogue are going to start off sort of challenging G2 to play aggressive early game. They're going to pick scaling, and G2 are going to beat them there. It's going to be Rogue's adaptation over the course of the series that pulls them away in silver scrapes.
All right, Discord says 3-1 for G2. I'd love to know what our audience thinks. Audience, who thinks Rogue's going to win? And who thinks it's G2? A little bit biased in terms of the audience, but I think that's exactly why Rogue will be so incredibly poised to give us a great match today. Rogue versus G2 Esports. Which team will go down in history tonight? Can Rogue finally win their first ever LEC title? Can Odoamne finally fulfill his destiny he's been chasing for 7 years? Or will G2 reclaim the throne after 1 year absence? With the veterans of Jankos and Caps leading the team to a 9th LEC championship. It is time for the opening ceremony.
And in 2021, you thought they were washed, but you can well and truly say that G2 are back. The Jankos is back. Who would have thought a 3-0 in favor of G2?
I think Rogue is actually a very strong team. I still feel like we can definitely beat them. I still feel like we're even favored.
We're finally showing like the kind of scream G2 that we had for the whole split.
Targamas, no aftershock. Might make it out to safety. It's clean movement. The kill misses.
We're gonna make you guys proud tomorrow.
He has vision. Jankos going in. Jankos against it. Oh, they want the 3-0.
All of this doesn't actually matter if we lose tomorrow as well.
The job is not done, and we still need to manage to win this, because all of it won't matter if we're not gonna win the finals.
This year, even though you replaced the LEC MVP, the fact that we're still here in the finals just kind of speaks to the level that they're bringing.
Oh, there goes Ray. He hits 2 members. That's the guy who goes a big damage. Oh, that's the flank of the century, but it doesn't find the target. Fanatics holding their own in this this fight. Upset, no flash, and Odo knows it. Broke the focus, but here comes Gnarl. Here comes the re-engage, and that's the wombo we talked about. Fire rains from the sky as Comp Game 5, absolute victory over Fnatic as Rogue move on to the finals, as Rogue will be the final boss in the LEC.
Going to finals wouldn't mean much to me unless I win it, and I would really like to bring G2 back to their throne.
People put me off so many times of winning the trophy, and it happening after 8 years of my career would be kind of crazy.
But only one can be called the best. It wasn't meant to be this way. This studio was never meant to be this quiet, this empty. We've seen too many LEC seasons without a live audience. The players that have developed from European regional leagues and from the EU Masters fill the LEC seats underneath the lights, but you were not able to join us. We've been locked down for so long that many of our players have never even played in front of our crowd. Many of the staff have never even worked with the fans. But for the fans and the players and the crew who've been around long enough to recognize this old trophy, to remember the way that it used to be, got a tantalizing taste, a small hint of our old lives coming back yesterday. These past 2 years have been hard. They've impacted so many people in ways that words won't ever describe. But we persevered, we overcame the challenges, and we continue to do so. The barren quiet that looms over all of us is finally, hopefully, starting to show signs of returning to normality. We here at the LEC have been fortunate to keep the lights on, to keep the show going, to keep providing an avenue for the best players to compete, bringing joy and entertainment to everybody watching. But that has now changed. For 757 days, it's been you at home and us here. But this weekend, we get to do something I haven't done in a while. Ollie, you're going the wrong way. Ollie, viewers, everyone, come with me. I have been itching, waiting, literally melting at the bit to say this. Berlin, make some noise! That's right! We have a live studio audience for the first final in 7. And here, in front of this audience that is chomping at the bit for the games, I have to ask, Berlin, who here is supporting Rogue? That wasn't bad, but I've got a feeling this next one's gonna be louder. Who here is supporting G2? The home crowd favors G2. Will it help or hinder? But no matter who you support, there is one thing that brings us all together. Berlin, what is your region? That's right, and it's time to meet the players and get this championship series underway.
They say it started like a wildfire. It's kind of funny that you had me written off dead. Now we're coming for the empire. So now you love me, but you ain't seen nothing yet. So turn and watch me, keep your eyes on me. I caught you sleeping before, and now I'm in your head. You get close it, the doors are open. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it started like a wildfire.
gotta do to secure our rise like pioneers with no fear. Never back down, this our frontier. Ash on the path, don't get too near. Blazing a trail, never adhere. Yeah, the road we chose is only built for the pros, and we can walk through the highs and the lows, lunges and throws. Got the crown, never letting it go. Royalty, you ain't getting the throne. Leaders of a new empire, clawed our way up from the muck and the mire. Nothing will take from us all these desires. We're at the summit, we're still going higher. We are the crucible, we are the fire.
Welcome to the 19th League of Legends European Championship Final. Today, Rogue take to the stage looking to secure their first title against the best of Europe in G2. Starting on the blue side for Rogue, it's the crownless king of the top lane, the Sultan of weak sides, Odawane, looking to take him down in his first season with G2. The man played his way, his meta, and his style. It's Broken Blades. Making his debut in EU, Malrang in the jungle has led Rogue to finals. Standing opposite him, the longest standing, most successful jungler Europe has ever produced, Jankos. With 63 playoff games in total, the last mid-lane standing, shaking the slip-ups of the seasons past, one final hurdle remains for Rogue's mid-lane, Larson. What stands in his way? With 6 finals appearances, 6 titles secures, it's G2 Caps. The Greek god of the bottom lane, surprising and surpassing all who stood in his way. It's Comp! Standing opposite, Flacket did not flake under the pressure and stood up to rival the best Europe has ever produced. These bot laners may be Europe's next superstars. Support on and off the rift. The beating heart of Rogue. The foundation for Rogue. It's Trimby! Back-to-back European Masters titles and now looking for the LEC crown. It's Targamas! Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, put your hands together for your 2022 European LEC Spring finalists, Rogue and G2!
And welcome to the EU Championship, the title match between Rogue and G2. I'm Medic. This is Vedius. That's Kajal. And what? Mate, I'm hot and bothered already. I thought I was sweating to the nerves.
Who would have thought the fire was hot? Today we learned.
Almost as hot as you two. Looking dapper.
Look at you, Medic.
They tried to recreate the wildfire shoe. Was it hot there as well?
No, very cold. Also wet. LA, never would have thought. Anyway, we're here for the finals. We're here for G2 versus Rogue. And what a banger are we in for, right? No one really expected G2 to 3-0 Fnatic yesterday, but they look on form and Rogue poised to challenge them.
Not only 3-0 Fnatic, but they're 9-0 in their last 9 games. They sweep Vitality, sweep Misfits, sweeped straight through Fnatic. They're unstoppable right now. They lost to Fnatic, of course, in the upper bracket finals, and they didn't look super competitive. Some of the games went their way, one game, but ever since then, unstoppable.
It's a story of two teams that have overcome their past mistakes. Rogue coming back from a reverse sweep, being able to beat Fnatic in that upper bracket final, and then G2 taking Fnatic down in dominant fashion to make it to the final as well. It's gonna be a banger.
It kind of did look like Rogue broke Fnatic in that upper bracket finals when they reverse swept them, you know. Fnatic were just throwing all these things at them, and Rogue was just handling it easily and bouncing things away. Sai last 3 games in a row, where they seemed pretty happy.
Which is kind of a crazy evolution, because we think back to a year ago, it was Rogue that found themselves at match point, and it was they who got reverse swept by the Mad Lions, and then Mad Lions went on to that year of dominance. But enough of us talking. You know what that sound means. We're about to get into the Champions League.
You just got baited.
Soon.
You cast a
very
curse,
soon.
the sound, Vedius. That's a new level of curse.
Kevin's like, hey, you know, you're on the finals. Got to keep you guys on your toes. You know?
First the fire, and then this.
Yeah. So. We know that stakes are incredibly high. Both teams a lot on the line. You said something really interesting yesterday, which is that of the players on stage, only 2 of them have won an LEC title.
Yeah, Caps and Jankos.
There are 8 players who have not had an LEC title, which is kind of crazy. There will be new kings here in Europe.
Oh, he said it.
We have to say. I mean, we have to, you know? It's kind of crazy. But now, we're getting into the music. So you know what that means, crowd. You need to get the energy up. We're about to get into draft. So without further ado, let's start the first type music of the day.
I will say, getting the crowd really excited for draft. Like, draft is cool
best
and all.
part.
Okay, that's such a colorcaster opinion. I like the fighting. We'll see what fighting occurs in the first game of the series. LeBlanc immediately banned away by Rogue here on the blue side, which they selected.
So we've been thinking a lot about this today, haven't we, Gabriel? Like, the priority of red side versus blue side, what it is that you want to try and remove. Already Rogue showcasing their respect towards Caps. Remember how much agency he was able to have on champions like the Ahri. He also brought out the Silas. How will Rogue find ways of shutting that down? And what about Twisted Fate? Is this just a champion that doesn't exist in this draft? Because remember, the Larson statistically has one of the best Twisted Fates in the league, but Caps, he's no slouch either when it comes to the champ.
Definitely is, but right now I'm looking at bot lane, because that Xayah ban was G2's answer to an Aphelios first pick, so we'll see if Rogue want to first pick Aphelios here. Caitlyn, Zeri, Xayah down, and both these AD carries super high prio on that champion. It will be a Jinx trade-off if they do go for it, but like I said, TF open, Aphelios open. What is the first pick here?
It has to be the Aphelios, surely, and it's going to be. We've seen it even after some small nerfs that happened on the recent patch. Still very prevalent in the playoffs. For Comp, this has been one of his default AD carries. It's been his most played so far in playoffs, so he's going to be very comfortable on the champion.
Definitely has been, and then the answer of Thresh into Jarvan was something that I think Fnatic kind of struggled with. I think here, G2 pretty comfortable with Jarvan early rotations, Ahri early rotations. This is something that similar to what they were doing yesterday, and there it is. So now Rogue have to respond with Thresh, you have to imagine, matching mid. So I feel like G2 haven't swapped anything up from yesterday. They think it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What's Rogue's answer?
And the amount of impact that Jankos was able to have early on in games on this Jankos pick, on this Jarvan pick, he was everywhere. Like ganking level 2, level 3, level 4, constantly making things happen for G2. And that's something that Malrang was so praised for throughout Spring. It seems like Jankos is trying to match Malrang's playstyle.
Definitely is. And does he want to go for the Lee Sin here? Would make a lot of sense. They're gonna pick the Rumble. So, early rotation of Rumble. That's Odoamne's Rumble. It could be a... Oh, we've got a Rumble Lucian already, so that's gonna be Rumble top, Lucian mid. Just gonna sack jungle till 4-5. So much confidence already from Rogue on blue side. They definitely came into this with the plan, of course.
Well, now they're putting pressure onto G2. Do you either lock in an answer to the Rumble now, and lose your AD carry as a result, or do you get yourself an AD carry now and allow us to ban away some of the answers to Rumble?
MF?
So MF has been huge in the LCS.
Definitely
it's been
has.
like first pick priority, and I would, if you're not going to go for the Jinx as the match to the Aphelios, MF gives you much more of a bully lane in that bottom lane.
And we saw it in the LCK a little bit as well. I think Teddy was the one who played MF as a counter to Xayah. Haven't seen it so much into Aphelios, but with Jarvan, MF is always going to have great setup, right? The only problem you have is Lucian is going to be mobile. Maybe G2 want to take away things like the Thresh, so the Aphelios loses a lot of mobility as well, but I never expected these kind of drafts coming out from both these sides on the 2-3 blue side and the MF pick.
I like the Poppy band that we're seeing. Cheers for the... I'm assuming that's for the Ornn band.
Yeah, that was for the Ornn band.
But the respect being shown to Malrang and his versatility in the jungle pool. Yesterday, we made criticisms towards what could Razork actually go for when you limit his options, but Malrang has never really showcased a limit to his pool. They're even respecting the fact that he hasn't shown the Poppy once yet, but they know it could be a good pick and something he could very well bring out.
Yeah, it would be fantastic into the RE and Jarvan with the dashes, of course. When I'm looking at Malrang now, I'm thinking of things like Trundle, perhaps, an early game jungler that can actually get the ball rolling and match the Jarvan in the early game. Yuumi going to be taken away. He has shown...
I was going to say, this does mean that the Gnar is also up and available if they want to go for it.
Broken Blade, his Tryndamere, we know what it's done. Every game I see Broken Blade play Tryndamere, he's solo killing top. So much confidence coming out of the G2 top laner. Is the Rumble a flex to jungle?
That's what I was wondering.
I really wonder if they can flex this.
It's been a long time. There was, of course, the MSI dominated by Rumble in the jungle, but since then we haven't seen him that much.
I think the argument you have to say is, if I'm putting this Rumble jungle, what's your counter top? Is it so valuable enough for me to play this losing jungle matchup? And I think the answer is no. I think Tryndamere is a pretty safe blind. We've seen it around the world. Trimmy not going to go for the Rakan that he won 3 games in a row with against Fnatic. Just going to go for the Leona 4 now. Helps with the team fight engage, of course. Maybe a little bit better for lane.
May have also been worried about the MF Leona answer, and then you look at the team fighting from G2 and it's terrifying, right? So bit of a denial also gives them pretty reliable engage, and then there's going to be a little bit more engage with the Xin Zhao coming out for Malrang. So in terms of crowd control, they are a little bit limited, but you have a lot of side lane threat with things like the Lucian. Rumble is going to be generating a lot of pressure both on side, but perhaps not so much against the Tryndamere, and this Tryndamere is going to be the big issue for Rogue later on in the game.
What does Targamas go for? I think something like Nautilus would just round the comp out really, really well.
He often does set into things like Leona.
Braum, Rakan, anything that can just go in would be fantastic, and there it is. Rakan locked in for Targamas. Look at G2's comp, it's pretty clear what it is. A lot of team fight with MF, Jarvan, and Rakan, right? But you have good side lanes with Tryndamere and Ahri. Rogue's comp a little bit strong in the early game, with the Rumbles in Lucian playing heavy towards top side. The Aphelios, of course, will be their late game insurance. A bit of a 1-4 comp with the Lucian on side lane.
Yeah, I would definitely say that in terms of ease of execution, G2's looks a lot more straightforward, right? Yep. You have the go in button, the damage buttons, then immediately follow up. And I think what's cool is the Tryndamere can match on side lane as well. You can chase down AD carries, even though Lucian very mobile. Tryndamere, he doesn't really struggle when it comes to chasing anyone down. So G2 have answers pretty much all across the board. The biggest thing is going to be in the early game, as you mentioned. What can Rogue actually get done? We know that Malrang is a hyper-aggressive ganking jungler, but what can he actually do with the early game power that he has?
And I think Rogue needs to be very careful of Jankos' creativity. We saw it yesterday. 5 minutes in, he's ganked all 3 lanes. He's doing red into mid gank, red Raptors into mid gank, 3 camps into bot gank, so they need to make sure they can track this Jarvan in the early stages.
Whew, very interesting drafts for Game 1. Rogue definitely kind of flexing and showcasing all the different variety of champions they can play. G2 kind of sticking to their style, but they were able to win a dominating 3-0 on yesterday. This is going to be very indicative of the series as to how things are going to evolve. I'm expecting this to be a close final, and it's going to be a banger already in Game 1.
I hope it's a close final, Benny, I'm going to be honest. 8 titles on one side. Only 7 splits on the other. Rogue have less splits in the league than G2 have crowns here in the LEC. But Rogue, they've gone 3rd, 2nd, 3rd. Perhaps today is the day that they claim their first here in Europe. 5 games on the menu you have to field between G2 and Rogue. It's gonna be a banger, I'm sure of it. Let's get onto Summoner's Rift. That was early. That was really early. That's entirely on me. Yeah, we're gonna go. Let's get on to Summoner's Rift. Woo! The haze in front of the screen. That's a bit of a mysterious entry to the Rift of this game. And you talked a lot about Rogue's strength in the early game. How do we think they're going to be able to enact this early on?
Well, we have to keep our eyes on Jankos. I mean, in terms of raw setup, mid-level 2 could work if Caps goes Charm second. Bot lane could work as well with the Rakan. Top lane, not too much setup, but I think Jankos might have to cover it. Malrang will play towards the top side, and Jankos has 2 options. 1, path into it and cover it, or 2, look for plays on the opposite side. Looks like for now he is going to match Malrang as expected. When you're a jungler, you can look around lanes and you can say to yourself, well, he has a Rumble Ignite top on the enemy team. They're going to play around top side. I need to be up there to match it.
Looks like that is the direction that he will be going in. But again, Jankos, he's a little unpredictable in terms of his early game pathing. Where will he look to gank? Remember that you will see Flakked and Targamas already in the lane. If we could have a very quick look down towards the bot side of the map, you will see that they do have that early push. The energy slowly being built up here in Berlin. Roman, this is his classic. This is a classic Roman.
Oh, we've got the stomps coming in now as well. It's like a Broadway musical.
Ooh.
Energy in the room.
And already it feels tense, right? You know, the stakes are so high. G2 want to return back to the top of Europe. Rogue want to secure their first title. They have been top 3 consistently over the last 4 splits. It was last year that Rogue found themselves in a final and they fell short at the final hurdle.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are hungry to win.
And this is a team of Rogue where they're always finishing first or second in the regular season itself. It always comes to playoffs where they're called the chokers, they fail, and they never really get back up when they fall, and it feels like this playoffs has been the complete opposite. They fell. They were 0-2 down against Fnatic, and they got the hell back up, and they were able to reverse sweep, put themselves in this position, and now they're up against G2. We'll see what they can get done for now. It looks like Jankos is going to finish off towards his red buff. Malrang did 3 bot camps there and was looking for something in the bot side. River does put him behind for now, but Larssen has a little bit of mid push. Doesn't have the cleanse though, so if the charm lands, really aggressive dash there, then he could be in trouble.
Yeah, Larssen playing around with the press the attack there. Of course, it's press the attack into electrocute in the mid lane. Lucian can win out those extended trades, especially if he dodges away from the charm.
Lucian very powerful in the early laning phase as well. We haven't really seen much Lucian mid here in Europe outside of Larssen. When it was very prevalent in the meta, it was one of his go-to champions. Something he found a lot of success on, but I'm keeping my eyes on Jankos right now. Okay. He has managed to avoid the vision. Larssen is hovering around where his jungler is on the flash charm.
Jankos coming for follow-up, and that's got to be it. Larssen nowhere to go. Gifted over the Caps.
It's absolutely beautiful, and it's Jankos once again. It happened yesterday, it's happening today. Creative pathings, level 3 gank onto Larssen. He had a ward on that side of the river, so he thought it was absolutely fine, but Jankos snuck around it. But now it's Malrang who's being a bit sneaky. Jankos has flash, level 3 to level 4.
It's going to be forced away here, EQ over the wall. And we'll know it's first strike Jarvan here for Jankos, perhaps picking up some tricks from Malrang, who spammed that in solo queue a couple of weeks ago.
So Caps is the one who gets the kill, and you can see when the charm lands, Larssen really can't get in. He can't get out. He's going to die no matter what. Jankos even had flash to follow through, so he saved himself. The problem is Caps getting that early kill gives him Sork shoes, so he can take early base if he wants to, run back to lane pretty happily, blow in waves, look to roam around side lanes. He will always be kind of one step ahead against Larssen, who only has the Doran's Blade and Corrupting Bot.
And this is one of the things that's great to see as a Jarvan player is when you have that setup in the lane. You look towards bot lane, you have the Rakan setup. When you look at mid lane, yes, you do have to invest your flash, but now that you've already gotten that small advantage in the mid lane, especially with the wave state in the awkward position that it is in, Caps is going to be great, especially once he gets level 6. There's even more gank pressure that's going to continue to build up, so Larssen has to be wary of further ganks in the future.
You talk about gank pressure, of course, because Caps can gap close onto Larssen with the tier 2 boots, but also he can play defensive. If Malrang runs towards him and Caps has no flash, of course, the boots help out so much in running away. So can play offensive, can play defensive. Top lane's been a bit quiet for now. No top laner having TP. It's very kind of individual prowess and wave control. And it looks like the wave's bouncing into Broken Blade.
This is where we see some of the limitations of what Rogue have drafted for themselves early. They don't have a lot of setup in their lanes. Malrang can dive in and he can apply some slows, but what? You've got one dash on the Ahri, you've got another dash on the Tryndamere. Like, these are not easy lanes to gank. And so you're very reliant on Trimby actually getting out of the lane and looking to impact elsewhere. So keep your eyes on the bot lane. Have a look as to where Trimby starts to roam, because you definitely know that very soon he's going to be looking for an opportunity somewhere on the map.
Here goes Malrang.
Jumped onto Jankos, who can just EQ away. Didn't have vision down towards the bottom side, so decided against going aggressive onto the rogue jungler there. Trimby coming in as well, places the ward, and Jankos will now know that Trimby was in the vicinity.
An interesting thing that's actually been happening in this early stages. Despite the early bot push, Rogue have had 3 pushing lanes. Larssen's had consistent mid push. Odo's had Broken Blade under his tower the majority of the time, and that's why when Jankos path towards top early, he backtracked down towards bot. 1, because he doesn't have pushing lanes to contest the crab, and 2, to be a bit creative, so catches the rest of the Rogue off guard, and you can see it here, you know, he's constantly warded out, pushed away by Malrang on the bot side, now pushed away by Larson on the top side. So this is something we saw from G2 in the early stages of the playoffs, where they don't actually have any prior lanes, nothing to play for, and Jankos really struggled to make any plays. But when that was happening, he was playing things like Lee Sin, which is a little bit harder to do so on. Now he's got caps on playmakers, and he's on things like the Jarvan and Volibear. It's a little bit easier to balance out the early game.
Well, he is. odoamne going to invest his ultimate so we can get a quick reset off. We'll give him that slight advantage, and it's kind of needed as the Rumble, especially when you're not running the teleport. The wave mechanics become a lot more intricate when you can't just, oh, my wave's a bit awkward, no problem, I'll just TP back into lane. But now he has more than enough time, and he's also got himself the upgraded boots as well. So odoamne looking pretty good in the 1v1. And Jankos finding an opportunity to get a bit of an invade off as Targamas follows quickly behind.
Once again, it's Trimby and Malrang trying to team up here, trying to get into their own jungle, gain control of it once again. With a minute on the Rift Herald spawn. I wonder if these two teams will stay up here for a while. You can see Flakked working his way down mid lane, whereas Comp has gone bot. So if a fight did erupt, G2 would have a man advantage, although Flakked not yet with the team. Jankos stepping forward, Broken Blade past the tower, proxying as well, Larson coming in from the side, but no fight will erupt.
G2 just testing Rogue a bit there, saying we can die to your top laner. He has no ult for top wave. If we 4-man him, he's dead. So Rogue has to cover, testing the waters a bit, just getting deeper and deeper in their jungle. They see Larson's moving, they see Malrang, they see Trimby. They say, okay, they 4-man match this play. Good job. We've shut us down. Now we'll go towards mid and bot side. So
it's tense. You know, you can see both teams really respecting, playing off of what the other is doing, but also reading the map very well. Both teams, I feel like the top two here in Europe, really stacking up, delivering some high-quality league, but Trimby now on the map. Where is Malrang? Very shortly behind him as well. They're looking.
Caps no flash, then the plate's going to follow him. Sun coming in as well. The Culling connects, but the Spirit Rush will be enough from Caps to escape.
So a lot invested to try and get that kill onto Caps, but thanks to the mobility that Ari does have, he's able to escape. Now this does give a small window for G2 to look for something elsewhere on the map, but with Jankos back in base, Rogue is going to take control of the bot rip.
And Larson's culling might have looked a little bit odd there, as if he missed, but what he was doing is he knew preemptively that Caps would dash away, so he wanted to make sure his culling was in line as to where Caps would dash. He did land a little bit of damage, but yeah, not enough to land the kill.
Crucial thing here is, even though Caps has lost his ultimate, his flash is now back up, and he can just kind of keep rotating between these two skills in order to be extra safe. And this is what we were talking about. You're very reliant on Trimby to be that engage tool, be that utility, because without it, it's very difficult to lock down this G2 lineup. And then we come back to the draft, that Poppy ban, very big, really big in terms of mitigating a lot of what G2's comp wants to do. So they have the slight gold lead, but right now it is Rogue that start off the Herald.
We saw a similar kind of thing from Rogue in their Fnatic series, where they have really high prio solo laners. They pick blue side and they 2-3 Victor Gnar 2 games in a row, and they lost both of them. The confidence of the lock-ins of the Rumble Lucian, again, they have a similar kind of plan coming into game 1. I'm sure they'll be flexible and versatile if they do lose this game, because of course a Poppy early rotation would be good into the RE Jarvan, but Broken Blade.
Equalizer's going to come down. Broken Blade, of course, has the Undying Rage, just looking to kill him onto odoamne, who flashes away. Malrang on the chase, and Broken Blade a little bit too over-ego. Rogue get their first kill of finals. Caps is on his way, though, with the Cataclysm come down. There's no way for odoamne to escape. He'll be sacrificed. Malrang leaves him to die, and Caps, once again, will be gifted over this kill.
Rogue are on the board, but G2 quick to answer. Similar to yesterday, again, when Fnatic make plays, they're always there. G2 responding to everything on the map and looking for their own plays at the same time.
Good response from Caps, and to be honest, the amount of damage that was coming out from odoamne, part of me feels that if Malrang had stayed, they may have been able to get that kill, but it was the smarter option, it was the safer option for Malrang to just disengage, reset, don't bother risking that overextended trade, and end up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, because Caps didn't actually have ultimate up when he roamed towards top. He didn't have much to work with, but I don't think Rogue knew the full cooldown of the RE ultimate, so that's why they choose to back away. The initial play looks good, but it's Broken Blade forcing it. Interestingly, Malrang's the one who's coming top first. Jankos on Herald, and Broken Blade, I don't know if this all-in is to pull the enemy jungle here and make it so it's a 2v2, or if he knows his mid laner has push, but he overforces it, misses the E, and ends up dying, but of course, Caps collapses.
All summoner spells end up getting used on the top side, but look at this overheat damage that comes out from odoamne. Jankos kind of running out of gas there. If it weren't for Caps, Odo likely would have been able to secure that kill, but it will be a kill over in G2's favor. They, off the back of that, secured the Herald, which means that on the map right now, they have pretty solid control.
Odo just trying to crash these top waves. Still has a little bit of top push. Broken Blade, no summoners, makes the all-in a little bit harder. And the gold is still dead even. That Herald will sway it a little bit. Still no dragons taken. Malrang back up towards the top side.
for Broken Blade right now.
Look away Jankos is as well, though. He's on his way up here. Does have the flash, doesn't have the Cataclysm. Malrang's Crescent Guard about to come off cooldown. They know that Jankos is here. Malrang will spot him and jump on him as well. Knockup will not stop Jankos from getting his EQ out, and because of that, Broken Blade just able to farm under the tower.
I have to say, very smart by Jankos there, because a lot of junglers moving towards Krugs, you would just naturally EQ the Krugs and start damaging it, trying to kill the camp. Keeps his cooldowns just in case maybe enemy junglers here looking for a top dive. He was able to EQ away, doesn't have to use the flash. Targamas and Trimby been hovering around this mid-top side so much. Oh, charm.
Gorgeous charm from Caps. Targamas here as well, but with Trimby in the area, Larson is able to walk to the safety of his tower.
You know, we talked about it yesterday. Caps definitely feeling it so far in playoffs. The energy of the crowd definitely doing him a lot of favors. And you know, we were looking back at a play that he made. That I had no idea that he got a pentakill versus T1 when they were playing in MSI back in 2019. Like, the man in front of a crowd, when he gets given that stage, that audience, that platform to perform, he often does.
Yeah, he really does. Both he and Jankos performing incredibly well early on in this game with the Rift Herald going in the mid lane. Caps picks up some of that gold. Odoamne is going to spot Jankos, who does have the Cataclysm, puts down the smite as well. Trimby's on his way. Solar Flare dodged away by Jankos, but the Zenith Blade will still follow him. Jankos stunned up. There's nowhere for him to go. Tick, tick, boom. Odo gets his kill.
Do you know how Rogue knew Jankos was there? He put the Herald down and the gold flew into Rogue's jungle, and they was like, hang on a second, someone's in our jungle. Then he got another 80 gold from a plate, and it went back into their jungle again, so Rogue had no vision, but they knew someone was around there. They collapsed on Jankos, and maybe Jankos saying, wait, how did they know I was here? It was the gold flying through the fog of war. Rogue found themselves a pick.
Good flash by Comp. Would have been dead if he hadn't flashed away from that. The combination of Rakan and Misfortune can be devastating, but Comp able to survive, and in the bottom lane, just had to use that summoner.
So, when we kind of take stock of the current game, we're approaching 15 minutes. And when we talked about the early game, expectations were that Rogue's comp needs to try and get ahead. They have a lot of pushing lanes. You kind of want to be bullying G2 around, but right now the gold is dead even. And remember that as the game goes on, G2's teamfight composition is going to be very difficult for Rogue to manage. When you think about the Rakan, Ahri, Tryndamere, Jarvan, very mobile champions, a lot of dashes, and your only CC is Comp when he has the gravity guns, and then also Trimby. So being able to lock all these champions down is going to be very difficult, especially when it comes to these team fights. And right now, Rogue don't actually have control of these early objectives. They're not afraid to give over a lot of early Drakes, but I am getting a little more concerned for Rogue when we haven't seen a huge amount from them so far.
Well, because in the past, when they gave up early objectives, they were able to get gold on the rest of the map. You can see they average 1.4 or 1.7 thousand gold ahead at the 14-minute mark. And yes, sometimes it's not about towers, it's not about taking those early objectives. Instead, it's about getting good kills and then catching waves out of it. Here, even with pushing lanes, G2 are keeping them at arm's length.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. G2 in every single game were able to get the first two neutral objectives, the Herald and the Dragon. It's happened again here, and we think of Rogue of past years, 2021, 2020, they always prefer pushing lanes, and it was to get inspired through the early game so he could power farm or have Malrang make plays around the map and look for early dives. And Larson Odo, true to their name, as they have done last year as well, just pick pushing lanes. They've kept it up for now, hasn't netted them too much, a little bit of plates in the solo lanes, but of course G2 answering with the Herald has evened up the gold state. First Dragon over to G2, platings are off. And I think G2 are just kind of lying in wait, waiting for the mythic item onto Broken Blade. Then you can look for some more all-ins, but Odoamne going Zhonya's first makes it really hard for Jankos and Broken Blade to kill the Rumble.
This is very likely going to be the bot tower going down. The blue buff will be handed over to Larson. Obviously very valuable on the Lucian, especially in the laning phase, but it means that there's no real cross map. Broken Blade doesn't have information as to exactly where Malrang is, so he's a little afraid of getting tower dive, but with the wave thinned out, he's in a good position, and now he's going all in.
I don't think he's too afraid right now as he forces Odoamne away, but Odo, with the scrap shield, with the overheat, is able to chunk out Broken Blade. Jankos steals away another camp out of Malrang's jungle.
Rogue a little bit down on tempo here. They need to take this top tier one. G2 have already answered with the first tower, and Flacket's basically in base at this point, so they're going to be first out onto the map, and Odoamne still needs to get this tower down. By the time he does, G2 will be on the map. We'll see what play they look for. Caps is looking to try to defend it. I don't know if he'll be there in time. He will. So, first tower to G2. Rogue haven't found an answer yet.
Yeah, I don't think they were going to be able to get that tower either, but let's see if Malrang's come up with something clever here. He's going to make his way into the lane. Jankos is hovering around, clearing out some of the vision. He has no information as to where Malrang is right now.
They know that G2's bot lane is going to swap top, so instead of basing here, it looks like they're just going to overstay and try to surprise Flacket. Now, if this play backfires, it's a disaster on the map because G2 will have every wave to work with, but if it doesn't, it stabilizes the tempo on the map. Trimby's behind, Flacket.
He's got the claims, he's got the flash, but he's out of position now. Jankos on his way, Trimby stepping forward, Flacket flashes away, the claims available, but nowhere for him to go. Rogue pounce from the bush.
Brilliant play from Rogue. They did invest a lot, but you read the map perfectly, Cadril. They knew exactly what was going to happen. The swap comes through from Flackett. He's isolated in the top lane. He's not expecting Rogue members to be sitting in that brush, and they end up finding themselves a kill. But G2 answer with a tower in mid.
Odo will finally get that top tier 1, so that play worked out in the end. Caps a bit aggressive here. Trimby lying in wait, doesn't have the ultimate. Targamas has been hovering around all game long to make sure he's safe, and he will be for now. Herald just spawned. Flackett up in 2 seconds. We'll have the W, of course, with the changes in the patch. When the MF respawns, does get a lot of move speed out of base with the home guards too, but he has to catch top wave. G2 poising for the team fight. We'll see what ultimates they have. Rogue still missing that equalizer from Odoamne, but they want this objective. Broken Blade split pushing bot.
He's on the tier 2 and he's got no TP, so G2 can poke and they can prod, but they can't really advance into a team fight here. As I say that, Jankos steps into the darkness. Targamas there as well. The bullet time coming in and whipping through them, but the stopwatches will stop Rogue from falling. Jankos has to flash away. Caps on his way. Spirit Rush a possibility. He goes on to Trimby first. He'll get the reset there.
Once more.
3 stacks on it, but Larson comes in from the backside. The smite from Jankos, not enough. Equalizer onto Flackett as well as Larson looks to take down 1. Caps gets a second. 2 Spirit Rush charges. A possibility of a re-engage. Broken Blade still not here. The tier 2 hits target as he will secure it. Caps dives in. The charm connects, but Odo's off to it towards the flank. Flash, not enough. Oh, Caps with a great route though. Able to get out alive.
G2 get everything. That was a 5v4 from the get-go. Broken Blade was just farming bot throughout the entire thing, and it's Caps who single-handedly wins the fight for G2.
Ends up being a 2 for 2, but G2 secure the tier 2 tower in the bot lane. They deny Rogue from getting the Herald as well, and you can see that gold lead starting to mount. The Dragon spawns in a minute's time, and Broken Blade is going to add insult to injury by stealing away the red buff as well.
Oh, Caps on this Ahri is...
He's something else, man.
He's tearing up the rift yesterday and today, building towards the Rabadons once again. We saw this as well when just rushing a second item at Rabadons when you're just so far ahead, and it was a bit confusing. You even wondered why G2 was engaging at this point because Broken Blade's pushing bot. It's a 5v4 from the get-go. They engage, Targamas falls, Trimby gets out on 1 HP, but it's Caps who cleans up the fight.
It certainly is. I'm amazed with Trimby's W and Malrank's ultimate, they were able to soak up that damage, but Caps gets that first pick, then has 3 dashes on his ultimate. Larson then comes in thinking he can clean up the fight, and he gets very good damage, but Flackett responds with very good damage of his own. If Larson had been able to kill Flackett, this could have been a very favorable situation for Rogue. They could have gotten the Herald, maybe even a mid-tier 1, and answered a little bit more map control.
It's the sweeper that spotted them. Zenith Blade just wide. Trimby now dodges the charm. Fancy footwork there from the Rogue supporters. He's able to get away, but there's a Dragon on the cards here. In 1 second time, Jankos has control over that hit at the moment.
Like I said, Manic Dragon spawn. Looks like we're in for round 2. Bot wave pushing into G2. Top wave pushing into G2. Mid wave as well. They need to start this fight up soon because they're going to bleed so much gold. Looks like they're going to force the objective. Rogue just going to give it up for now.
Your engage is half HP. Trimby's half HP. How do you ever get into the fight?
Yeah, no vision either. They lost some waves in bot. We'll be able to catch top in time unless Rogue want to start up the Herald again. Remember, that Herald didn't die. Caps going on to Comp.
Comp has nowhere to go apart from flashing away. The Solar Player dodged as well. A summoner and an ultimate there from Caps, just using his Spirit Rush, and Rogue will start up the Rift Herald.
Important to note that Caps now won't have that available, but I think contesting this from G2 side would be a little over-aggressive.
Yeah.
They're just going to disengage, they're going to push out their waves and then look to reset, get a little bit more tempo over the map, but they have a 2k gold lead for the time being. And Caps just continuing to dominate on this Ahri. The amount of space that he is creating for G2 is just ridiculous. The way he utilizes his charms, the way he's forcing out summoner spells, is making it very difficult for Rogue to approach these fights.
Yeah, you say that G2 have a small gold lead for now, but I'm just going to bring up the minimap because what they can do is with this Herald, they can Herald this mid-tier 1. This bot tier 1 is also extremely low HP, so I think over the next course of 2 to 3 minutes, Rogue can get that gold back to an even state. They have the resources to do it. Bot wave will bounce through all the way to the tier 1. Odoamne pushing that out now, but of course G2 will try to stop them in their tracks. Rabadons collected there for Caps. 19 minutes in, 2 items strong. We'll see if they can defend the siege of Rogue.
You can see how hesitant Odoamne is to overstep. He has no information as to where people are on the map just yet. He's waiting for people to appear before he overextends. It's got to be frustrating for Odo. He's now going to see Caps towards the top side. This is going to give him a little bit more security. And now he's going to look to push out that wave. There, Jankos been spotted out as well. Now he knows that G2 is investing in the top side. This is going to force Larson to go back to base.
Rogue should know that G2's Baron is not the fastest, right? MFRE not the quickest. Oh, they're looking for a pick.
Doesn't matter who wants neutral objectives when you can just take kills. Jankos takes 1, Caps locked up, but he's able to walk away alive.
Wow, okay. How did that happen in the blink of an eye? Trimby's just dead.
It's another charm from Caps, continuously looking for these plays. He goes for another one, can't quite find it though. Larson trying to answer back, but keep your eyes on Targamas. Not going to commit to the fight, but while this is happening, Broken Broken Blade continues to split. This 4-1 pressure that G2 is creating across the map is making it very difficult for Rogue to answer.
Yeah, G2 will get this top tower, but Rogue can play on 2 lanes. I think Malrang can herald mid here, and they can just force this mid tier 1. Caps no ultimate. We'll see if they choose to do so. They're waiting for the waves. Odoamne rotated up. Malrang is in position to drop it. Trimby's coming out of base. It looks like all the pings coming down was the play, but they've called it off.
I have, for the moment, Rift Herald, as you say, still available for Malrang. Got about half of its cooldown left as Broken Blade pushes in the top lane wave. And if we look at G2 so far this game, it's been a story of 2 players. Jankos and Caps, 100% kill participation. These guys have been with this team for an age. Caps joined the league, lost twice, and then won 6 titles in a row. 4 of those with Jankos. These 2 guys are stalwarts of G2 now. And the question coming into this year was, would that be enough? Would them losing Perks and losing Reckless and losing Wonder, would Caps and Jankos be enough for G2 to rise to the occasion? Well, they're definitely rising to it right now as Jankos may be caught out just a little bit. Trimby looking for it, but you can't solo play because you don't have it off cooldown anyway.
Chooses not to overextend, but yeah, veterans in the league, obviously fan favorites as well. Everyone absolutely loves to watch Caps and Jankos play in their peak form. And right now, that's what we're seeing. They want another title back under their belt. Last year was a difficult year for them. They struggled, falling short of the finals twice, and now they have their opportunity to reclaim their title as both teams now posturing around the mid lane. The Drake spawns in a minute and a half. G2 already setting up vision, getting control over the waves.
Yeah, Caps and Jankos definitely have been in the driver's seat throughout this whole lower brackets run. Steals away the crab there, Jankos in front of Malrang, and this bot tier 1 is what Rogue keep trying to play for on G2, just shadowing, pushing out the waves, denying that play. Malrang's Herald is running out soon, so if Rogue want to get this mid tower, they're going to have to base together now and set up tempo towards mid soon. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to get it without the Herald. I think G2 have enough vision and enough push in these lanes to hold it for now, unless some kind of team fight kicks off and Rogue get the advantage. Baron will be what G2 want to control until that dragon spawns in a minute, like you said, Vidius.
G2, 3,000 gold ahead now, 23 minutes into the game, and Rogue with a composition that had push in the lanes, that had priority, that had early game strength, are struggling to find avenues to approach this game. Yes, they've got kills, but they're 4 towers to 1 down, they're 2 dragons to 1 down, to none down, and they are just not able to find an avenue to really approach this game.
I think a little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake here from Rogue. What happened was Malrang and Odoamne based from bot and ran out of base towards mid. Now Comp is just based, so they're not basing at the same time. So look at G2, they all came out of base at the same time. So now when this Herald's popped, look where all of Rogue is. They kind of have to funnel towards mid, run here. The wave's on in great states. I think Caps and Jankos will run towards mid here as well. 20 seconds on this Dragon. We're probably going to get a 5v5 on the next mid wave, unless either team gives some leeway. Will be sole point for G2 though if Rogue give this up.
Looking to interrupt the Herald, Odoamne.
Jumps on the Broken Blade, but look at the damage from Odoamne. He just burns them. The Emperor's going to ruin him up though, and with the Solar Flare with the follow-up. Broken Blade pops the Undying Mage. Equalizer off towards the backline. Broken Blade with the stopwatch of his own. Targamas coming in with the quickness. The bullet time across the board will be able to get 1. Odo down. Rogue though can look for the re-advances. Comp up towards the side. Trimby diving in, but he's down as well. Caps goes unstoppable. 5 kills for him, and Rogue have to retreat.
G2 continue to pick apart Rogue when they're in the setup. We saw 3 members trying to contest the midway from Rogue, and G2 saw that as an opportunity to leverage their mobility and find a pick. Props to Odo, he played that about as well as he could have, dodging absolutely everything and forcing Broken Blade on the back foot, but the follow-up from G2 was just so much stronger, and it comes back to this mobility that we were talking about. G2 have so many options to get into the fight, and Rogue just can't lock them down.
Get into the fight and get out as well. That's exactly what Caps did. So we'll look at it again here, because Odoamne looked like he was caught. Really good stopwatch, because this stopwatch stops the charm from hitting, so they can't commit a lot of damage. Burning through the stopwatch with the Q. Broken Blade gets extremely low, and with this overcommit here, it looks so Rogue favored with the Rumble ultimate, but then Caps dashes to the side, pops the stopwatch. In comes Targamas with the knock-up. The MF over the wall, so much damage.
And they just can't finish any other targets off. This could have been a 4v4, but Trimby felt like he needed to try and make a play to keep his team alive. He ends up losing his life for it. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of G2, and that will be their 3rd Drake of the game.
And you talked about ease of execution in draft Fedius, and you were favoring G2. We can see it there in the team fights. Although Odoamne got so much damage onto Broken Blade, and yes, he has the ultimate, but he has to be careful. G2 have so many spells that they can just throw into an AoE fight and hope they hit. Rogue only really have the Solar Flare, maybe the Culling in a single target damage form, and then the Rumble ultimate. The Aphelios solution need to get in range, whereas G2 have so much of it with the MF Rakan.
It's one of those things where G2 right now, they've just been showcasing what they beat Fnatic with. Very strong team fighting, a lot of independent agency on players like Caps. Broken Blade, he was more on tank duty yesterday, but now he's playing that Tryndamere. He's being a massive split-pushing threat, and really they can only send Larssen to answer him. Odoamne can kind of hold him in the 1v1, but without that TP, it becomes hard to play in the 4v4. So Rogue right now find themselves 4K gold down here in game one. Obviously a long series to go, but G2 continuing their winning ways for the time being.
Definitely is. We have to feel like this Ari Jarvan is G2's bread and butter. Caps and Jankos have been holding hands the entire game long, ever since that mid gang to set up Caps to unlock the rest of the map. Larsen and Malrang hanging around, emoting in that bush for a bit, maybe waiting for someone to walk in for look for a pick, because right now it looks so hard to contest this Baron vision. Just checking to see if G2 were starting it over the wall there because they have no vision in the pit.
I wanted to come quickly back to your point about Jankos and Caps, mainly because you look at the scorelines, 5-0-2, 2-2-5. That is 7 of the 7 kills that G2 have had. That duo has been involved in every single one of them. And at the beginning of the year, the expectations were that, okay, if G2 is going to find ways to carry, it's going to be off the back of this mid-jungle duo. And I really feel like we're seeing this mid-jungle duo continue to shine.
We're seeing Caps roaming around the map so much in the early game, something is reminiscent of his MSI days. You know, 2019, he was everywhere. The Pike, a little bit of a meme, but they were all over the map, and it's what brought G2 so much glory in the past. Here, it's setting them up to the 1-0 up in this best of 5 in the LEC finals. Rogue are looking for something here, but G2 have control over the top side of the map.
Rogue don't really have any reliable lockdown to flag it. If they want this Rumble ult to hit onto MF, they need some lockdown. He has Cleanse coming up soon. Caps chunks out Trimby. You can see the damage.
This is what he keeps doing. He holds an area of the map and he just waits for someone to walk in, throws out the charm. If it misses, that's fine. He has ways to get out. Oh, but
Caps back here. Caps goes in with the Spirit Rush, just misses with both the Everfrost, the Spirit Rush back forward, Order of Deception. That's the Soul of Man, but just on the edge of it. Equalizer going down, but the Locket Shield will be enough to keep Caps alive. He flashes. G2 now walking away a little bit wounded, but Rogue look worse for wear.
But you can see how the game's playing out. Caps is literally keeping 5 members of Rogue at bay, keeping them under their towers. The second they even try to step foot into their own jungle, Caps is ready to pounce. So this is going to be a problem that only gets worse for Rogue, because Caps has so much mobility. When he gets Zhonya's, it's going to be even harder. Luckily, he lost his flash there. 1 minute 40 seconds on the Dragon. Won't have the flash for the Dragon. And he has 10 Magi stacks too, so one more team fight could go towards 25.
He's 5-0-2 and he fought a Magi in the final. I mean, yeah, exactly.
I mean, he also went Rabbit on second item. Like, this guy is there to get as much damage down as possible in as short a period of time as possible, and it's working for G2 right now.
Yeah. And obviously that puts an even bigger spotlight on players like Larsen. When we think about trying to contest the top at the end of the regular season, many people said he was robbed of being like top 2, even number 1 at the end of his performance. And often one of the criticisms for Larsen throughout his entire career has been in these clutch moments when the pressure is on, when the stakes are at their highest. Can he deliver? And players like Caps, that's like second nature. That's where they thrive. Yeah. The pressure is kind of what enables them. But Larsen is a player that's still trying to prove himself. And obviously on a champion like Lucian, he had a lot of agency in the early game and he was shut down a little bit by this Ari and the Jarvan. But he still has carry potential. On this Lucian, working towards that 3rd item, he still has the ability to turn fights around. And it's still a long series, but eyes will be on him to see if he can make something happen to help turn this game around for Rogue.
TB coming in from Caps, just wants to keep tempo in the bot lane, keep that bot push. This bot tower has been something Rogue have been trying to get for so long, and if they can get bot push and mid push 30 seconds for this Drake, then what's Rogue's avenue into it? Maybe they could just go for a Baron rush, trade Soul for Baron, and then try to stabilize the game by getting the standing gold on the map. That would just be so impossible if you don't get enough to crawl your way to some kind of advantage. G2 will have the mounts off the rest of the game, of course. Caps making sure they can't come through bots, so Rogue making the decision to go through mid. Now Targamas is lying in wait. They're going to have to face check eventually.
Who's going to face check? Is it Trimby? He's pretty squishy. Only the Locket and plated seal caps for him. Caps still
didn't see him.
Enemy lines. That didn't see him. It's around the angle.
Broken Blade pinks the bush as well, so they know Broken Blade's here, but they don't know Caps is here. He's lying in wait over the wall. Rogue.
Targamas has the quickness, has the flash, has every engage opportunity. Larsen looking for the top side of this. Broken Blade maybe acting as a little bit of a bait as Caps is in the right position. Is it the right time for G2? Trimby's going to step forward here. Rogue, the charm onto Trimby. Caps with the Everfrost as well. Trimby survives, though. Broken Blade goes in. The quickness does the backline, but Cataclysm's not going to be able to lock them up. Oh no, when they pulse the stopwatch, Larsen trying to get away. The culling, not enough. It's a 1-for-2 trade so far, but Targamas will fall as well. But Caps continues to put the damage down. It's Odo and Malrang versus the world, and the world is going to come crashing down on both of their heads. Malrang gets one in response, but Jankos and Caps clean him up.
Oh, Caps he is back, baby. Again puts G2 on his back in that fight. Flack it Fools. Broken Blade gets a lot of work done, but it's the 8-0 Ferrari with another 100% kill participation that wins in the fight and wins in the soul.
What a stunning flank from Caps. He just removed the initiation. Once again, this is the third time that he has just taken Trimby out of the fight. The charm lands, the plan comes together, and he just gets shut down. Starting this fight 4v5, Trimby lands a good ultimate onto Broken Blade, but you can see the engage from G2. The ultimate here from Flacket as well, creating so much space, getting that initial kill, and huge props to Rogue. They make this fight look close, but the moment that Caps rejoins the fray, it's a one fight for G2.
Yeah, and it's Odo and Malrang who actually get onto the bot lane of G2, manage to kill them, but like you said, Caps is just running loose in this fight from their entrance red all the way around to their blue entrance and then back into River. He's chasing them down. This Ahri is going to be a big problem for Rogue the longer the series goes on. Maybe something they need to think about if it does go to game 2 and G2 get the win.
This man, he's built his stacks, boys. He is at 25 off the back of that fight. Level 16 on the Ahri. Can we quickly click the Ahri observers just so I can have a look at how much AP he has right now? 728. Just a meager 728 ability power. No big deal.
Trimby's locked up here with Jankos. Jankos should be able to win that 1v1, but Broken Blade may come in for a little bit of a helping hand, equalizer down, but look at the shield from the mountain, from the locket, and then the bullet time rips through Rogue. Malrang and Odo able to retreat for the moment. Still Trimby dying off towards the top side. Jankos distracted by him. The culling out from Larson. Broken Blade down to half HP. Trimby and Jankos still fighting.
Yeah,
Jankos, you can do it, man. I believe in you, Jankos. There we go. He killed a support. Let's go.
He can take his time as well because Baron's up. You can see Larson just used his TP to bot lane and Malrang's on bot crab, so this Baron is as good as gone. G2 now have sold their Baron. I mean, if Rogue want to find a way back into this game, it might have to be an Elder Dragon.
I mean, a very impressive game 1 from G2. Obviously still a long best of 5 to go, but remember that coming into the final through the lower bracket, G2 is 9-0. Obviously, winning this game will put them at 10-0. But that's that is an impressive record, especially when you think of the expectations that surrounded this team. They find themselves with a 4K gold lead. The analyst desk was split in terms of the votes as to who would come out on top, but many consider Rogue the favorites. All I can say is right now, G2 is looking good, and what will the adaptations be for game 2? When we think about comeback opportunities for Rogue, they really do need a bit of a miracle. You know, we talked so much about the amount of mobility, the lack of crowd control. It feels like the G2 kind of have all the options, whereas Rogue need the perfect formula in order to find the perfect fight, and G2 is just not giving it to them.
I mean, Flacket doesn't have Flash for a little while, but I think G2 setting up the siege. They won't have Vision, Rogue, to find and engage. Malrang's Flash was used to get on top of Flacket, and like we talked about, there's not much lockdown to get onto this MF. You know, Jarvan's very easy point and click. Aphelios can't move if he has no Flash, but Flacket has Stopwatch, has Cleanse for Trimby's Leona. Rogue trying to set up a pick here, trying to find where G2 are. Flacket's stacking this bot wave to make sure it's as big as possible. G2's Jankos and Targamas there to cover, while Caps and Broken Blade push down mid, playing on 2 lanes here, G2.
Yeah, they're setting up the waves beautifully. The engage comes in.
Flacket's able to walk away. That is a full equalizer that he tanked there, and he's able to walk away with basically no damage to his health bar. Caps now TPs down towards the bottom lane as Broken Blade's coming in for the fight as well. The quickness onto the backline, one already down, and they're looking for more. G2 take 2 with the double. Flacket finally on the board. The third comes in for Broken Blade, and Rogue can only stand and watch.
Yeah, it looks like they could just run it down and end here, Medic.
They can definitely do that, Cagel. Obviously, G2 have a penchant for a fountain dive, so we'll see if they decide to end it right now. The Nexus Tower is their target to start. Larson and Comp can only watch as their allies' corpses are strewn in the bottom lane, and G2, in dominant fashion, make it 10-0.
Great game from start to finish. You unlock Caps, and Caps is just taking over the map with Jankos again. I think this Ahri is a problem.
Yes.
I think the Jarvan is a problem.
Yeah.
I think this early game playmaking and Caps being on such a playmaking mid and being able to be that individual decision-making assassin is a problem.
3-2-14 for Jankos. He was literally involved in every single kill. He intentionally solo killed the Leona so Caps couldn't get all the KP.
Yep.
Like, the man has been on a mission this game. Like, we talked about the hunger, the desire for these players to be back on top. We were talking to Dylan briefly before, and he was talking about how Caps is so focused right now. He wants to win, and this G2 roster, while there were many doubts, they've come in to perform, and game 1, they're looking strong.
And the momentum is strong. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, now 1-0 up. The momentum for G2 right now, they must be feeling great.
For sure.
They definitely are. Rogue, of course, coming off a reverse sweep against Fnatic, now losing the first game. They did elect blue side. I wonder if we'll see some changes there, because Rogue gets side selection, being the losing team, and we'll see if they decide to move over to the red side. Your Kia Player of the Game vote for Game 1 at LEC on Twitter. Jankos, Caps, and Flackhead are your options.
So now we have per game. Kia, you can vote.
We've only got
Once?
one game, I think. So
Never mind.
maybe we have it more games. I was told for one game.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin, for giving me the rundown on that one.
Kevin comes in, produces one show weekend, and we only have one pod. That's how it works, apparently, now.
Okay.
I will say, you can kind of just cut off that portion of the screen where Flackhead was, because he's playing really well. His playoffs have been superb, but that game was not about Flackhead at all. We're going to come back after a short break for Game 2 of the series. Don't you dare go anywhere. Oh, we're shaking.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, everyone. G2 have now won their 10th game in a row in these LEC playoffs. After a false start in week 1, they haven't lost a single game, and they start out this final by setting aside Rogue handily, I'm just gonna say it, in this game 1. And I want to kick it off with someone who was instrumental in this first game, Caps on his Ahri, the Kia player of the game with 83% of the votes. And this Ahri, is this becoming such a problem that it now needs to be banned away?
Yeah, I mean, it's like his signature pick in the last couple of games as well. It sets up so well for Jankos to play early around the mid lane, and then his roams, his team fighting, Caps has just been taking over the games on this Ahri.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to see the Ahri for so long. I saw him play the Lissandras and stuff like this, but I really want to see this Ahri pick come out because you got that versatility in how it wants to be played in team fights. You can be that damage core, or you can kind of play this more utility style. And as well, then you could see in this game, Rogue really struggled with this, not only in the early stages, but when they wanted to set up for team fights as well. Caps was so good at coming in with these charms, separating out the fights and making sure that like things like the Leona ult were burnt early, the Rumble ult were burnt early, and then it just opens up for Flakked to go wild with that Misfortune ult.
And this is the Caps that I know as well, the Caps that we see up there, focused, ready to shine. And on stage, he was just smiling, having the time of his life. And I think one of the things that always comes to my mind about Caps is that whenever the pressure is on, whenever it's these big games, he's always wants to perform and to really step up big time, and I'm so happy to see him shining.
Always
today.
enjoying it, right? Playing on the stage. Ahri, definitely not an easy champion to play by any means, and I know Dagda is used to kind of the LPL and the rookie Ahri, so he's having a good game here, obviously.
It's actually really interesting because Cap said that he was watching a lot of Rookie's gameplay, so I mean, Rookie's the prime Ahri candidate that we have in the LPL, so obviously he's been taken a bit away.
A little bit, yeah. Maybe not quite at that level, so I don't anger the LPL fans. But so it's never only about the mid lane, right? We talked so much about the support and the jungle duo coming into this, and again, it was a lot about the roaming of these two.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like every time they recalled, they were running topside, and both Targamas and Trimby sort of read each other like a book here. Targamas first coming over that ward on the top side of the map, and Rogue sort of read this play. And this is a play that occurred in the last time these teams faced off against each other. Week 8, day 3, I want to say. The difference was G2 invaded with just Caps and Jankos, and they went too far trying to fight. Trimby was there on the Galio, I believe, and ended up getting a kill. This time, though, the adaptation was Targamas comes around to try and force maybe a dive in the top side. While nothing ends up happening there, I think that just goes to show you the adaptation of those teams.
I love how you said, if I remember correctly, you were watching the VODs and prepping, so you know exactly what happened, and that's what we love. But yeah, Broxa, this is now support's completely unleashed, right? It seems like the bot lane itself is not that important.
Yeah, it feels like we're getting back to kind of 2018 style of support gameplay where it's these aggressive playmaking supports that, you know, don't really care about their AD carries, you just leave them alone. And that is the beauty of what Ender just said, that these guys, they both want to roam, they both want to make the plays, they know the other guy's always going to make the move every time he bases, and it turns into kind of a mind game.
And I thought it was really interesting too how there were some moments where like one support would roam and the other side wouldn't, and always like both teams were trying to like force a dive on the enemy ADC, but both ADCs did such a good job of either backing away or like using Misfortune to clear away the wave and stop those dives.
And that's one of the things I wanted to hit on, is that oftentimes when you think, oh, well, you know, the support isn't roaming, it's not just the support's call. Like, it is part of that is with the AD carry as well. And I think that's one of the big takeaways I've had, especially for Flakked. Like, he's become so smart about how he wants to play around his wave state in the bot lane, as you said, that Misfortune to clear out the wave, knowing there was a play coming his way. This is something that's a step up for both Targamas and Flakked in how they play a lane.
And by all means, not an easy thing to play a Misfortune into that comp and to get that ultimate off, but he did succeed. So let's start looking at a couple of the skirmishes and the team fights that occurred, because ultimately they went G2's way, starting with this Herald fight, which ends up being a 2-for-2, even though Rogue actually get the first engage.
Yeah, and I think this is the big one, is that, like, look at the ultimates that have already been used by Rogue, right? You don't have the Rumble ult, you don't have the Leon ult. That's why Flakked is perfectly comfortable to set up right in the middle here and go wild with this bullet time. I think this is something that G2 were very good at continuously finding, where these moments where the bullet time could either take comp out of the equation by just zoning them out of the fight, excuse me, or actually being able to set up so you could get a ton of damage with Flakked, but also Caps as well, just being able to have that high mobility on the Ahri, chasing down the remaining members. It was just perfectly set up by G2 to kind of counteract what Rogue wanted to find, which was these front-to-back fights.
Yeah, and I think it was Caps' Ahri that ended up turning these fights and making them look so decisive, because a lot of the time it was like a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-2 initially, and then it's Caps hunting down, maybe Broken Blade or Jankos hunting down a couple of players with him too. So it really was the chase and the follow-up that converted into so many more kills for G2.
And one thing that was really interesting to me about the clip we just saw, that you probably didn't pay attention to as a viewer, but the entire time Broken Blade was just split pushing bot as Tryndamere. And G2 fought so well that they could just come out on top of the 4v5 with their Tryndamere doing exactly what he wants to do, which is to split on the other side of the map.
And I think that's one of the things that Rogue could have done better in this game, was actually keeping that matchup with Odo and the Tryndamere. Because Odo had built this, like, steel plated caps, he'd gone for the Zhonya's, he was perfectly set up to play against the Tryndamere, but you can see they were constantly bringing him into the fights, which meant that you never had an answer to the Tryndamere. So while you do get 1, 2, 3 kills onto this Rumble in the early stages, well, now you've actually got Tryndamere. He's just picked up all these plates, picked up a bunch of those turrets, and he's now skyrocketing into the game.
Yeah, if we can get the comps on the screen, maybe then we can start looking ahead to the next pick and ban, because I feel like our last replay is lagging behind a little bit. In any case, now, we said so much in the beginning of the day of how Rogue now like to play towards topside. They have Malrang invest in that. And that kind of happened now, but it didn't end up netting Rogue any advantage because of what happened elsewhere on the map or how the skirmishes went. Is that now enough to say, all right, we're not going to do that anymore? I don't think so, right? So what adaptations could they make into game 2?
Yeah, I feel like Broken Blade is so hard to shut down, honestly, and the way that Rogue has been playing around with Omni is going to be so difficult, because Broken Blade not only is so versatile at this point with his champion pool, like he's the guy who solo kills his opponent like every second game and was just so stable in the top lane. I think what they need to do now is to enable Last, like the big carry in the mid lane, and find a way to shut down Caps, because when Caps is unleashed, when Caps can start roaming, as we just saw, he's all over the place and he can easily take over the game on his own.
Yeah, I also feel like looking at this team comp from Rogue, we ended up drafting Rogue into a bit of a hole where I don't think they ever had like a split push answer into the Tryndamere, right? Like Lucian is the guy that probably wants to go into a side lane, but Tryndamere W absolutely dunks on you. You're just never going to have fun there. You're just going to try and clear waves as best you can. And at the same time, I don't think it was easy to team fight either, whether it was the Ahri or the Tryndamere. You don't have enough like crowd control, I think, with going for the very early Lucian Rumble for strong lanes there to deal with the backline dive that G2 had.
And this is something that we see like a lot in the LPL with Tryndamere, is just how good he is at like going onto a Aphelios, jumping onto a Jinx. We've even seen Tam Kench just try to come out to just buy time, and that's still not enough. So if you're gonna have it, like if you're going to leave open the option for the Tryndamere, you need to have some sort of preparation for that. I think that's the problem that we've seen with Rogue drafts before, even with the Fnatic game as well. Like you think, oh, we're going to bring out the Lulu into Hylissang, make sure that we're able to go against this Pyke that's in the bot lane. That doesn't quite work out. It feels like sometimes Rogue just kind of have this set game plan and aren't willing to deviate from that.
Well, we've seen that in the Fnatic series, at least after the 2-game wake-up call, they did that, and I guess the question is, will they do that earlier now? It's quite interesting for the support champ pools as well, because we thought this would be the other way around when we talked about it, right? Trimby, who does like to pick up those long range and those enchanters specifically, now he went for the hard engage, which I think he felt that the team needed. Maybe he needs to go back to what he did before, right? Rogue is electing to stay on the blue side, Ender.
Yeah, this is interesting. It gives you sort of like Rogue versus Fnatic vibes for these first 2 games. Now, I'm not expecting Trimby to change up his champ pool. I thought that may be something they come up with in game 1, which is play the range supports and wait till G2 prove they can smash you in the early game. We saw a lot of good G2 stuff in the early game, and I think with the way the supports are moving and the mid lane pool for Caps, if you're playing like range support versus Jarvan, Jarvan, Ahri, and Rakan, you are just going to get run over.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that teams haven't kind of woken up to Red Side at this stage. Like, Red Side has been so incredibly strong, and the fact that you can go for a counter pick for Larson, who we've seen bring out things like the Silas into the TF, have these cool picks, it feels like you're just hindering that opportunity.
Yeah.
If I was Rogue in this previous case, I would actually be unhappy with all 3 picks on my top side. And what I would like to see from them would be to get some stable picks for the top side of the map, because bot lane is stable, Leona is good into Rakan, they can be pretty happy about the AD, the support situation, but Lucian, Sinsa, and Rumble, that's not really a typical Rogue draft.
Why do you not like stable for Rogue in that regard, in this iteration?
No, I mean, what I mean is that I don't think this was stable enough, this was too volatile.
I see.
So I think bot lane is stable, top side is kind of crazy, and maybe if this was LPL, like a really aggressive team that's so good at fighting those skirmishes, that would be great, but I think just getting something more controlled for Rogue would be very positive.
And there it goes, the first team, I guess, to ban the Ahri finally.
Yep, I think that's absolutely the right call for Rogue. Again, like what I think Rogue need to look at here is shutting down the early game playmaking from mid jungle, right? Like Jarvan Ahri's just too good.
Yeah, but I think the problem here is that you're still going to leave things like the Jarvan open. The Volley Bear now being dropped as well is probably going to be a first pick coming through for Rogue. But you've got to look here and see if G2 are going to go back towards that Hecarim ban, because that's what we saw in the last game. There it is. So it feels like the Volley Bear now suddenly rises in priority, but maybe you're giving things like the Jinx across here to G2.
I
It's also pretty interesting because yesterday G2 were perma-banning both Siri and Caitlyn against Fnatic, and now those two champions they're just not big fans of. They just keep them banned off. Now instead banning the Hecarim, which is a good ban against Malrang, something that he showed up on big time. With Rogue actually taking the Volibear, I would expect Jankos to continue looking for the Jarvan, because Jarvan has been so big for him so far.
You're happy with the volley?
I am very happy to see a Volibear. I think it's a good pick yesterday. I was kind of fuming when Fnatic didn't take it, partly because it's been so important for Razork. I think Malrang has shown a little bit more depth in this champion pool, but still always happy to see the fluffy bear on the Rift.
Yeah, I think too, the casters were talking about the Xayah pick getting banned in the last game, and now that being open for Flacket, how much safety, of course, that's going to provide him. If Rogue are trying to play any sort of dive compositions, we've seen Flacket be so strong on that champion. So already, I think even with some of the power picks of G2, the Ahri getting banned away, I think they have to be very happy with this first rotation.
Yeah, and I think you've got a lot of opportunities to pivot here as G2 as well. Like, you can look towards things like the Jace if you want to in this next rotation, ban away some of those counters. I feel like you leave counter pick here for Caps as well, just to make sure that he gets his good matchup in the mid lane. So I think for Rogue, this is why I'm kind of looking, going, okay, like, how strong is this Volibear going to be versus some of these counter picks you can pick up on red side? Jinx is going to come in against the Xayah anyway, which I think is a good matchup anyway. At least you'll get some push, at least levels 1 to 3, and buy some space for Malrang to get that early aggression that he does like.
I really like the fact that they took Xayah with Jarvan as well, because as Jarvan, it's so easy to shut down Jinx in the mid and late game teamfights. You just jump her, put a cage around her, she has no way of getting out, and it's really easy for the rest of G2 to actually collapse and take her down. I like the Azir pick for the reason that he can actually deal with Jarvan fairly easily, and he has so much mobility.
But Ender, you made a grimace.
Yeah, no, I'm a little surprised to see this come in, because I thought Rogue, the answer for them was going to be a little bit more aggression around mid jungle 2v2. Xerath's pick, if you're watching the EU Masters video earlier, it has been something we see.
Don't talk about hovers. You've been way too long.
Look, I'm just saying that would have blown my mind, and historically has been decent. But I think with the Corki in mid lane next to Azir, we're actually going all the way back to like spring of last year in some of the mid lane meta when these two guys were
Who
playing.
doesn't love Azir Corki? It's so exciting. But no, seriously, I like this. I think the biggest problem that you're going to look at for G2 is that's a hell of a lot of range that Rogue have already started to lock in. And now if you start to look at things like the Jace, these kind of things that can come through, well, it's very easy for someone to just go straight up for a poke comp. And while you've got the Jarvan, at least on G2 side, to make sure you can set up for that engage, I think that's something that Rogue needs to be really worried about on these next couple of picks.
One thing that I would like to see from G2 here to round out their draft is something like the Ornn that we saw yesterday. Some front line that can, just stand in front of the Corki inside, let them do their thing, let them carry from the back line. And now it is still open. We'll see if that's something G2 is going to go for. The Tryndamere doesn't fit as well in this draft as it did in the previous one. Both of the comps are going to be team fighting comps. We need to see some front lines. We need to see some good supports that can either engage and start fights or just enchanter supports that can peel for the backline.
Yeah, if there was ever a game, I think, for Trimby to go back to the enchanter supports, this is exactly the situation you want to see it in. I think it's going to be very telling here what G2 end up deciding to do with top lane, because this is still a draft where you could choose to play around top side if you wanted to finish out your drafts. But I think going to what they've been doing a little bit more of in the postseason, playing more around the bottom lane, locking in the Ornn, like, I agree, Brooks. I would love this.
Beautiful. No, but Ornn was just so much value for G2 yesterday. Broken Blade looked absolutely amazing on it. As we know, Targamas has a massive champion pool. He can play any support in the game. Trimby, kind of same thing, to be honest. And this way, he gets the support counter pick. Lux Blind is not something that is fairly common.
Comp always, I think,
I'm kind of curious.
A Lulu, maybe?
Well, it would have been interesting, but yeah, regardless of what they actually log in, Targamas is in a good situation, and he has a lot of freedom.
What do you think?
Whatever they want.
The Gwen, I'm really surprised to see. I mean, it does work well against the Ornn, and look, the nerfs that came through to her were more so a case of, hey, we're going to take a bit off of her range, but when you're in that matchup and you're looking for true damage, well, Gwen is going to be able to give that in bucket loads, and then in the later portion of the game, she can still do a huge amount. I think the really interesting thing, though, is going to be a case of, like, what does Targamas decide to answer? Because, as you say, he's going to get the counter pick, but kind of the world's your oyster here, honestly. Like, I think something like the Renata could do well if you really wanted to. You can go towards these mages if you want as well, just because you're like, well, we've already got our engaged tools. We don't really need more, but you could always go for something like the Leona and then just look to be a nuisance in the early stages and look to make those
Well, if I said the world's your oyster and it was Nautilus that was locked in, who's down there in the depths looking for those oysters. I actually think they're pretty shallow in shallow water. In any case, this Nasus hover I've seen 3 times now, but I'm not going to get baited by it getting locked in.
As you instantly get baited and the Renata gets locked in. It's really curious how much of a turn we've taken from Game 1 to Game 2 drafts. Again, showing the versatility of both of these two teams, but I have to feel like G2's comp just ticks kind of all the right boxes. Such good hard engage, like playing Jinx in a draft like this, maybe not the easiest thing in the world, and the range 2 of G2, they've got a lot of different tools with Corki Poke.
I'm really excited to see how this early game is going to go. Last time we saw G2's top side come out on top. In this case, I would expect G2 to have pressure top, but usually Azir has pressure into Corki in the mid lane, and therefore each side has a lane that they can play around and try to put ahead before Drake spawns, before Herald spawns.
Yeah, just on that, I think for a Jarvan, the way you really want to try and play this is like going the opposite side of where Volibear is, right? You don't want to ever be synced up with him because Volley just offers more in a 2v2 or a 3v3, but that is really difficult to do when you don't have that priority in mid lane or even in your side lanes to try and get deep vision so you can try and desync there. I think that Jankos is going to have to take a step back in this early stage, and you probably will see Malrang have that strong early stage, but if you get to the late point and you're looking at team fights, I'm definitely the G2 side.
All right, well, Rogue, they stayed on blue. Have they changed up enough to win the second game? Or is it...
They've changed up enough, but I think G2 have changed more, and I really like their draft heading into this one.
All right, that is the question. Can Rogue bounce back? It took them 2 games when they played Fnatic. In that third one, they bounced back. They're not want to let it go that far this time around. Game 2 of Rogue versus G2, where we see 2 completely different drafts than we did in Game 1, showing us both that both these teams know how to adapt, and hopefully that will show us a stronger Rogue in this second game, specifically going into that early game. G2 have 2 more to go if they want to win the championship, but Rogue is not going to let that happen so easily. I'm doing it. Okay, here we go. Oh.
Good job.
All right, here we go, says Shocks, and I feel that's
all right, lads, here we go.
Here we go, in it, blood.
It's the British boys on the caster desk, here to bring a bit of bants, in it, blood.
I'm not getting involved with that.
Come on, it's Medi Vedi, it's Medi Vedi Mark.
That was a wise choice.
Medi Vedi Mark, a bit of banter, you know how it is.
Medi Vedi and Mark.
Medi Vedi and Mark, do.
I should be in the middle of the Medi Vedi sandwich.
Medi Vedi and Mark.
Sounds like something I'd listen to in an elevator. Elevator music.
That's rude to Vedi. He worked hard on that, man.
I did.
Vedi writes me loads of songs.
I
sang me one last week.
All right, so you might wonder why we're talking about our theme song. It's because Corki and Azir have been locked in.
Yeah.
And immediately, we know we're cheering for pink wards. So I'm expecting that from you guys. Cheering for wards, maybe even cannon minions. I'm going to be honest. It could get to that stage.
If they're missed.
If they're missed, we cheer.
Yeah. The observers will give us, I know we can trust our observers to give us like insane spectacles of cannon minions being missed. I trust them. And now that I've set that expectation, they're getting very angry at me. Anyway, let's have a look at this early jungle pathing, as we often do. As a former jungler, now top lane main, what do you think of their early path?
Well, thanks for that setup there, Vedius. Both junglers going to path towards bot here. Malrang started with pink and health potion, very common in the current season to just get an early pink down, a little bit of vision. See if Jankos goes for any early ganks. Seems pretty hard with current lane states. I mean, he has no setup anywhere. Maybe Ornn at 6. Bot lane could work if they're stacking waves. They can try to zone them away. I think Larsen is level 3. He has enough mobility to get out. G2 has a bit of bot push. And then for Malrang, I think he wants a full clear base for boots, get Predator rolling, and then play towards top side. The only worry I have for Rogue's comp is you're playing basically a triple AP top side into Ornn Jarvan. I'm not sure how well that'll do in the early to mid game. Of course, late game you'll have comp on the Jinx. We'll see how the damage share works out.
Also, obviously with Rogue's comp, they've gone for scaling, right? We can agree on that. They've gone Azir
There's no
Jinx.
Renekton here.
True. And they've also gone for Gwen, who, after her nerfs, I was told by pro players, dead. She has popped up every now and then, but her early game is that much weaker. But I guess against Ornn, it's a champion that you can get through that with. But I've got to turn our attention to the junglers, because Jankos is just walking in right now.
It's a smite fight. Jankos going to get forced away for the moment. Smite from Malrang will secure the red. Jankos now, no EQ for him. Flash available, we'll use it to get away from the dredge line.
A little bit over-aggressive there, Jankos. Maybe he thought a very common pathing for junglers when they path down is you skip red. You go Raptors into Krugs, and then you go red buff to get level 4 and keep the red buff for longer. So he probably thought that's what Malrang did, and he can sneak away his red, but that's not the case. Loses his flash, a lot of trading in top. Brokenblade could look for the flash ult on the Brittle there, but doesn't have the damage to follow through. And the Gwen pick you were just talking about, Bedias, of course, we saw it a lot into the Ornn.
I've seen it a little bit internationally. I've never really been impressed with it. Those E-nerfs, kind of ruthless, to be honest. But we'll see how it does for Odoamne. It was one of his go-tos back when she was meta. But I'm also thinking about this rogue composition. It seems that last game, the expectation was, well, the game seems to be a lot more about team fighting, right? G2 consistently draft for team fighting. They do have a little bit of agency in terms of the early game, but they're very much about the 5v5. So Rogue answered, well, let's just get a better 5v5 then. Let's believe in our ability to team fight them. The concern comes from like the front to back that G2 have, a lot more reliable. The poke that this Corki is going to have is going to be very difficult to get on top of. And again, they're a little limited in terms of the actual crowd control they bring to the team fight. So while Rogue definitely have more scaling options as the game progresses, I'm a little bit concerned as to how the fights will actually play out. Of course, we're still very early on.
Definitely are. And I mean, I think when we're tweaking early game, eyes are on Malrang Jankos. He has space for Predator now. Malrang got the Ruby Crystal as well. And as much as we've seen Jankos do all these great, fantastic early plays, and massive credit to him, Malrang was doing the same kind of thing in the Fnatic game on the Hecarim, and now he's on the Volley Bear. He needs to find some early plays as well to get this early to mid game a little bit more stable.
That's very true. I think he does have some pretty solid lanes that he can play around, especially on the Volley Bear. You kind of provide that setup, so you don't need as much, but also in the bot lane, along with the Nautilus, you have a lot of crowd control just between the two of them to be able to lock down a single target. But now we see Caps using his window to move, Broken Blade moving as well.
I mean, both games, this has been the strat from G2. Shut down Malrang, that's what they're looking to do. The flash away, still going to get the knock-up. Brittle a possibility, Malrang under the tower, first blood, G2!
Fantastic setup there by G2, and you were talking about shutting down Malrang. Now he's lost his flash, lost his life. Gonna lose a few jungle camps as well.
I'm impressed with how they were able to track Malrang there. I wasn't keeping track of how they were moving on the map, but they were able to identify exactly where Malrang was. And they set up the collapse. Caps just drops the wave. Well, I think he had the push in mid, rotates with his jungler. Broken Blade walks underneath the tower. The waves just from the two solo laners were set up perfectly, and Jankos' timing was flawless.
And if you think back to Broken Blade's top to mid roam against Humanoid, he did the exact same thing. Tossed the ultimate Humanoid flash, Broken Blade flash E gets a fantastic knock-up. Again happens there. Broken Blade just sacking waves, making sure his team can get the early kill, and it goes onto him, so that should stabilize the gold deficit from the creeps.
I actually think the way that G2 knew that Malrang was on his top side is they had a ward on the Razor Beaks. They saw the respawn, Malrang wasn't there, and so the only other camps that were available to him were that Gromp up towards the top side of the map. And you saw Malrang coming back, trying to sweep that area, but the ward had already descended into rubble, meaning that G2 didn't really lose too much as they got first blood.
What I think is crazy about that is that one of two things happened. Number one, they coordinated the lanes in a way that allowed them to make that happen, or it was just, hey, my top's pushing, mid's pushing, do you just want to go? And it was just kind of like coincidental, and then they just looked for an opportunity. So perhaps they weren't even planning on trying to find Malrang, they just wanted to steal some camps or maybe get a bit of deep vision. But either way, it was just very well executed, the way in which the two solo laners worked to better enable their jungler. Ironically, this is how we used to see Rogue play back in the Inspired days. That was a very common strategy and style that we would see from him.
Malrang getting spotted out there on the ward. They know exactly where he will be. And when you look at the Azir Corki matchup, as boring as it is, a little bit of the action comes around blue buff, because either of these champions with blue buff can get the push, stay in lane, sustain a lot. Of course, if you can deny the blue buff from the Corki and the Azir can take it away, the pressure just gets insurmountable. Of course, vice versa for the Azir.
And in the good old days when we saw this matchup, Corki tended towards a more traditional AD carry build. Of course, his damage switches into magic damage as part of his passive, but expectations are that Caps will be looking for the Ludens here, alongside the Manamune for all that burst coming out of the rockets, so becomes very much a poke champion, does Corki, as the game goes on. We'll see if Rogue are able to deal with it, because for the moment, you can see Trimby working his way up the bottom side, Malrang here as well. Jankos does not know that the bear is waiting in the woods, and here's the chase. Thundering Roar coming out. Stun's gonna land, but Jankos, with the blast cone, gets himself back to his Krugs.
We'll just get a bit of chip damage, but Malrang wants a bit of revenge here. Looking towards that red buff, but Odoamne is getting low. He's just creating pressure on the top side of the map so that he can look to collapse, but Broken Blade can also choose to sack this wave and look to assist the jungler. It looks like that's not going to happen. The push in mid, the push in top, and Rogue going to do to G2 what they just did to them. Leverage their prio in order to steal away a couple camps, and Malrang will at the very least get something back.
Yeah, you can see it across the board, not just prio, but CS leads in top, mid, and bot. Comp going towards Crux here, making sure he's recycling these camps quickly for Malrang, who is around the Herald. Yanko's going to use the E. Won't get vision on the Herald though, but the fact that it's not sitting there might tell him that he started up. Malrang, after this crab, I wonder if he gets level 6. If he does, then he probably wants to full force this. Yanko's showing on top wave, should make that a whole lot easier.
Broken Blade just base, doesn't have TP. The bot lane also just base from G2, but it looks like that they're not going to move towards it. And this is just going to be an easy secure for Malrang. Completely uncontested first Herald. Looks like they caught G2 off guard with that one.
And this is the first time this weekend that G2 have lost the first Herald. We'll see how Rogue can use it. Of course, can get a little bit of plates under your belt. Expecting that maybe to go towards mid. I mean, we talked about it being a slow game, but accelerating the Azir always helps to get him towards the item spikes. Handing off blue buff, and we'll see if G2 respond. I mean, Yanko's coming out of base here, could look for an early dragon.
Let's see if he's able to get control down towards this bottom side. No vision there for Rogue right now. A couple in the bottom lane bushes, but Targamas has already started up the Inferno, knowing that Rogue are on their resets, knowing that G2 now have the turn to move, the tempo we talk about so often. It's kind of a pendulum swinging from side to side. Rogue were able to use their side of the pendulum to get that Rift Herald, and now G2 use theirs to make sure they secure the first Drake of the game.
Nice summation of tempo there, Medic.
I learned it from Gulbook, so I will give credit to him there.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's a great, elegant way of explaining it. First Drake will be secured for G2, as Medic just highlighted. Now my question is, where will they use their Herald? You were just discussing it earlier, options around the mid lane. Do you want to try and unlock the Azir, funnel more gold into him? Often we've actually seen Rogue funnel a lot of resources into comp.
Yep.
We'll usually see Malrang on a stacked wave, bring that down. They'll often try and set up a dive as well. Just try and force the opposite bot lane away because they feel that comp is that reliable late game insurance, AD carry that they can often rely on. We saw even last game some of his mechanics on display, the way he was using Gale Force to dodge out away from a lot of Ahri's charms. So something that we have seen often from Rogue. The question is, will they choose to do it this game?
So I will say, because we have a moment, because it's a slow game, can you guys walk me through, if you were Rogue and you wanted to funnel into comp, what would your steps be? Like, how would you get this Jinx, that Rift Herald? How would you get some plates? Malrang's looking for fight in the mid lane as Caps is caught out, and Rogue don't want us to wax lyrical. Instead, they want blood. Malrang on the board.
Yeah, fantastic setup. Predator coming in. Caps knows that even if he flashes, he sees the E animation in front of him. He can't flash to the side because Larson can follow through pretty easily. Malrang can ult and disable the tower, so again, saves his summoners. And this is exactly where the Herald will be dropped. I think they'll start to hit the tower. After a couple plates fall, they'll drop it. As I said, there it is. We've got the bot lane moving up as well from G2, and the gold will be funneled into the Azir. The way you want to use Herald is either you want to wait, hold for it as long as possible, and if a play shows itself where you can find a dive or zone them off a tower just like this, then you want to drop it. If you can't, then just probably place it in the best lane you can find.
Awesome. Just going to use the W plus EQ combo to get out of that one. But yeah, you see Medic, very simple, very high-level strategy.
Just kill someone.
Wait for the enemy mid laner to die, and then Herald.
Five-head.
Very complex, you know, as mortals really struggle to understand.
Well, I hit Masters, so I understand it.
Oh, true, perhaps, that's fair. Thank you, Medic. Thank you, that helps a lot. So, I was surprised the Caps did overextend in the mid there. Especially when he didn't really have that much support elsewhere on the map. So a bit of a blunder there from Caps. Does end up getting punished by Malrang. Does equalize the kills, but it will extend Rogue's gold lead.
Caps' first death of the finals as well. And unkilled in game one on that Ahri here.
He is 100% worse than game one.
That's how it works. That's the maths. So if he does get, is he 200% worse?
I don't know. Again? You're the smart one here, remember? You literally already established that.
I'm a doctor, not a mathematician, damn it. Malrang looking for Caps in the mid lane, though. I don't know if he snuck around the vision here. Caps will spot him now. And that control ward spots out Malrang as he steps forward. A big one building up for Caps, but we won't want to use that to chip away at Malrang's HP. Jankos was here as well, but Jimby came up from the bottom lane. And with the G2 bot lane resetting on their Eclipse timer here. And so once again, a swing of the pendulum in favor of Rogue.
Yeah, but slowly, top CS always going in favor of Omni. We're a bit skeptical about the Gwen pick, but it seems to be working out for now. That kill helping Broken Blade out a little bit, but just so down in CS right now. Lost the plating, never really has top push. And the problem Broken Blade has is with no top push on any wave, he can't really move towards mid. He would ideally want to push out top, move towards mid, look for a play, and then catch the next wave top. But no matter what play he tries to make towards mid, he's going to have to give up creep. So we'll see if he does choose to do so, because Rogue are sieging onto this mid tier 1.
Continuing to chip away at it. The wave clear is good from Caps. Jankos going to lose a little bit of HP, but Malrang on the hunt.
Not sure they want to go any further here. Handshake knocks him back into Trimby. And Rogue will just gain control of the river.
You can see Comp just resetting back out onto the map. Has got himself the Kraken Slayer, going for the high damage Jinx build.
This is a game where there's an Azir Jinx on one end, and they're ahead in the early game. They're 1k up, they're chilling. The game's only going to get better for them, right? Kraken's there completed,
Gwen
rapid
as well,
fire,
like
Infinity Edge, right? So it feels like G2 the ones who have to make plays, but Trimby,
Good play here, Featherstorm coming out, Trimby locked up, rooted in place, depth charge used as well, but the Super Mega Death Rocket's not going to do enough to kill off Flacket. Trimby will tick to the Ignite as G2 get their second.
And it's Flacket and Targamas finding themselves another 2v2 kill. They did just that against Upset and Hylissang, and they will do it once again. It was Trimby and Comp that actually engaged that fight. They came back onto the map with all those items. They thought they were strong enough. Both smites missed, and now it's awkward. The red reset, regenerated all that HP, and Mauring just said, you know what? You can have it.
But the biggest winner here is Larssen, of course. Caps got the package, that's why Malrang backed away, but that's going to be first tower over to Larssen, all plates in his pocket. We'll get the Azir accelerated, but great play there by the G2 bot lane. Rogue actually engaging that play to get from the get-go, but still a 2v2 kill. Gets 3 summoners out of Rogue. Now we'll see what Caps can get done with this package, because Larssen probably going to base in TP to say that he's going to cancel and try to catch the wave.
Well, with the second dragon coming up in 20 seconds, I think G2 will want the package just for control of that area. Flacket and Targamas have just reset as well. Hostile takeover and the Featherstorm not available for them right now, but will be soon. Caps gains control of the mid lane wave, pushes that in, forces Larssen to back away, and with 6 seconds on the Hex sec, you have to expect the Rogue are giving this one up.
But they're basing on their top and mid. They have TPs. They just need to find a way in. TP's coming in. Do they want to contest this? Odoamne's TP will decide whether they are going to do so. Package is burned. Odoamne's running top.
Yeah, Dragon's gone already.
Just going to give that one up. Herald is spawning soon, so Rogue, I feel like they're making a bit of a blunder here. Their jungle AD and supporter is hovering in bot side jungle as if they want to contest. Now they're going to push Jankos away from the crab. Jankos gets it though, and now they're going to move towards Herald. You have to feel or look for some kind of bot dive because they have tempo after G2 did that dragon, but they're not using it so well. Now they're going towards Herald, it looks like, and there won't be a play on bot side.
Yeah, the pings are coming through now, but Rogue seem to be of a bit of a split decision there. G2 happy to take advantage of it and will find themselves 2 Drakes to 0. Of course, this will end up being the Herald going in the favor of Rogue, but G2 at this point don't really mind that. Of course, the question is, what will G2 do now? They're looking for a bot side play. The cross map is going to happen from G2, and I think we're continuing to see this. We saw this in Game 1, we're seeing it again on Game 2, but G2 just reading the map very well, always in a great position to be able to do something, and now Comp could lose his life.
EQ hits, Cataclysm, a possible follow-up. They're waiting for Comp to burn the flash. Got the root with the Flame Chompers and is able to walk away. Re-engage possibly here from Trimby and Comp. The blast cone forward. Trimby will spot that red buff is yet to fall.
Smart mechanics there by Comp. Doesn't panic flash. Resets again. Jankos doesn't have smite. Larssen has mid push and they don't know where he is. So minimap you can see Jankos backing away. They don't know where Larssen is. He could collapse towards bot side. Malrang has Herald. Malrang has Herald if he wants to use on this tower, but looks pretty free. Just gonna drop some emotes. And I presume that's going towards a bot tier 1 then.
That's the only remaining outer tower. As the reset does come out. Jankos on his way up here. Now this ward will spot out. Odoamne needs to order that tower once more. Does get knocked up. Of course, Gwen, very famous for being immune, but not when you're in range of the call of the Forge God. Jankos takes the 3rd kill of the game.
And it's an easy play for G2. They spot Malrang basing. They find a window to punish, and Jankos goes from bot red. Sure, he doesn't secure it, but he finds himself a kill. You can see that G2, they're losing a little bit of control over the map, but G2 are always finding ways to answer everything that Rogue does. So they get a tower, G2 get themselves a kill. Rogue get one objective, G2 get something else on the map, and it feels like that G2, as we mentioned earlier, just reading the map very well right now and kind of forcing Rogue to play to their tune.
Definitely are, but how the hell does Caps have a 200 gold shutdown right now? He lost his full tower plates over to Larssen, but Malrang anyway, looking for a mid play.
Flacket can pop the Featherstorm, has the root to pull it back as well. Handshake coming out. Root still connects there. There's the Cataclysm to follow up as well. Stopwatch from Malrang. TP coming in as Odoamne looks to join the fight. Malrang disengages, ticks away, but still able to stay alive. Larssen joins this as well. Caps look for the rocket, but Malrang smartly, wisely went back into his own jungle.
And we haven't talked too much about engage, and I feel like G2 yesterday, today, every single draft they have, it's either a Jarvan or something that can go in like a Rakan, but Rogue's only real engage is maybe a TP flank from Odoamne, Larssen's super play, diving in with a stopwatch in the ultimate, or Trimby hitting a hook, so I think G2 are pretty safe to engage and disengage at their own will with Desire or not, peeling back now. G2 looking for this bot tier 2, they have TP on Broken Blade, Odoamne does not, Larssen does not either.
Hex flash into hook, Hex flash into hook. Trimby doesn't hook. That looked exciting for a second. As a support, you see those lines, man. You're reading the map, you know.
You're looking for the angles.
Equations next to your head as you wait to see if you can get the engage, but Trimby didn't go for it.
The only concern, of course, he has is that Larssen and Malrang are hovering around the top side of the map right now.
I mean, also, he's died a lot engaging in the last couple of games. Like, as the primary engage for his team, he has died a ton.
Also, Targamas with Guardian, surprisingly surprisingly tanky on Renata. You think that this is a squishy champ, but she beefier than she looks in terms of being able to shut down that squishy ranged champ. In any case, G2 find themselves pretty much dead even in gold right now. The next dragon is spawning in about a minute's time. This is where I expect Rogue to really contest. This is very traditional Rogue. We often look at them as a team that's quite willing to sack the first 2 Drakes in exchange for Herald and then look to contest on the 3rd. They've secured a bunch of second items. Comp's still working towards his, but I think that Rogue, with a very strong reset right now, all coming back out onto the map at the same time, is going to look to contest his mid control and the river.
Definitely. 2 items on Larson. Comp so close to his second item. Presumably he's going for something like the Phantom Dancer. Maybe he wants to pick it up before this dragon in 40 seconds, but I think he doesn't have the time to do it. Flack is going to get the red buff, and I think battle lines will be drawn soon. Broken Blade is the only person who can play to push top here. Larson will match as I say that because they both have TP, so G2 could pressure 2 points of the map at the same time, but ideally you want your Ornn or your Azir before the fight starts. You don't want them TPing in as it starts because they're such good initiators or backline DPS if they overcommit. Caps picks up his second item.
You can see on the minimap as well, Comp a little hesitant to push towards the mid lane. He knows where everyone on his team is, but he doesn't have that much information as to where G2 is. So he's just going to catch that mid wave. And the tower in the bot lane will end up dropping. TP now coming through from Azir. Rogue is looking to contest this Drake.
Yeah, it's better to TP in before the fight starts. These champions want to be there. Caps is basing now as well, but he doesn't have TP. I wonder if he has packaged. Rogue could just start this one up, but they don't have information on Caps just yet. G2 stuck in this choke. Rogue have mid push. TP up in around 5 seconds. Caps is going to make his way down. Rogue, really precarious situation here. Odoamne already chunked out. G2 have space to work with. Malrang's off to the side.
Caps clearing the wave in the mid lane, looking for that flank position. Rogue don't know. G2 don't know they're there. Have an inkling, have an idea that Rogue are waiting in the darkness. Ward's coming out. Caps still in a great position here, but spotted on a ward himself. Dragon resets, 7,000 HP on it. It's a Mountain Soul once again. G2 stepping back, waiting for Caps to join them. That ward spots him out once again.
The poke. Caps can land some poke here before the dragon goes down. We'll see if he does. There's one rocket onto Trimby. See if he hits another, because Rogue have to pull the trigger soon. It's only going to get worse. There's the Ornhorn.
Call of the Portugal coming out. Caps goes in with a package. Trimby locked up. Odoamne now diving onto the back line as G2 look for the lockups themselves. The poke coming in. Flacker flashing forward. The feathers fly and Rogue die. One down already. Malrang flashing away. Knocks himself away with Blast Cone. But G2 win the fight of the dragon.
And it comes back to this discussion around initiation. Look at G2's composition. It's so easy for them to just start fights. Broken Blade blows the horn, Jankos follows it up with the EQ, and then Rogue is just in this awkward position where they're immediately forced to retreat. Their poke just is not landing, and G2 continue to dominate the fight.
Yeah, and I even feel like G2 don't even have to commit into this fight. Caps' position is so fantastic after the package. Broken Blade and Jankos can just chill and do the dragon. How can you ever walk in through the package, through the Renata ultimate, the poke that's coming on? Fleck is even flashing forward, so much confidence. Larson, little sidestep there from the Corky Rocket, would have died either way. Malrang gets out himself, only 1 kill over to G2, but the soul point now in their hands.
And you can see the frustration starting to mount on the face of Trimby. Their options were limited in game 1. It feels like that their options are limited again here in game 2. The finals is only going to continue to get harder. The goal difference isn't that big, but that's the 3rd Drake now for G2.
And we heard so much from Trimby about how important it is for him, not that he wins, but that he carries his teammates alongside him. Larson and Odoamne been here before, have looked for a title, haven't claimed it. Baron now started up though.
This is sneaky.
By Larson and Malrang. Larson, you shred through this. Void Staff, Leandries already chipping away at it. Jankos doesn't know. G2 don't know. TP coming in now. Jankos. EQ a possibility. Looking for the smite. He's done this before. He's stolen before. But not today. Hostile takeover goes into the backline. Berserk on 2. Stopwatch by Jankos still in the middle of the pit as the missiles begin to barrage in from Caps. 1 down. Malrang next up. Comp and Larson get away with the Baron. But G2 still win the fight.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-1. G2 in the fight, but Rogue get the Baron on 2 members. We'll see what G2 can do on the map with this. Maybe they can get this top tier 1. But great sneak there by Rogue. G2 knew something was up.
Rogue leveraging the fact that this Azir can take this Baron down very quickly. And G2 were caught off guard. Jankos tries to go in for the steal. If he had stolen that, it would have been absolute disaster for Rogue. But the good news for G2 is they find themselves 3 kills. They're also going to get the tier 1 in the top lane. So all Rogue have really done is buy themselves a little bit more time, get a little bit more gold into their back pocket, as G2 still have the level lead, they still have the item lead. G2 still have control over this game.
That's what you want with a scaling composition. We'll see Jankos stepping forward here, puts down the flag, and then as it expires, Rogue start up the Baron.
Oh, great timing there from Rogue. And I think they kind of knew something was up, but the TP is what told them that they were on the Nash. Jankos goes in, we'll keep her eye on the smite. 59 1k, oh. Both jungler smite, I didn't exactly see where they went, but it's Marang that secures it. TP comes in from Caps, who's sitting at almost 3 items right now. You can see the damage from the rockets, and Rogue are forced to back away. Larson and Comp the ones with the buff. And I mean, G2's poke is just so strong. Comp actually skipping the Phantom Dancer or Rapid Fire just went straight for the Dominics, of course, because Broken and Jankos so tanky in the front line. Won't have Infinity Edge till the 4th item.
And we haven't talked about him very much, but Flakked, wow, so consistent. The evolution of this young player throughout the playoffs has been incredible, really. 55, 4, and 61 is his current KDA.
This is before the first game of today.
This was, of course, before the first game of today, but the man has definitely grown a lot as a player, and obviously so far this series, it's kind of been the Caps Jankos show, but still, you think about that flash play in that he made in the last Dragon fight, the fact that he was able to always find these great positions.
2v2 bot kill as well, they got earlier on.
And let's not forget that he was replacing Reckless, right? Like one of the legends here of Europe. Expectations were incredibly high, and he kind of got dominated by Upset in the first time that they met, but he talked about how his loss helped him grow as a player, helped him evolve, helped him learn a lot, and like we've seen that learning, that growing, and he's a very consistent, reliable carry now for G2. The question is, will that be enough to bring them home another finals trophy for the G2 organization?
And growth's what we expect with like when you have legends like Jankos and Caps next to you. Broken Blade's got a heap of experience as well, 2 finals in the LCS, so he's had a pretty long career, and now sitting in the finals once again in the LEC for the first time. Larson's going to get that bot wave in, set up the tower, 50 seconds on Dragon. Soul for G2. And control is so important for Rogue, because if G2 get control, they're just going to poke you out through Fog of War, and you can't walk up no matter what. But at least this gives some kind of leeway for Rogue to look for an engage if G2 overstep, but they're going to push out mid wave, push out bot wave, group up and find their way, and they did it last time through the choke in blue buff. We'll see if they can do it again.
You can see Rogue with total control of this river now. 30 seconds on the next Dragon. I wonder, Caps going back, he won't have the package immediately, of course, 6 minutes between the spawns of those, but actually just decides to stay and clear out that bot side wave. G2 trying to gain control of the mid lane. TP now coming in as Larson will join the fray. Caps hits level 16. This Rocket's going to do even more work in this next battle. And upgraded Ludens as well for him. The ornaments starting to come in for G2. Rogue with control. Package now picked up. Odoamne trying to go in, look for the damage onto Broken Blade. He uses the Bellows Breath, but the stopwatch is popped as well. Caps in a good position to flank here, but he's spotted on control ward. How quickly do Rogue react? Broken Blade down, already dead. The hostile takeover coming out as well. It's 1-for-1 traded so far. Marang's going to fall as well. Flakked doing so much work here, but Comp, can he open up? Can he find the big guns? Can he find the shots? The Rockets. Caps instead turns it around, still has the package in his back pocket. And Rogue looking hungrily at the Dragon. Can they secure it? Can they steal the soul away from G2? They don't have a jungler. Larson slides in, but Caps dives back. A double for Caps, a soul for G2, and they're looking to make it 11-0 in the losers bracket.
Form is temporary, but class is forever, and he saw that again from Caps. The patience that he holds onto that package for so long. The Rockets with the poke. He sees the angle and he goes for it.
Caps played that phenomenally. The start of the fight looks very good for Rogue. They're able to just melt through Broken Blade when Caps is not even there. You can see that this front line just disappears from the damage that Rogue has available, and the back line for Rogue is able to freely dish out damage, but Caps still has the package. He holds onto it. They find that kill onto the overcommitted Odoamne, and now Caps is in the mind of Larson. He knows that he's going to try and make that hero play. He knows exactly what he's trying to do, and the second that he tries, Caps punishes him with a flawless performance.
It's unreal reactions as well, because Larson is WE flashing as well there. He's doing it quick on the fingers. Caps instantly reacts, holds the package for so long despite getting hooked anyway, so incredible display of patience, and now he's sitting on a 1,000 gold shutdown.
G2 are sitting on a soul, 4,000 gold ahead. Their carries scaled up, and we've seen Rogue just unable to find a way into these team fights, unable to find a way to break down the armor of G2. G2 now control the top side of the map. 30 seconds on the Baron for them. Bounties available for the second time this series for Rogue, and Odoamne might try and claim one in the bottom lane.
G2 in a fantastic position right now. They would put themselves 2-0 up in the series. And you think about the beginning of the split, no one would have predicted that they would have a run like this. Back-to-back 3-0s. They're on the verge of going 2-0 in the finals of the LEC. And old school G2, that was an expectation. That was the norm. If you dropped a game, hang on a second, Odoamne getting all in here, but it is Gwen versus Ornn.
So Caps is on his way as well. Doesn't. Yeah.
But in terms of expectations, you think of the old G2. If it wasn't a 3-0, some people would be like, not the best performance there, G2, a bit fallible. But that was the level of expectation. That was the level of pedigree that the organization had built up.
Yep.
And it was an organization that really couldn't be toppled outside of an organization like Fnatic, and they've been trying very hard to get back to this level. Last year was a bit of a failure for the organization as a whole, but for them to be in this position right now, in such a short space of time with only a few roster changes, very impressive changes.
It's also an unbelievable bounce back. The fact they lost 3-1 to Fnatic in the upper bracket, and if they win this and go on to win the next one, they could be sitting in a 12-0 record run through the lower bracket into the finals. Trimby might get caught here a bit, but it looks like the TP coming in from Caps and Broken Blade. They want to force this Baron. Full control for G2 on the top side river. They need to get this mid-wave in, or they could just start it straight away. Rogue, how do you find your way into this this Baron pit? They have so much poke. They don't have any vision. This Baron's going to die so soon.
6,000 HP on the Baron. Caps looking for Larssen. Banshees popped on him.
Malrang has flash and ult.
Malrang could look for it. Baron down to 4,000 HP. G2 standing on the precipice. Trimby already burst down. Malrang 2 Stormbringer away. Comp has to open up. Comp has to do something miraculous in this fight. Larssen has the flank position. Yanko's already down. Odoamne on the front line now, but it's 4v3 in favor of G2. Larssen trying to get him behind, but the rest of his team is just dying in the mid lane. Caps and G2 once again route Rogue.
Rogue tried to engage into G2, but such a meat grinder in the backline. Instantly, Malrang has to get out. Trimby dies. Malrang trying to escape here. Caps is on the chase. Larssen also has to run.
Malrang.
Can he find him? He should know that he's in this bush. Process of elimination.
How many numbers is his head? Oh, Caps has more.
Malrang can execute though. Of course, he will still be dead for a while. Does get the execute. And because of that Baron forfeit, you have to feel.
You have to, because Jankos is going to respawn. The rest of G2 is going to reset, and they're just going to make a beeline straight towards it. Larssen is still up on the map trying to clear out some of this vision. Does have the TP available if he wants to go for a quick reset, but Rogue are likely going to have to fight this Baron 4v5. Let's have a look. Once again, G2 know they're stronger, and they're just using the Baron to force a fight.
Reminds me of Hylissang yesterday. You hit the hook, but you just instantly die. Trimby can't do anything. Malrang's just forced out straight away, so where's your front line? If you have no front line, your back line is exposed. Odoamne tries his best to fight back, but the second he dies, Comp is next to fall. Larssen was never really in a good position to do any damage. I'm not sure why he was off the blue buff entrance. I mean, if he was next to Comp there, maybe they could look to turn. Carries weren't together. G2 run them over.
And the thing is, although it's been mistakes from Rogue, it's been mistakes from Trimby, that's his job in these fights. He has to engage because no one else can really do it. Maybe if you have vision control, you can find a flank from Larssen, you can find a flank from Malrang, but Trimby is the primary engage as he was on the Leona. And so every time he goes in, Caps just has his number.
This is where it comes back to comp execution, right? On paper, yeah, Rogue's composition outscales. Azir, Jinx, Gwen, terrifying late game carries, but Xayah loves it when you run into her. Renata loves it when you run into her. And basically you have these three melee champions that are all trying to engage onto this composition. The two long-range champs have to go through the front line, and Rogue, it's so difficult for them to actually play the fights, but now they're looking for a pick on a flank.
Caps TPing in, they're looking for flank as he goes towards the backline. The hostile takeover's going to do a lot of work here, but Larssen able to get him from the side. Look at the damage from Comp, almost kills Odoamne. The locket has to be popped. Malrang diving in with the Stormbringer as well. A stopwatch will stop time, and Targamas keeps himself alive as well as Larssen dived in. But the only goal he's going to see here is that stopwatch. G2 wipe him. That was a 4v5 in favor of Rogue, and still they can't find the win.
G2 once again dominate Rogue in the team fight. They dominate the map from start to finish, and G2 are going to bring us to match point.
Rogue just seem like another name on a long list for G2. First they came for Vitality, then for Misfits, then for Fnatic, and now just one win away from claiming their 9th LEC title. The wave's not in their favor right now as they wait to try and fountain dive. Only Odoamne stands, perhaps looking at the last hopes of a title for him slipping between his hands. Odoamne tries to do what he can, but what can you do into the face of G2? The damage on Broken Blade is absurd, but the damage on the Nexus is just enough for G2 to go 11-0.
Wow. Incredible performances by G2 these last two games. Just doesn't look like Rogue have a chance. The early game was a little bit stable, but once it came to the mid game, once it came to those dragon fights, G2 were just running away with the game. The poke was too much for Rogue, and eventually There was a clock against them. They had to engage, and the second they did, just way too much damage coming out of Caps and Flanked, and honestly, Caps is playing like a man possessed these last couple of weeks.
And the conversation keeps coming back to this draft from Rogue because it feels like that their options are always limited. Where is Malrang supposed to gank? The thing that he is so successful at, the thing that he's been known for all regular season has been finding windows in order to set up his laners for success. But they haven't really been able to do that in Game 1 or in Game 2. And you have to wonder, how big is this Jarvan pick? How... maybe you need to go to the red side so that you can give Trimby more of a counter pick down towards the bot lane. Like, you have to think of a change. And Rogue, they were in this position against Fnatic. They need to do something to bring the momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, I think it's time for Rogue to just go back to red side, throw everything out the window like they did against Fnatic, and just try to find some comfort. I think when you look at their success against Fnatic, playmaking mid for Larson, Sylas looked fantastic. Early game jungle for Malrang. He didn't have much to play around this game, you know? So I feel like counter picking top could also help shut Broken Blade down. Whether you want to take away that on or counter pick something, it needs to give Rogue a little bit more options.
And the question for Rogue is, like, how much resilience did you use to come back against Fnatic? Because it was 0-2 there as well. G2 one game away from glory. Rogue have to fight back and find 3 in a row if they're going to take it. Join us for the Game 3 after this.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
one team in the regular season. G2 are unleashed. It's a miracle win. They were in control. They lost everything, but they managed to find a way back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LEC studio, where we are 2 games into the final so far. And unfortunately for Rogue, they are down again, just like they were versus Fnatic. And it is G2 who has now won their 11th game in a row coming out of the lower bracket. Dagda, summarize that game 2 for me.
Yeah, I gotta say, it started off in the first few minutes, right? Like, we kind of talked about coming in from draft that the Volibear should have pressure coming out, but unfortunately, when you look at what happened, Caps got that early reset with the TP back into mid. They instantly go for the invade. Malrang's now behind, and it just feels you never really get the chance here as Rogue to work off the priority you should have in those early stages.
And I just love seeing G2 get so active inside the enemy jungle. It's almost the exact same way Fnatic shut down Rogue last week in the first couple of games, was by bullying Malrang early on in the game, and it helped G2 get off to a good start.
Absolutely, and they also got the first play on everything, all the objectives, especially the Drakes.
Yeah, I think the one thing that finally went Rogue's favor this time was the mid lane matchup there. Seer got a lead on the Corki, but ultimately because G2 played so well as a team, they just never gave their Seer a chance to play the game, and it didn't matter.
And when it came to these huge team fights, I thought Corki's package use was insane. Not just the one where he interrupted the Azir, but in the first fight too, he's trying to knock Trimby into an Ornn ult. Like, he's using these packages late on in the games, making them very impactful in the team fights too. It was fantastic team fighting from Caps.
Yeah, on the flip side, it felt a bit sad for Comp, like not really able to get going in those team fights because you've got so much attention coming through from the Ornn, but also when you talk about like the Dragon stacking earlier on, we saw the 13 minutes, they try to take that 2v2 bot lane, means that they end up falling behind, you don't get to pressure for second Dragon, everything just started to fall out of control.
And we got to talk about Caps just a little more. Broxa, I asked you just before this in the green room, is this the Caps you know and love, the one you used to play with, getting back to that level? And man, has he been stomping these playoffs so far.
Oh, for sure. Seeing Caps perform this way definitely makes my very warm and fuzzy. It feels so good seeing him play at this level, and there's no doubt that now having a crowd in front of him, having all this pressure, being back in the final, like Caps is the type of player who just thrives in this, and like all the energy is just coming to him, and he's taking it all on the Rift.
And we're going to talk about how Rogue can come back in this series, but just going to leave you with this. Caps has never lost an LEC final when he's played it. 6 out of 6. Dagda, that's just scary, right? What is it about this man that just turns into a different beast when we're on stage specifically?
I mean, it's just the presence that he's able to have in that mid lane, right? Like, already his laning phase has been great, but it just feels like Jankos and Caps have started working so well together, not even just in this game, but also as we've seen over the course of playoffs, that synergy has only grown and grown, and now you're seeing Caps be the major benefactor of it, and then when you get to those late game team fights, he's able to pop off. We've seen it on the Ahri, now we've seen it on the Corki.
And I love how you said benefactor, because it is clearly a team effort coming out of the side of G2. Let's talk about the jungle matchup then. This is quite scary. I feel like that one's like more active than this one. I don't know if that's a sign for that. Malrang versus Jankos, right? Such a spotlight on the jungle matchup. For now, Malrang, it's not like he's not been there, but why do you think it is he hasn't been able to put as big of a mark on the series so far?
I think we've just seen so much more mobility out of G2 as a whole, right? It's not just Jankos running around getting stuff done, it's him moving with Caps into the enemy jungle. It's very early resets from Targamas and roaming, especially in the first game, that we saw really cause some problems because, again, it is not as simple as one-on-one, especially at this high of a level, especially in the jungle. It's so much more about the team, and I think that G2's mantra throughout playoffs has been the 3 players, Jankos, Caps, and Targamas, and they have been taking over the map.
And one thing is really interesting to me, because yesterday in the post-game lobby, Caps and Jankos made it really clear that they've been inspired by Fnatic and by Rogue. And now Jankos, he's like the new Malrang, a better Malrang almost. He's finding all these creative openings. He's playing so well, both in the early game and in team fights. The Dragon stacking they stole from Fnatic. It's like they're just taking the good parts of all these other teams, applying it to their own gameplay, and now they look amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are 2-0 up right now, and they only have one more game left to win in this series. And I want to focus a little bit on the new players. I know we love to talk about Jankos and Caps, of course, why not? But let's talk a little bit about Broken Blade and about Targamas and about Flacket, who step into some big shoes when you come onto a roster like G2 Esports and you have to perform.
I mean, think about the names they had to replace. Wonder, Reckless, Mickey, huge superstars through their time in their careers, and they've come in and looked so strong. Broken Blade was the one everyone was expecting him to perform. He's been a stable top laner. Pop-Off too, been very good for the team. But then Flacket and Targamas returning to the LEC after winning some EU Masters trophies, and now he is one game away from lifting the LEC trophy. That transition has been incredible.
And when you talk about like taking the good parts of every team, you talk about their growth over the split, I think Targamas has been the shining light in that respect. Like getting these roams off. You highlighted at the end of the last game how well he was able to sync up with Jankos, make sure that he's there when they're going for invades, making sure Trimby can have the impact. And it feels like every step of the way, the growth that we've seen from G2 is now counteracting everything that Rogue want to do. You don't get the jungle plays you want to because Targamas is helping out Jankos. You don't get the early presence you want because we've got that dragon stacking. And now when we get towards team fights, we highlighted at the very start of this week that Flacket was being left on his own. That's not the case anymore. This is G2 playing on all cylinders.
On all cylinders, indeed. Now, of course, I got to bring you back to last week as this is going to become a bit more tricky. So, last week, Rogue was in the exact same position when they were up versus Fnatic. They went to the red side and they were able to turn it around. They have chosen the red side for Rogue. And as we talk about the overarching stories for G2, I think we also need to touch on Rogue specifically, right? Because we had Trimby and Odoamne in the video anchoring this day, coming into it, saying for each of them how much it would mean. Odoamne, the crownless king. Is it going to come down to them? Can these two turn it around?
Yeah, I really feel like they can. Like we saw in the Fnatic series, kind of the same stuff that we were seeing in this game, where a little bit of messy mistakes coming through. Like you talk about the 2v2 on bot lane that isn't really going their way. These kind of mistakes we're seeing in game 1, game 2 of the Fnatic series. But when it got to that game 3, when they moved to red side, suddenly that confidence was there, and we get to see things like the counter pick for Larson. These are the big things that I'm keeping my eyes out for, because it feels like that's going to be the turning point in this game.
Yeah, it could end up being like counter pick for Larson, could go top side as well. I feel like this is a Rogue that last week had a very clear plan, like leave open the twist fate, and they had precise counter picks for it. They've definitely come in with some of that today.
And I think this is exactly what we need to see from Rogue right now. There's no doubt that they have the mental resilience to actually stay strong and focus and come back. But now I think it's the moment that, just like in the Fnatic series, they're going to whip out a different strategy. They have to change it up, try something new, catch G2 off guard. And if they find that one thing like they did against Fnatic, then maybe they can still win.
Maybe they can, but there's a lot of doubt in that voice, Roxa. I can hear it. Obviously, red side spells out we're going to get a counter pick for someone. What's the gut feeling?
My gut feeling is that it goes back to mid lane. I think that Caps has been so mobile from the mid lane position, and a lot of that has come down to like good back timings, the TP2. So if Larson is on something where he doesn't have to blind pick mid finally, I think top lane, we've seen less focus on that than in previous series. For me, it comes down to mid lane and support.
Yeah, I'm also really curious if you actually, instead of looking at the mid lane, because maybe you just take something like the Ahri away, Larson wants to try and take that, maybe you actually just look at supports. It feels like Targamas has been able to get that counter pick every time. He feels like he's been way more comfortable, and I think if you end up turning that around, well then maybe you start to see the Trimby that we got in the regular season.
Roxa, you've been in this situation before, and I can bet when you hear these analyst segments back, you think, no, analysts, because we are dealing with two teams who are so adaptive. They can actually go really deep into their champion pools for support and for mid and for top lane and whatnot. So if you were the person on stage right now, what would be your strategy if you were in Rogue?
For me, it's actually pretty simple. In both of these two first games, G2 have had much easier to execute teamfight comps. They are really simple engage. Everything is just so, easy to play. And we need to see something similar from Rogue, because I think, like in the last game, they had the Gwen top, the Volibear jungle. Fnatic is on Javan, like they just press R, they go in, you can never reach that backline. And now Rogue, you need to go back to this, because this is something Rogue has done so well in the past. We all know Odoamne is a great tank player. We need to see the same. We need a good team fighting comp, easy to execute, then I believe.
We want to see that Rogue activated we saw last week from game 3 on, and they did select red side, so maybe we will see it. I certainly hope so. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Great to hear from you all, looking dapper, standing next to the trophy. A trophy that may be hoisted by G2 in just a few minutes' time. I'm Medic, this is Vedi, that's K-Draw. And this was a bit more sultry than I intended it to be. Let's bring up the energy a little bit more.
The tension is, of course, mounting. We'll see if Rogue can make some type of reverse sweep happen, because the pressure is mounting. So, fun stat for you guys.
Do it.
Out of the last 11 games, G2 have only played 2 on blue side. Of course, they did win both because they're on an 11-game winning streak right now.
They kind of have 100% win rate on either side.
Yes,
over the
but
last
I think it's quite interesting how predominantly they have been on red. We haven't seen a lot of them on blue, so I'm curious as to how things change. We're getting into the funky music. We're about to jump into draft for Game 3, so without further ado, let's play the banger.
And Venius, you and I have been preaching red side for so many days. Didn't happen yesterday for Fnatic, but now Rogue have chosen red side. How much does the draft change?
It's the Zeri. They're already thinking about leaving Zeri open. I think that's the big draft adaptation we're going to see from G2. The question is, will they get their hands on it? Look, the AD carry ban's continuing to come out. No Zeri removed just yet.
I think we might get a jungle trade as well, perhaps. I mean, Volibear, Hecarim trade-off. It's a bit of a difficult one because Jankos will obviously go for the Volibear, Mauro will go for the Hecarim. But
so Rogue are going to remove it.
Is that something Rogue really would like on red side?
Do you think G2 first pick the Jarvan?
Well, with the Hecarim ban, I think if they ban Volibear, that could be a plausible thing to do. Cajun Aphelios down, Zeri down, AD pool. I mean, Xayah is also G2's high prio. Does Rogue play it? Do they want to take it away from themselves? Or are they just going to early rotate something standard like the Jinx?
Remember, Ahri's still up.
Ahri is still up. That's a very good point. You could last ban Ahri here. You could last ban Volibear, or you could last ban neither and then take the other way. But it looks like with the Volibear ban,
so it's going to be either a Jarvan or an Ahri first pick. One of those
definitely
two.
Is,
and it's the Ahri. It seems that Rogue have not showcased an answer to it so far. Ahri's a difficult champ to counterpick. Syndra was actually one of the go-to answers back in the day, mainly because of how you can outrange her in the other game. You can get poke, and if she ever dives in, you just one-shot her. But I don't know if Larsen's much of a Syndra player.
Is he going to go for the Lucian counterpick again? I mean, he could run some kind of Lucian Diana. TF is open. Ooh. Now, TF in the LEC playoffs has not been great. And they're just going to go for the Jarvan instead.
I'll get the stats, man.
Jarvan locked in. As much as I like this Jarvan denial from Jankos, I already kind of worry, because if Jankos is confident enough to play Lee Sin and they play Lee Sin Ahri into Jarvan's not going to have a good time. The thing is, when G2 are the ones blinding Jarvan, Rogue's answers aren't great. You know, they're not picking Thresh and things to save their AD carry. So we'll see how G2 responds to this Jarvan, but Marang definitely a comfort champ to him, but very stock standard stuff. There's the Jinx for comp.
So we would imagine either the Xayah or the Misfortune to come through. Wouldn't surprise me if they just locked in the Xayah. The Trundle answer coming out from Jankos. We have seen a fair number of Trundle gains from him. It's surprising that he's bringing out into the Jarvan.
Oh, TF instantly locked in there by Larsen. So we've got a TF Jarvan into Ahri. Trundle. Draft's looking a lot different now. Jankos clear answer to the Jarvan, and Larsen was hovering the TF before, but now it's locked in on 3.
0 and 4 in playoffs so far. That Twisted Fate.
Wasn't the stat I was looking for.
Oh, well,
I was hoping for the Larsen one, because he's actually, in his professional career, only lost a single, I believe, Twisted Fate.
9 games, 8-1.
8-1.
8-1.
It's pretty incredible. And for anyone that may remember his Twisted Fate during the regular season in past, it was a terrifying thing to deal with. So I'm very excited to see that. It feels like that he is on comfort. Rogue is getting themselves a lot of comfort, which is very much what we wanted to see. Jankos likely going to have a little bit less agency, even if you do have a lot of strong dueling prowess on the Trundle in the early game.
Yep.
Let's see how the draft evolves now. Camille being removed, Gnar being removed. We're looking at a top lane pick for Rogue here on 4.
We're looking at Jace, I think, is what Rogue want to ideally pick on 4.
I think it's Ornn, dude.
You think they're going to go Ornn, TF,
I think
Jarvan?
They will go Ornn.
Oh, that would be a bit rough. I mean, they're going to have to play for bot, then they're going to look to counterpick support. This last ban will tell us the story, but with Aurelia ban, I think it is a Jace on 4. I think G2 should read that.
I'm expecting the G2 Jace ban right now.
Yeah, definitely. They should read this ban, this pick, and then they're not going to do it. They're just going to ban Rakan instead. So, Odoamne has got the option for Jace here. I think Broken Blade saying, I'll pick Malphite.
Well.
I think Malphite is an insanely good pick for G2. If Rogue go for Jace, they are hovering it, but I'm scared for the Rock.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
It could be a possibility. I mean, Ornn does work as well.
He's done Yone into Jace before, right?
And,
I'm just trying to think of what your Broken Blade has done. I'm not saying what I necessarily agree with.
Yeah. I mean, for support here, I mean, they're probably going to look for some kind of engage. Renata blind pick would also work.
I don't know if I'm as much of a fan of Renata here. Oh, are they just going to take the Ornn themselves?
They are, it looks like. They're just going to go for the Ornn. I mean, it's working. Just good front line. Ornn Trundle into the Jarvan Jace.
Malphite could have been insane.
But this is another comp where Rogue's drafting themselves a comp that they have to get ahead on. TF Jace, single target, 1-3-1, play the map, get top lane ahead. G2, just straight up teamfight. Xayah, Ornn, Ahri. We're pretty happy. How will they round it out with support?
I feel like Rogue could even think about a Lulu last pick.
And
we just talked about the Lulu last pick potential, and they picked Pike potentially to dissuade it.
The Pike will be really, really annoying for the Jace to deal with, because if the Pike can move out of lane towards top, the Oran Pike have kill pressure. Is it just going to be a Renata for Trimby? I don't feel like G2's comp is over-committing to the point where melee bruiser are diving on you like Jarvan and things like this, but
I agree.
I mean, they do have an Ahri. Could help shut it down, get the bot push, and try to punish the Pike for when he roams, but there's the Brow, which will deny the Oran ult in teamfights ideally and try and help shut down this Trundle in the front line with Jarvan.
Also works really well into the Xayah in lane. You can block the feathers coming back with that unbreakable shield. I will say, we talked about Larsen's Twisted Fate. Targamas's Pike is 8-2 across the course of his career as well. He's pretty good on this champ. Played it a lot in the ERL, so we'll see what he can bring out this game. And of course, a Pike for G2, it's kind of serendipitous. You know, they've left their old selves behind. Last year was a struggle, but once again, G2 rely on Pike to bring them to a win.
Yeah, Rogue backs against the wall. This is the comp that has to start the reverse sweep if there is one. They did it against Fnatic, but I think this is going to be a much tougher task against G2 in the finals.
It was Larsen that popped off against Fnatic on his Silas champion, where he said, give me a little bit more agency, let me run away with the game. I think a lot of responsibility is going to fall on his shoulders once again. With the Twisted Fate, we need to see him getting unlocked on the map. We need to see him playing for those side lanes, setting up those dives, and trying to get Rogue ahead alongside Malrang in the early game. All the pressure now on Rogue's shoulders.
One game for it all. For G2, a win gives you your 9th LEC title. For Rogue, a win could spell another reverse sweep. It was last year at this time that they were reverse swept themselves. What a glorious feeling it would be for them if they manage it today. For Oda, one more game amongst 444 to try and claim his LEC title. For Caps, one more game to try and claim his 9th. His 7th, sorry. It is a hard road that Rogue must now walk, but it is a road that has been walked before by people who have their names on that trophy that stands in front of them. For G2, they've got their names there already stamped in the silver of the LEC title. Can they secure their 9th? Let's find out. All right, we haven't done much of this, but we're going to do a little bit of crowd interaction, lads, so get ready for this one. You guys ready? All right, crowd, I want to hear you scream, do you think Rogue can make the comeback? Scream if you think they can. I mean, that was more people than I'm expecting, I'll be honest.
Not bad.
Want to do the other side?
Okay, if you believe that G2 is going to win the 3-0, can I get a cheer, please?
I'm going to say, I think some people cheered twice.
I think some people cheered
twice. It's a disgrace. This is the democracy. You got one vote, guys.
Some people just like to cheer. Who likes cheering for the sake of cheering? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll give him that one. I'll give him that one.
Right, let's have a look at this early game. Our resident jungler / top laner / support / AD carry. Kadrol, run us through this early
game. 2018. Good times.
We like to forget that part.
Ooh, hook already. Targamas doing a little bit of a Hylissang cosplay. Has the Halo Blades.
And this ability to trade, you know, a hook for some of your health. You get the health back because you clear vision. That's why you take the sweeper. Then you can look to burn Comp's flash, and then you can look to get Jankos down here and continue the pressure. But Malrang is reading the play.
He's on it. G2's bot lane, 3 melee creeps away from level 2. We'll see if they read the play.
Flash forward. Flakked with an early cleanse here. They just need 2 autos on him. He's still got the flash. Malrang can flash chase. One more auto would be enough for the stun, and the chase is on, and Flakked may be done. Rogue strike first in game 3.
So it's Malrang now on the Jarvan who looks for the early gank. G2 were just about to walk the river, but Targamas looks for the hook to deny the combo from Malrang. Doesn't find it. Now he's fighting back and has the ignite, but that standoff will stop for now. Now Jankos has moved his way into this bot side river, level 3.
Oh, he's level 3. He has 12 CS already, and he is looking to contest what looks to be the mid lane. Look at this wave. It is a little awkward for Larsen right now.
Oh, both these junglers want to find the early plays.
But he knows. He spotted him out on the ward, as Medic highlighted.
Invade coming in.
Overextend. And right now, Trimby has to protect his jungler. He's got to work with him because Malrang needs to get level 3.
Level 3 for Caps. Jankos already level 3.
Oh, Larsen's in trouble
Larsen
here.
locks in the stun card. Charmed up. Malrang's got the chase though. Trimby's here as well. Larsen levels kills up in the middle of the fight, and Jankos just able to survive. Targmas still in level 1, no way for him to go. Ignite taking Orbital Deception. Not enough. Oh, he Q-smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it. Caps now forced up towards the top side. Larson on the chase. Comp's going to catch out Targmas as well. Comp can chase Targmas. Caps trying to get away, but the Sun Car will lock him up, and Cuts of Blows will follow him up. Rogue are here to fight.
G2 have awoken the beast in Malrang. He's been doing it all throughout playoffs. We haven't seen it in the finals. 2-1-2 now. Odo might be in trouble. 1v1 versus Broken Blade. Has to flash away. Larson catches a very big wave. And a lot of summoners were blown there, Vedius.
Malrang is what Giga Chad strive to be, okay? This man just does not care when he is on Jarvan. He will make the plays, and he will do what is needed for Rogue when the chips are down. They already find themselves with 1.5k goldie. Level 2, he's back in bot lane.
Level 1, how's he getting away? He's got no flash, he's got no cleanse, he's got no hope of getting out of this one. Malrang with the autos, the flame chompers come down, and Flacket burns. Jankos here, but really can you fight? Trimby locked up. Jankos will take one. Malrang can EQ. Oh, the pillar! Get back over here. Jankos brings Malrang back, and it'll be another kill over to G2. Caps on the chase with the charm. The fighting never ends. Comp has flash. He'll try and escape. Caps has nowhere to follow up.
I think it was Targamas with the Q that pulled Jankos out of Malrang out of his combo. Maybe it was the pillar. We'll have to see on the replay. But the big thing here is Flacket, 4 minutes 30 seconds in, level 1, 0-3. Rogue have been putting so much pressure in the bot side. Level 3 Caps as well. Larson will get a great trade in here.
Oh my word. This is the bloodbath that we wanted to see here in Game 3. Rogue needed to make a change, and what a change it is. Malrang with the level 2 gank bot saying, I might be level 2, but you're only level 1. They deny such a massive wave from him, and even though this play doesn't go exactly the way Rogue wants it, it's such a massive denial. But let's have a look at the interrupt here.
Targamas holds the Q and pulls him back as he tries to get the EQ. The pillar maybe could have cancelled as well. I'm not sure if it would have buffered straight through, but either way, they get themselves 2 kills. But like you said, Vedius, they deny this huge wave. Comp forced to blow his summoners, but Caps lost a little bit in mid lane too.
Exactly, Caps loses so much. Of course, it does end up being a kill advantage to G2, but you have to think about the weight of this. Can we very quickly look at the gold observers? Because I want to see.
No, Targamas is here. He's looking for a fight. Larson does have the flash. Targamas going in with the charm's going to land. Targamas. Oh, a great stun from Larson, but the chase is on. Larson flashes away. The bone skewer. Minions save the Rogue mid laner.
Yeah, Larson does have to use the flash though. We'll see what G2 want to do with this mid push, because Odoamne, I think, a little bit on the back foot in this Jace Ornn matchup. I think the Jace is supposed to win out, but he had to lose his flash earlier on. Down a level, Targamas. Level 3 jungler, it's 6 minutes almost into the game. Malrang just isn't farming camps. He's going bot again. Look at this wave under tower. He doesn't want to farm camps. He wants to show presence and zone the enemy bot lane away from waves.
I thought the plan was to play towards top side, but they were like, there's an Ornn up there. We don't care. We're playing for bot.
He's doing Dragon, but as a level 3 jungler, I think the Cloud Dragon wins out in the 1v1, so he's going to have to call his team. It does so much damage. He has Smite. It Caps knows he's on this. He could die. Can he do this? Trimby needs to help out.
Oh, he's got Barmies as well. Trimby is here now, and they will be able to secure this Dragon. Good call from Rogue to take it. Targamas, though, on the way. Caps locked up in the mid lane underneath this tower, and Targamas will spot this, but won't be able to stop this. As we have 6 minutes into the game, 8 kills, a 1.3 thousand gold lead for Rogue, and the Dragons has gone down.
I'm telling you, Malrang puts the Chad in Giga Chad. That's just what he does. Yep. He does not care, and he will fight you at every opportunity. He has the most... Oh, okay, Larson just overtook him, but a second ago he had the most gold in the game. He's been involved in every single one of Rogue's kills, and you can see the difference that his presence is being felt on this Jarvan. Like, again, I always go back to this. You told me that if you're not ganking on Jarvan, then you're not playing the champion properly. This is how you play Jarvan.
He's finding plays all around the map. Red buff has respawned. Larson level 6. Broken Blade has Ignite ult. And Odoamne has no flash from the earlier on 1v1, so I think maybe Rogue have to cover that. In this kind of wave state, Broken Blade might fancy himself an all-in. You can see it on minimap. Targamas is already moving up, and we talked about the power of the Ornn Pike onto the Jace. Odoamne will have to be very careful. He's probably telling his team here, guys, my wave's stacking up. I need some cover. Malrang's on the way. Larson has ult. He's hovering topside.
Really good awareness from G2, reading the map state very well, as they have done. Targamas is in a great position. We discussed the discussion around... Oh, hang on a second. The ultimate actually comes from Broken Blade.
Destiny, a possibility here. Targamas on his way as well. Malrang there. There's the Destiny. They're going to try and turn it back around onto Broken Blade. Targamas...
It gets interrupted.
Away, interrupting on the Destiny. The charm from Caps is enough, and now Odoamne is ticking down, but he will just survive. Popped a refillable right to the opportune time.
That must have been at this last very millisecond. We saw the animation of a TF red card appear in top lane, so I'd love to see the replay of that cancel. Caps saves his team on the top side, and the TF ultimate goes on cooldown.
You do have a lot of experience with cancels, so we'll see if we can get it back up for you, K-Draw.
We've got a crowd, but oohs on these now.
At least the crowd can express how I feel.
Yeah, now it is G2 that's first on the Heralds. Malrang hovering around. odoamne doesn't have the TP, which does give the numbers advantage over to G2. Jankos, level 5, along with Malrang's level 5. It's strange to see both junglers not at level 6. Normally it's the supports that we comment, but neither jungler has really been farming. The charm goes wide. Tension continues to mount, and we have to talk about the tension because, again, Rogue is 0-2 in this series so far. Their lives are on the line, and they're turning this game into a bloodbath.
But that's the exact mentality they must have came into this game through, where they're like, well, we've got all these things, we want to try the fundamentals, just throw it all out the window, we don't give a crap anymore, let's just level 2 gank, level 3 gank, try to die, bring the action to G2, and it seems to be working for now. 1,500 gold lead, G2's jungle support teaming up to try and deny their Herald.
Larsen's pretty low on mana here, still no flash for him, does have the Ghost, stun card locked in. Will force Jankos to disengage. Meanwhile, Malrang's looking for the bottom lane.
Level 5, Flacket has flash and cleanse now. No TPs to help him out. We'll see if Comp decides to be the one to tank it up, or Malrang's going to do it.
Tried to tank it up with the W there. Level 6 now. Flame Chompers go down. The root's going to connect. Malrang decides against EQing further forward. That level 6 for Flacket, perfectly timed.
Small thing I just want to highlight here, Vedis, you were talking about all throughout the series how Rogue are just happy to drop the first 2 Drakes, but it looks like they've got themselves the first one. 2 minutes on the clock for the second. Playing through bot this entire game long, despite having this Jace top. It seems to be working again. Almost 3 plates over to Comp.
And as we have a moment in what has been a hectic start to Game 3, I will say you guys at home on Discord, we let the crowd get involved. We're letting you get involved as well. You can vote to see if you think Rogue will reverse sweep. I was told we had a graphic that would come up at the time when I said that, but so far it's yet to come. Just
in the Discord.
If you're in Discord, you can go vote, okay? Maybe they were expecting more action, and maybe they should have been. As Jankos caught out underneath the tower, Malrang on his way. Flack is already backed away.
They can dive this.
Targamas wants the stun down. There's the pillar going down as well. They're just looking for the plate right now. Root with the subjugate working as well. Destiny almost back off cooldown for Larsen. Now it's up. odoamne getting chunked out by Broken Blade, who looks for the knockback. Odo gets a knockback of his own. Oh, the flash! You could see Ornn was about to bring the hammer down, but Odo flashed just in time. Malrang now with the EQ. Larsen with the chase. Caps.
They have damage here.
Holds flash. The Cataclysm will still find him.
Nicely timed there from Malrang, making sure that even if Caps uses his ultimate, the ultimate from Malrang's damage will land. The ultimate from Malrang's damage. The damage from Malrang's ultimate will land. And they're able to find a kill onto Caps. Rogue definitely looking like a completely different team. Again, Malrang continuing to be involved in every single kill, but odoamne, you talked about this top lane matchup. He is struggling in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think Rogue, fantastic so far though. I think they've broken the pillars of G2 we've been talking about. The consistency of Flacket won't be there anymore because he's on the back foot. Caps has been shut down in this mid lane, and the Jarvan denial and draft is doing Rogue wonders right now. Like I said, odoamne is the one who seems to be struggling right now, and Rogue investing resource up here. Larsen has got the ultimate. He can run through lane to help out. Thing is, I don't really think they want to invest a TF ultimate just to shut down an Ornn, as we can see in the poll. 34% of people. In the Rogue Fnatic series, it was 17%.
Obviously, people have a little bit more confidence in Rogue in the start to this game. Kind of allows for that confidence. 2,000 gold the lead for Rogue. Comp's going to be able to take a whole tower in the bottom lane. It was already down to only 2 plates, but Jinx, of course, with that minigun, can shred through these turrets pretty quickly. Another wave, only about 10 seconds away, so it will be a little bit of time before that tower does fall.
Yeah, I think Rogue just so far ahead in tempo here. Comp will get the full tower, and G2 needs to drop it top, I think. Flacket's moved this all the way up. They're going to 4-man top, drop the Herald. Broken Blade will catch bot wave, but this allows a window for Rogue to get Dragon. The only problem with doing Dragon is you might lose your top tier 2, so there's this decision-making here from Rogue to defend top just to make sure they thin out the wave, and I expect them to go for this Dragon soon. We'll see if G2 decide to pop it, because Flacket's lost a lot for this play.
Tower goes down. There's the Rito being used as well. Malrang here trying to clear out the wave. Targamas with a good bone skewer. Trimby on his way up towards the top side. Jankos and Targamas and Flacket still trying to do what they can. The Rito dies before he gets charging. Glacial Fisher coming out. Caps looking for the charm. Still lands it onto odoamne. Underneath the tower, odoamne dives back in to try and kill off Jankos, but Targamas takes him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Larsen continues to push, does have the Destiny, but won't join his team.
So, odoamne dies, but they denied the Herald charge.
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Rocket. It's going to be blocked by Caps, surely, right?
That's there so boring, Caps. Come on.
And Larsen all the time is getting plates and creeps, like you said. Medic wants that Rocket to hit a little bit more action, but it's non-stop 10 kills so far.
I mean, so what I will say is it does concern me a little bit that Caps has been kind of out-roaming Larsen in terms of the map. The good news for Larsen is Caps isn't really getting a lot for it. Larsen may now be in trouble.
Larsen does have the flash, dodges the charm. Bone Skewer still connects though. Larsen knows he can trade into these two. No death from below. And instead we'll just take a plate. Doesn't burn.
Malrang looking.
It's flash.
Uh-oh, another challenger has arrived.
But they can actually siege onto this mid.
Tier 1. Brawl making his way towards the mid lane as well.
Ooh,
Jinx
top,
in danger up towards the top lane. Or not.
Looks like he's fine. Malrang just trying to zone away Targamas. I think Jankos was looking for comp there, but he seems to be just fine. Rogue running away with this early game. The only problem they have right now is the Jace is behind, down a level onto Broken Blade, down in creeps, won't get the side lane push, but they have the TF to leverage that. Rogue playing towards the top side for now, gonna take away the blue buff. Larson has ultimate to join, remember Cap doesn't have it. Odo.
There's the knock-up, there's the second. Odo more like on a trampoline than Summoner's Rift. Exhaust coming out from Broken Blade from the unsealed spell, but the chase is on. The Q connects and Broken Blade with the solo bolo in the bottom lane.
In an Orange Jace matchup, that's not what you want to see if you're Rogue. That's the one lane that should win in isolation. But after that death in top and after losing his flash level 4, level 5, Broken Blade's just had the upper hand in this matchup and in this series.
I mean, I'm pretty sure from Odo's perspective, he's like, yeah, this sucks. However, if my Jinx is this far ahead of the enemy AD carry, not the end of the world. Rogue definitely still have some very clear win conditions. Larson popping the ultimate, looking for his play.
Bone Skewer's going to connect. Sunkar coming out as well. Trimby on the chase. And Targamas will fall. Flacker trying to survive underneath the tower. No Featherstorm for him for a couple of seconds. Still has the flash. Malrang on his way. He will want to tank this up. Do they go for the dive? They probably don't know. The Xayah timing. Caps dashing forward with the Spirit Rush. Hits the charm. Trimby pops the stopwatch. Cataclysm coming back in his work. Look for the re-engage. Malrang now on the wrong side of the wall as the chase is on, but he dies back. And Jankos takes one. Feathers fly out. Trimby puts down the Unbreakable, but Comp over the wall. He will die. G2 able to trade 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Comp a little over-aggressive there. Thinks that he can clean up, get the resets off, but a good charm once again from Caps mitigates that snowball. Look at Rogue, though. They actually get something else on the map. It's G2 trying to claw things back.
Oh, Trimby!
Dodges the charm.
Dodges the knock-up.
Still dies.
Doesn't dodge the auto attack. Rogue getting a little bit too aggressive.
Did you expect him to?
If you had Jaxi, you could.
That's true.
A little bit aggressive there. Comp flashing over the wall. Yeah, Rogue still in the lead.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
It is a very odd game.
It feels like that G2 are actually finding a lot of great kills, but they're still behind in gold. They are losing a lot of objectives on the map, and you can see here Larson with a good dive initially. They aren't able to follow up because they don't have the wave to be able to successfully dive Flackhead, but look at how much damage Comp takes here. That's 2 tower shots that remove 80% of his HP. Then the collapse comes in from G2.
And the biggest thing is Broken Blade, after getting that solo kill in bot, runs straight top. So the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for G2. Good ultimate from Malrang. Trimby flashes around out the corner. Comp gets the kill here, gets presence of mind, gets a bit of mana on his rockets. He thinks, I'll flash over the wall. Little does he know there's an Ornn waiting in the bush. And he falls.
I also think he maybe thought Caps didn't have enough mana for the charm, because if that charm doesn't come out, then I think he can definitely start to clean up. But still, Rogue 3,500 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark, looking much more like the early game we saw from them in the regular season and we saw from them against Fnatic in those last 3 games. Caps here for the chase. Orbital Deception. Caps no Spirit Rush, but is back up the stun.
He's dead.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead, but can he escape? Can he do something? Can't dodge the auto attack. Once again, lacking the Jax E.
And that is another solo kill that we see from the side of G2. First for Broken Blade. Now he could be into danger.
Locked up, Trimmy's going to knock him up because the blows a possibility, and Broken Blade is stunned and flashes, but you can't flash away from an auto that's chasing you down. Comp now getting excited as Targamas is locked up second. One more auto for the concussive blows, and Targamas has nowhere to go. The Zap will find him, a double for Comp as Odo Omne is caught off towards the bottom side. Flacken and Jankos chasing him down, but now they're on the wrong side of the rift for this fight. Comp isolated from the rest of Rogue. Jankos stepping forward, Flacken trying to get into the bush, trying to get out of vision, but the control ward will spot him. The knock-up from Malrang is enough. Jankos still chased down the subjugate for Comp on a killing spree. That's 3 for him. The charm goes in and Trimby oversteps. Answered. The Cataclysm. Comp no Super Mega Death Rocket. The Zap flashed away by Jankos. Caps with another Orbital Deception. Comp is still chasing in. The TP now by G2 as they look for more. The charm dodge to the side. Caller's Forge God. G2 praying to someone and they find their answer. Like manna from heaven, Caps gets another shutdown. Larson will join the fight. Gold card locked in. Malrang's going to EQ away, but Caps can still chase.
Look at his ult cooldown.
About to come off cooldown. Caps goes in, one Spirit Rush, and that's 2. And Caps goes 6-2-2 at the end of the fight.
Oh, it's Caps versus Rogue right now. Broken Blade came in to support it. Comp got so many kills in that exchange. You can see 17 minutes in, he's at 2.5 items. Caps has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal again, though, and I think he might buy it into a mid-eyes. Dragon for G2. 1 dragon apiece.
But Rogue is just getting way too aggressive because the main problem for them is Caps is racking up kills. Medic highlighted 6-2-2 is the scoreline that he's sitting on right now.
And look, this is where the fight started. Broken Blade gets caught out. Remember, he's going to come back later on into the fight.
35 seconds later.
Targamas does his best to try and buy time. Comp is very clever in his usage of the blue orb to spot Targamas out, is able to land the W, and then turn it into a double kill. Now Rogue is like, let's just go on cleanup. Odoamne dies, but that's fine because we're kind of funneling G2 into this flank. Meanwhile, Caps is making his way back out onto the map. He's slowly looking to rejoin this fight. Jankos ults, he buys a lot of time, and this is where Rogue overcommit. They should just take the Drake at this point. They should disengage, but Caps gets more kills.
And Caps was just around the Crux wall, so Trimby didn't have vision on him as he chased Jankos. Really smart positioning to wait for him to come into Caps and then land the charm. TP comes back in, and Comp, no flash. Malrang has the EQ, but he gets chased down. Caps' ultimate comes off cooldown, shut down over to Caps. So a lot of resources for both sides.
Just so much invested. Like, the thing is, Rogue had a very clear window there where they could have just gotten the Drake, backed off, reset, but instead they overcommit, they look for more kills, and Caps has been an absolute monster so far in this series. You put him down in the early game, but now I have a look at his items. He's got Everfrost, he's got Medjais.
He just bought a Medjais.
And he's working towards the Void Staff as well. It's just, this man is going to be scary.
So just for context, Caps 6-2-2, 7,700 gold right now. Like you said, Everfrost, Medjais building towards the Void Staff. Comp, 8,400 gold. So he also got a lot of kills in that fight.
How much gold does Flackhead have?
5.8.
Oof.
So almost 3,000 gold behind.
He has the same gold as Malrang.
He does indeed. So really back and forth game. 2,500 gold lead for Rogue right now as we enter a pause.
Yep, G2 have reported a client issue. League officials are currently investigating, so we'll get that sorted as soon as we can. But what a game we've had. If I read this correctly, 18 minutes, 23 kills so far. It's been a bloodbath. It's been a barnstormer.
It's nice, because we've had some slow early games. We've seen a couple kills.
I mean, there's no Corki or Azir in this game.
It's true.
Yeah, scaling wasn't the option for Rogue when they came into Game 3 as much as they have a Jinx. They were fighting all around the map.
Roman, once again, bringing the claps. Oh, he's added a stop.
Oh, he's baiting them.
Here we go. They're in unison. When will they increase the tempo? Here it comes.
You know,
he's trying to keep the energy up. Bless you, Roman. Bless you.
There's actually a study done that showed when humans clap together, it's really hard for them to keep in sync because we all hear at like different paces.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting that he's able to keep everyone in sync.
Yeah. So you're saying that he's breaking science?
No, I'm saying there was a study done, and he's keeping everyone in the same way you can sing well.
But would he be able to keep sync if he was very far?
Magician.
Yeah, Roman is a magician. That's what we've learned here. I do think we have some highlights of the game so far. It's probably 18 minutes or so long, so let's have a look at those as we wait for this pause to resolve itself.
He's not baiting you again?
Well, it was Depper this time, so I trust
way
Depper a
more
lot more than I
reliable.
trust Kevin.
Yeah. Kevin.
Maybe I don't.
Maybe. Uh-oh.
I will say it's great to have a crowd here again. I've definitely missed it, the energy. It's very warm in this room, though.
I don't think it is, Medic.
Well, there was flames.
Yeah.
That was really warm. There's 200 people more than there usually are. And they're really loud. You know, it gets distracting.
Still not as loud as Jankos.
That's true.
But,
Jankos screaming before Game 3 even starts.
Okay.
As we look back at some highlights of this game.
Recap. Okay, so this is where the chaos really started. I was surprised that Larson chose not to flash, but he just said, you know what, Ari, at this early on, I can tank it, gets the level up from the minions dying in the mid-wave.
Was it a vision cone that he had vision of that?
He must have had something, but I don't even know how he got the vision off, because he didn't Q it, did it?
No. I don't think the Q gives vision. The E does, of course, but...
Yeah, that's a valid point.
We'll have to see on the full replay. Anyway, gets the heal up, and then they managed to turn the fight. Malrang living there was just... Or living for longer.
At this point,
so
you have a Twisted Fate with double buffs, and you're like, okay, this is where Larson gets unleashed on the map. One of his first big plays was up towards the top side, and this is also where I think do you think that it's common for pro players once they start like getting those kills, the momentum starts riding in your favor, that sometimes the momentum can take over? Because a couple times we have seen like look at this flash from Comp. It's a huge commitment here, and he's like, hey, if I just get that one reset, then I can just snowball this whole fight.
This is just he thinks there's only two people there, and he thinks flashing over the wall he'll kill Caps there, but all of a sudden Orange shows up out of nowhere. I don't think that's too much excitement. I do agree with you that excitement can be very momentum-based, you know, when you're getting kills and the fights keep going in your favor, you always feel like there's just like this momentum shift behind you and you're always going to win the fight, so you overcommit a bit. But there, I think he just lost track of where the Ornn is. Unfortunately fell. Could have got himself 2 kills.
And explosive as this game has been, we are going to start jumping back on into it. The crowd erupts in moderate applause as we jump back on into the action. 18.5 minutes in, 23 kills on the scoreboard, a 3,000 gold lead for Rogue, but the last few plays definitely given G2 something to hold on to. Cap sitting at 6-2, another charm lands onto Trimby. You can see that's half his health. It's your front line, that's your tank. Down to half as Larssen will secure the 3rd tower of the game for Rogue. Fighting back, currently 0-2 Rogue. Need this victory if they're going to continue this series and hold on to their hopes of making their first LEC title.
See the minimap here, Broken Blade has moved from bot towards mid because he doesn't have TP, and if his team is in a fight, he needs to make sure he's around. Odoamne having TP advantage means he can stay in bot. You can see the assistant pings coming out from Broken Blade, who's sitting pretty happy. Odoamne, sorry, just sitting pretty happy pushing in these bot waves. Broken Blade, every time he shows on this wave, Rogue know they have a numbers advantage topside.
They do. Now the posturing around the Herald has begun. Both teams looking to contest this mid wave. Caps went to catch the top because of that small minion advantage. That wave will slowly be pushing for G2, but they actually have very little control over the map right now with no outer towers down. Kind of at the beck and call of Rogue, and they have to leverage numbers to fight for space. They have 4 groups up around the mid lane. G2 have now made their way into the river. Jankos cheekily sees if he can get a little bit of extra vision down. With the Infernal Rip, the map is a lot more open. It does make things like the Ornn a little less valuable because those chokes aren't quite as deadly, but it does give a lot more freedom and flexibility potentially to Caps.
And that's what Rogue are going to have to look out for, Caps, because Comp, last time he was playing this Jinx, it was against a poke Comp, right? Caps on the Corki was just keeping it at arm's length, and Comp could never really get him range to do damage, but now you have a Jinx that's close to the Lord Dominix, which I expect him to build against this front line of G2, who can actually hit targets for once without getting chunked up before walking up, but of course he can get assassinated extremely quickly. Trimby will be by his side to protect, but Targamas and Caps will be the divers next to an Ornn ult, and that's what they're going to have to look out for. If Comp can get a reset and step forwards, there isn't much for G2 to stop him.
The Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes' time. Rogue overall in a good position, the best position they've really been in this series. And I think so much of it changes when it comes to agency. We've seen Malrang very active on the map. We feel like Larssen looking for picks across the board. He does have his ultimate available. Malrang shadowing him for now. They know where Jankos is. He's trying to stay in fog. He's in a good position. Jankos should spot out the flag here. He should know.
A fight might happen here. Malrang has a good position, looking for Caps.
Charm goes in, Caps looking to try and get away from this one. Cataclysm an option, Spirit Rush still available for Caps. Everfrost for the first route. Malrang now retreating back to the safety of his tower, but Comp and Trimby are on their way up. Control ward behind them, a TP possibility for Broken Blade. It's about to come off cooldown. Maybe he will join the fray. Another stun card locked in. Broken Blade goes into the minion wave instead. Larssen's going to flash away. Caps on the chase onto Malrang. It's down to 300 HP. Trimby coming in as well, but Rogue is so split. Caps flashes into the vision, the fog of war. Comp on the chase. One more. It was a crit. It would have been enough, but he didn't get the crit. He didn't get the kill. Super Mega Death Rocket wide. The Destiny will chase him down. Larssen takes one. Now Targamas going to try and get the resets in. Comp still in the 4v4 here. Larssen low. The lock-in not enough. Reset. Death from below. Targamas finds 2. Comp next up. It's 3. 4 on the board for Rogue. They chased away and G2 will find the kills.
Caps falls, but Targamas steps up. Triple kill for the Pike. He finds the resets. And this all comes off the back of Comp thinking Caps is dead. Larssen has to clean up and Rogue fall. G2 might find themselves a Baron.
Malrang is still alive, but they're not going to gamble it. This will be the Baron for G2. Rogue is going to try and get something elsewhere on the map. But what a massive fight for G2. It really has been a series of team fights where G2 have consistently come out on top. And this time, Caps, as you rightly said, was just so annoying to deal with.
So again, another very long fight. Starts with Malrang and Larssen versus Caps and Jankos, two of the best mid junglers we have in the league here, and they're so hesitant, both of them, to go too deep, because if Malrang ults, Caps ults away, and if Larssen goes too deep, Jankos and Caps can turn onto him. TPs come in, and this is where the fight turns into almost like a 5v5.
Yeah, you can see that Larssen at this point is ready for the collapse to come in, but then the TP response from both top laners to join the fray. You can see that Caps' position is a little bit awkward here. The collapse comes in, but that crit just isn't quite enough to get that kill, and then he sidesteps the W as well. This then forces the ultimate out, and Targamas is in a position to offer, well, assistance. He ends up buying enough time. The stopwatch comes through to mitigate the stun, and now we're back in the action.
G2 forcing in the mid lane, Caps with the Spirit Rush going in. Marang with a good flank position here. Comp, Super Mega Death Wicket dodge with the Feather Storm, and already Trimby's down. Auto Omni chased out as well. Comp and Larson knocked up, and G2 unrelenting continue their advance. 2 more kills to them with the Baron still remaining.
No flash.
Larson gets the stun card in, but Caps is on the chase, and you can see G2 erupt backstage. The fight continues. G2 wiped them, and the celebrations remain for G2. Comp down, Larson down, Malrang down, Trimby down, and maybe Rogue's hopes down the drain as G2 clean them up.
And just like that, a 4-for-0. G2 own the map right now. They're going to get this mid-tier 2. Broken Blade's going bot to catch the wave. Caps moving top to get top tier 1. All 3 lanes are theirs.
Look at how quickly the game is snowballing for G2. They just group as a 5-man. They force the fight, and once again, they come out on top. 8-3-5 is the scoreline for Caps. Level 14. He is poised and ready to hoist another trophy.
Oh, you just can't give Caps Ari, man. In this finals weekend, he's been on a tear. Has the Magi's back up to 14 stacks. You can see him laughing on the player cam. He lost them earlier on, but he's got them back again, and this all starts in the mid lane.
So have a look here. They just catch Odoame out. They throw the pillar down. He's trying to run to his team. I wonder if Pathing screwed him a little bit there, but the engage looked pretty solid. Great response from Flacket, even throwing out the feathers in the direction of Rogue. And he's able to just buy a lot of space for his team. Then only 3 members of Rogue remain. They try to escape, and then Broken Blade with the 2-man knocker. The immediate pillar into flash follow was clean from G2 as they just wipe Rogue off the map.
G2 just all on the same page, and Targamas knows it. We talked about his win rate on Pyke and how much he can bring to the team. Got a triple kill for them to get them a Baron, and then it's Caps and Broken Blade who seal the deal in this fight around mid. Still 30 seconds of Baron buff. G2 looking at a bot tier 2.
And I'm sure for Targamas, there were moments over the last few years where he wondered whether he'd get back to the LEC. Of course, played for Giants in 2018, and even if you're winning ERL, sometimes you only get 1 shot at the highest stage here in Europe. Well, he got a second chance, and he is using it to its fullest. One of the best supports during the regular season here. His triple kill began to accelerate G2's advantage in this game. Now Rogue on the defensive. 5,000 gold in the hole, and all hopes of winning this series maybe about to fall down that hole too. G2 advance, Baron off. Here's the call of the Forge God. Marin going in with the Cascan flashing away. Underneath the tower, Broken Blade tanking it up. Trippy there, death from below. Targamas finds it once again. And the damage from Rogue just isn't quite there. The inhibitor tower stands.
Targamas sinks another one. 20 kills on the board now for G2. 5 of them sitting in his back pocket. G2, they're not quite able to break into the base of Rogue just yet, but they have so much control. The dragon spawns in 2 minutes, and Rogue will finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief as G2 disengage.
Yeah, but Rogue are really running out of options. G2 with this siege able to play so aggressively, and you can see how Comp really can't teamfight. Trimby with the E can't block the Ornn ultimate. Broken Blade gets rooted up, but it's the hook from Targamas that pulls Trimby in to get the kill. And Comp just playing at such long range. I mean, the way Rogue's Comp works is they want to hit a stun card on someone and then layer damage onto that individual target with the rapid fire cannon and with the Jace poke. But all of G2, you have so much frontline, and if Caps even gets in range of a charm, he's just going to blow up either of the carries.
G2 now setting up around this top side of the map. The last remaining inner tower, a possibility for them.
And it was last split that Fnatic made the lower run through the lower bracket, where they went to all 5 games and the majority of their best of 5s. We thought that was an incredible feat. G2 is on the verge of doing that same run, but undefeated as G2 find another fight.
Flash away by Comp. Caps able to get away from the charm there. Trimby and Larson chase down towards the bottom side. Call of the Forge God was used, and G2 don't really have anything more in the tank. Comp, no flash, of course, as Rogue look for perhaps a re-engage, but it was, remember, Fnatic that knocked G2 out in that run, knocked them out of the world's contention. And they made that run through the lower bracket. It was G2 who looked dead and buried at the end of 2021.
That's the thing that's so impressive, the fact that G2 could make the lower bracket run with a 12-0 record. One more win will secure them the title and that undefeated climb, and it only makes that inevitable potential fight against T1 at MSI so much more exciting. It was Faker that said he wants revenge against G2. It was 2019 where G2 made SKT's life miserable, and Faker, returning to the international stage, wants to fight Caps and Jankos once more.
And 3 years later, neither of these teams have been back to MSI. T1 definitely want their revenge. G2 now setting up the siege on this bot tier 3. Dragons up in 5 seconds. Rogue, again, running out of answers, and you can see how the team fights ensue around the red buff. The second Trimby used the Unbreakable, and it falls off. Broken Blade just pops the ultimate. 5-man unit of G2. See what Rogue can do to stop it.
So you look for the engage afterwards. Call of the Forge God about to come off cooldown for Broken Blade. Trimby hooked up with the Bone Skewer. Targamas down to half HP, but he'll regen. About a third of that. Inhibitor tower and the inhibitor fallen in that bottom lane. Rogue now trying to gain control over towards the top side of the map where this Baron is about to spawn.
Yeah, Rogue could rush Nash right now if G2 go towards Dragon. They need to be very careful on how many members they send towards that objective. You can see how Rogue is positioning. So G2 smartly say, we're not going to go Dragon, we're not going to go Baron. We're just going to push Mitch. You're going to have to show on the wave. And then one person can solo Drake while we do that. Flacket's the one starting up Drake here, but it could be a 4v5 for Rogue. The problem is they don't have any engage apart from the Jarvan, so it'll be very hard for them to find a target. 2 frontliners, a Pyke and an Ahri. And you can see right there, there's just so much mobility on those two. And the others are frontliners. And
look at the position right now for G2. They have control over the mid-wave. They're sieging onto this tower. Not going to overcommit. The charm just goes wide.
Lands, Malrang off towards the top side. Not there. Glacial Fissure was used there as well by Trimby, but Rogue still unable to find their engage.
And Targamas is constantly hovering around the backside, looking for potential flanks. Maybe a TP, maybe a TF ultimate, anything to just dissuade Rogue from finding that access onto the backline. G2 doing everything in their power to keep Rogue pressured and in their base.
G2 just gonna back away for now though. Don't want to take any risks. Caps picks up the Rabadon's death cap. Drive them strong with that 14 stacks on Mejai's. Next spike for Rogue is probably the Infinity Edge on Comp. Larson building towards the Lich Bane. Malrang's never really gonna get any more items because he has to funnel all the gold into his carries. Not only building towards that Cyril does. Baron will be the next fight. No Dragon Soul for around 7 to 8 minutes time. See how G2 want to set up, because that bot inhib's going to be a pain. They're going to have to keep clearing out those bot waves. Maybe Odoamne can TP in later on, but ideally he wants to be there to poke them out first. G2 going to play on their own vision now.
For Rogue to turn this one around would be an incredible feat. It would be massive in terms of momentum in this series, but their backs are against the wall. It is G2 that continue to press their foot down. The organization that has only ever really known winning is looking to do it once again, looking to return back to the top of Europe with fresh faces. As Rogue, they looked so good. They were considered the favorites, and now the Baron has begun. Can Rogue gain access? The TF ultimate comes through.
Super minions about to hit the Nexus towers of Rogue. Destiny used, as we say. Camp spotted by it. Larson dodges the charm. Gold card down, though. Larson with the Everfrost. Only onto Broken Blade. He pops the stopwatch. Baron disengaged. G2 look for the fight now as the Call of the Forge God is an option for Broken Blade. He pops the cleanse from the Unsealed Spellbook. Super minions going to take down one Nexus tower, and G2 may just let the minions do the work for them.
The Nexus.
Rogue corralled back into their own jungle. The super minions continue to push in. Rogue are looking for Targamas, but G2 can just turn back towards the Baron.
G2 don't have TP though, so they can't force an end. Rogue do have double TP, so they can send someone back to clear the wave, but the super minion's already dead. Another wave coming in. Rogue might have an exposed Nexus if this fight just continues to be so long. Malrang finds Caps.
He finds Caps and he finds Jankos, but he has to find a way out of this one because the charm's gonna hit. And Caps goes on a killing spree. And now without their jungler, Rogue have to retreat.
Look at the waves, so they're pushing in. That's one Nexus tower left. Caps finds Larson.
Another charm! Another stopwatch pop by Larson. Caps looking for the kill. Locket used as well. Caps able to dodge away with the Spirit Rush, and G2 are still on the Baron. Super minions are still pushing into Rogue's base, and every last vestige of hope, every glimmer of light that remained for Rogue is being quashed by G2.
Caps finds the pick onto Malrang, converts it into a pick onto Larson, and that denies any opportunity for Rogue to try and steal that away. The light continues to dim. Rogue's chances fall further and further away as G2 gain more and more control.
Let's take a look at the replay though, because Malrang's fishing for information. He's trying to find a position into the Baron pit, but it's G2 who spot him out first from that control ward on the Krugs. He ends up falling, and then Larson just goes towards top wave. He knows the Baron's gone, but Caps is not done just yet. And again, how many times we say it, Caps pounces and strikes from the bush on this Ahri. Doesn't get the kill, but he gets his summoners, and now the victory lap's coming in for G2 here on match point. They have the Baron and they have the waves.
That control ward offered so much value to G2. Caps was able to find back-to-back picks off it, secure the Baron, and now they're making their way towards the base once more. Rogue have to have the defense of a lifetime to turn this one around.
They're holding on for Comp's Infinity Edge, but I don't think they're going to be able to. G2's going to force it.
Larson caught out, knocked up, and Broken Blade trying to get into the backline. Caps going in as well as Trimby is low. Odo just able to survive, so making that rocket. Can Targamas find the resets? Death from below missed. Comp found one. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Both the top laners down. G2 still have the Baron, and Super Minions still continue to advance in the bottom lane.
So Rogue do hold on. It's a 1-for-1, and Comp gets a massive shutdown. He finishes the Infinity Edge, so the late game for the Jinx is coming in. He will dish out so much damage if he has room to do so. Larson's on the hunt. He's popped the ultimate. Malrang's around, but Caps, a little bit of mobility with the cleanse and flash.
Now the Dragon spawns in 30 seconds time. G2 forced to reset. Broken Blade not going to be alive, will also not have the teleport. This does give an opportunity for Rogue to try and get back out onto the map first. The problem is they have no control anywhere on the map. Top lane pushing in, mid lane pushing in, bot lane pushing in. G2, even with the man disadvantage, will still maintain control and get themselves the Scuttle Crab. And I think Rogue, they're just going to have to hold on for now.
And Malrang's had the same items for the last 10 minutes. He can't get any tankier. All his job is to buy pinks, give his camps to his carries, and pray that they can dish out enough damage to kill the front line of G2 first. Now, Botanib has respawned. Dragon up. G2 should secure that. Rogue don't have to fight. It's not a soul. Baron won't be up for another 5 minutes either, so 5-6 minutes. Rogue can hold on unless G2 want to look for a siege without the Baron buff. They can look for a full-on dive with Yorn ult. Try to zone away the Jinx, Comp having no flash. Still 30 seconds left of the buff. Couple waves to play on.
And for a moment, we have silence. But in 5 seconds, we're going to breathe life into it once again. The super minions pushing in. Rogue trying to defend. Inhibitor respawned in the bottom lane. Caps down to half HP. The poke is good, as you say. Odoamne still has a lot of damage on this chase, but the inhibitor tower has fallen now. Bella's about to get away from the stun card, but still, Broken Blade stunned for a second. No flashes on Flacken, no flashes on Targamas, but the inhibitor will go down. Super Mega Death Rocket connects, but no one was low enough for the execute to find its mark.
Baron buff is off. G2 looking on this bot inhibitor. They're going to push in the wave and there's no tower to defend it, so the siege won't have to happen. They got Broken Blade can use the ult to force them away. Ornn items coming in. Level 17.
Let's not forget that G2 have found themselves in this position before. The ever so famous Misfits game, where they were in such a commanding lead and they lost it all. They do not want to make that mistake. They're going to take their time. They know that a finals is on the line. They do not even want to give a game over to Rogue. Ruin that incredible streak that they've had through the lower bracket, but also potential a momentum swing. Jankos isolated, does have the flash.
Will use it, but Cataclysm's going to be able to chase him here. Comp can't get across that wall. The Destiny coming in as well. They're looking for the Sun card, but everyone's on the wrong side of the wall as Malrang might be caught out by Caps. Jankos down to half. Flash burnt for him. No flash is burnt on the side of Rogue.
Not enough damage there from Rogue to get the pick. Jankos incredibly tanky, used the ultimate as well. Only top tier 3 remains. One Nexus tower left. G2 setting up top waves. They're going to look for the top tower. No Baron buff, of course, but they're going to have to use some kind of ultimates to zone Rogue away. Malrang used the ult, so did Larssen. We'll see if they're back up before the siege continues.
Anathema's picked up for Trimby. Will be able to survive a little bit more of that damage, but level 17 for the 2 carries of G2. Same for Broken Blade. They're now making their way on towards the tier 3 top tower. The poke comes out from both sides.
Half HP on the tower, it's going to fall. Caps just needs a couple more autos to take it down. Call of the Forge God coming in as well. The Unbreakable by Trimby to try and stop it, puts it in the wrong direction. And Trimby's locked up, and Trimby's charmed up, and Trimby is buried under the ground. G2 now take their second inhibitor. They're looking for the third down towards the bottom side. Only one Nexus tower remains there. Remember, Caps goes in with the Spirit Rush, still clips Larssen with the Orb of Deception.
They need a wave to play on though. Big poke lands onto Flacken. It's a 4v5 for now. 25 seconds on Trimby, but 3 inhibitors down. They can just back off here, G2. There's a Baron in 1 minute. 3 nips down, 1 Nexus tower left. Rogue have no base at all.
G2 are playing this one safe. The ultimate will come out, but likely no pick is going to happen as a result of it. I say that, Malrang is looking for
Larssen
something.
has stopwatch as well. If he can get here.
They're not going to do it. Rogue, we've said it time and time again, their backs are completely against the wall, but have a look at this Trimby failing to block the Ornn ultimate.
He's trying to block it from arriving in the first place, but he just misses it, and now he gets caught by the second one, charmed up and dies. He falls. Rogue loses another 2 inhibitors.
And you feel like that at this point, the game is done and dusted. G2, they just need to close it out. Rogue, they have no inhibitors left. The Baron spawns in 20 seconds. Malrang, he doesn't have any gold. He's level 13, 2 levels down his jungle counterpart. Whereas G2, they just feel relentless. 20 Magi stacks. I can't remember the last time Caps died. The man is on a tear right now with 9 kills, and Targamas is right behind him. The assassin from the depths, alongside the Firefox. G2 are looking to dominate.
Yeah, they're just going to push in waves now. Mid waves in, bot waves in, top wave, 2 super creeps on the way. Don't think Malrang can get in range of this. If he steals it, maybe Rogue can hang on, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in range. Targamas is marking him, Caps is around. All of the rest of Rogue are catching waves or in base. So now Rogue are against super creeps in all lanes and a Baron buffed up G2. G2 can even wait for the soul as well if they want to.
And it was only 6 months ago, people were saying G2 are done and dusted, you know, the Reckless era did not go well for them. They failed to make Worlds for the first time in their history, and now Revitalized, Reborn, Flakked, Targamas, and Broken Blade join Caps and Jankos in what seems to be a victory march. Unrelenting, they continue to push forward. Baron buff. Malrang looking for the flank. Jankos caught out. Jankos shut down. Com takes it, even with the Call of the Portugal coming out. The stun onto Caps. He cleanses a little bit late. Rogue trying to defend. They got a man advantage, but what can they do? The shock blast goes wide. Caps still advancing. Flash charge. Trippy tanks it. Perfect play by the support from Rogue, but the death from below is enough. And the death of Rogue is written in stone. G2 claim their 9th title.
The screams from G2, 12-0 through the lower brackets, dominating the finals.
What an incredible run for G2. There was so much doubt. The expectations around this team was not that they would be fighting for a spot in the finals, was not that they would be winning the split. But they have grown, evolved, and they have become Europe's strongest. 12-0. The most dominant lower bracket run Europe has ever seen. G2 Esports is back on top.
And what a moment right there where Jankos walks to Caps, puts his hand on the shoulder and can't help but just smile, right? These two have been through so much together. A new iteration of G2. They were the backbones. Rogue is down. T1 is next. G2 booked their ticket to MSI.
And in what fashion they did it. Around the corpses of their enemies. It was just nothing anyone could do against this G2 lineup. Ever since they lost to Fnatic, it was just unrelenting. It was unstoppable. It was almost destined to be for G2. And as they walk forward, and as they surround the trophy they've raised 8 times before, Europe, give it up for your LEC champions, G2! G2, a team that has never gone more than 12 months in the LEC without a title. They came in, they won 4. They lost for a year, they won 4. They lost for a year, they won 1. Is it the start of something new for this G2 team?
Definitely could be, and you have to think of the players where they were this time last year, right? Flakked in the ERLs, Targamas in the ERLs, Broken Blade on Schalke, struggling a lot in the regular seasons. Now those 3 alongside Captain Jankos lift their trophy in 2022.
And it's crazy to think Flakked's very first split.
Yeah.
Champion of the LEC.
How many rookies have come into the LEC and won a title?
I mean, especially a rookie that like split. He didn't even get to EU Masters. Like, it's not like they took someone from the best team in EU Masters and said, okay, we're going to plug and play him. Flakked was not really seen, untested. Like, he was not someone whose name was on everyone's lips, but he came in and he proved that he belongs to be amongst the best in Europe.
And small fun fact, Broken Blades won NA and then won EU.
Yeah.
Proving NA greater than EU. I'm kidding. Yeah.
No, he had to level up to win EU.
True.
He won NA first when he was lowest.
But that's very few players hold that accomplishment. Of course, Perks is one of them, Sven another, but Broken Blade now joins the few players that have won both regions. And you can see the players continuing to celebrate in their success.
I will say, we talked to Albon backstage earlier, and he said that Ocelot promised them business class tickets to MSI if they won. So now they get business class tickets. That's probably why they're celebrating so much.
Caps versus Fake again. Like, we don't get many international rivalries, but G2 versus T1 is definitely one of them. The 2019 G2 versus SKT era was very G2 dominated, and Faker is in form and said he wants revenge against both Caps and Jankos. With Caps back to claps, with crowds back in the stage, you know it's going to be a banger.
And tonight's all about celebration for G2, but I think the hard work starts soon again for that fight at MSI. But for now, I think smiles all across the faces, undefeated ever since their game against Fnatic.
And I think that's the most important thing. I think many were worried about Europe's chances internationally, and of course, Europe isn't going to come in as the favorites, but with a run like that, how can you not be confident and excited to watch this G2 roster on the international stage?
Everyone was gleaming in G2, right? Everyone had their moments. Broken Blade, flexibility on the Aura, yanking towards mid, Caps and Jankos looking like a mid-jungle at a level we've never seen them before, in top form. And Flacket being a rock and Targamas being the wild factor.
The largest shoe known to man. I will say, on the other side of the coin for Rogue, less of a bang, more of a whimper, it seems. In game 3, they did fight, but just constantly, G2 seemed to have their number, and once again, it's Rogue just coming short. Third, second for this team now.
Is the expression always the bridesmaid, never the bride?
Yeah.
It's got to feel frustrating for Rogue.
And for Oda One, mate.
Yeah.
445 games without a title now.
So I know. He's putting his shoes back on and
while
he's
screaming, while watching his team hit the Nexus.
The thing is, one of the last times he screamed when he won the game, he fainted on the active stage in 2019. So I think him sitting down is probably a wise choice.
Incredible. Yeah, commiserations to Rogue. They had an incredible split themselves, and I think that many will continue to respect them as a team here in Europe. Summer is going to be a contentious one for sure. The stories and the rivalries just kind of speak for themselves as we return in summer. But what an impressive run once again for G2.
I mean, they dismantled Vitality, dismantled Misfits, dismantled Fnatic, and now they dismantled Rogue.
That they have. What a performance it was for them. The most decorated organization, of course, in LEC history. With their MSI title and now 9 LEC trophies. 9. It's just absurd. Caps continues to win as well. That's his 7th. He's catching up with Perks, so we can actually hear him right now. It's going to hand it over to Law and Caps, I think, on the stage. Oh, G2 secure their 9th LEC title, reclaiming the throne after a 1-year absence with an impressive 12-0 lower bracket run. Law is now joined live on stage by the 7-time LEC champion Caps.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Caps, for joining me. Come on, a bit louder, Berlin, for Caps and G2.
Thank you guys so much.
Feels good to have fans back again. Well, Caps, congrats. 3-0.
Thank you so much.
Back to back to back to back. That was an insane performance in playoff. Tell me about game 3, because it looked to be a disputed game up until the point you guys just steamrolled, but yet you couldn't break the base. What made it difficult for you to just go, okay, you guys can come again, it's fine. What made it difficult for you to just close out the game?
I mean, Rogue is a strong team, and they had a really good combat, just like clearing waves. Jinx is a fun champion in the late game, and some people even say that the game doesn't really begin for Jinx until the inhibs fall, right? I've seen a lot of wild turtle pentacles on the base as well, so we just had to take it a little bit slow, get some Drakes, some Nash, be ready for the end.
What was the defining moment in this game 3? The moment you knew, okay, we're not letting this one go. This is for us.
I mean, I think the early game was really rough for us. Luckily, BB was doing really well. I think there was one time where they went way too deep on us, and I got like a triple kill or something, and then I went from being really behind the game to actually being ahead in the game. So then I was like, okay, I can actually be really strong this game, and then I could get Magi's and get really fat. So I think that was like the defining moment for me at least. It was for sure like the huge comeback.
That was an insane game, insane series, and insane performance in playoffs overall through the loser bracket, not losing a single game. Talk me through how it was though, because how did you manage to stay on top of the meta, on top of the draft, without revealing too much each game?
I mean, the thing is, we just stole a lot from our opponents. I think this patch, we were kind of caught off guard initially. We had 3 weeks of scrim, and I think initially we had kind of like a scrim meta read. But after we saw stage games, we just stole a lot of strategies, stole a lot of picks from our opponents, and we just tried to play them better than them, and it worked really well. So I'm just happy that we gave it all. You know, sometimes going to loser break can be like a death sentence if you let it. But we really put in the extra work, and we're like, we can turn this around, we can beat Fnatic, and we can beat everyone else.
You could indeed, and you did. Look at the team. Everyone is behind you, just surrounding you, cheering for you. How proud are you of G2, this split, and this team you had?
I'm so happy. Obviously, last year was a complete disaster, and this year we wanted to do for like a rebuild, and we were going for like a rookie and a bunch of players that maybe haven't been at the top of the league before, right? So it was like a risk, so to say. But I think as soon as we did the tryouts, as soon as I saw how they communicated, how they acted, I knew that we can go really far this season. And I think winning the Spring Split is just the first step.
You mentioned it. 2021 was. 2021 was hard. You built a team for success. You didn't get it. You took a risk here with this lineup, and you find success again. This is not the first title you grabbed, but how different is this one for you? What does it mean this time around?
I think this one actually means a lot more than the old titles. I think in some way I could maybe feel entitled to a title, or maybe at some point I felt like we couldn't lose anymore. And last year, I think the rest of the EU proved that if you think you can't lose, then you're going to have a really bad time. So I'm actually really happy for this trophy, because I feel like it was a lot of hard work from me and also everyone else, from the players and also coaching staff. I think we all put our hearts into it, and I think it really showed. And I'm just hoping we can keep it up for the rest of the year.
The rest of the year, MSI also, but before we get to the rest of the year, seconds before we launched this interview, you heard the audience, Cavs MVP. Cavs MVP. You're the Kia Finals MVP here, Cavs.
Thank you so much.
It was the first time in 2 years we got to play with an audience again. Your dad is in the audience. How much did it boost you to have all these people cheering for you today?
I mean, it's a huge boost. As we mentioned, as I mentioned at some point, I think, like last year and the years before, we lost, but there was no crowd. I think with crowd, we are just unstoppable, because the energy from the crowd is always amazing, even when there's pauses and it can feel a bit boring. I mean, Romain did a good job, I would assume. I don't actually know if it was Romain, but I could hear the crowd going crazy, and it just makes it more fun. You know, it can be annoying with pauses, or it can be annoying if you, or like it can be nice when you get kills, but it makes it so much. It can be so much better when you just hear the crowd go crazy.
It is. Well,
thank you guys.
Next up for you guys is Korea, as we can see on Romain just behind you. One next opponent to cross off his leg. Last time you met T1 and Faker, it didn't go so well for him. So how hyped should we be about G2 facing T1 this time around?
I mean, we're definitely looking to take down Faker, but he did this in Korea, so they have the home crowd. Hopefully some of you guys can come cheer us on as well if possible. But we did defeat them last time, but that also means that he's probably angry. And I know that an angry Faker can be quite scary. So I'm hoping Yankus maybe will come in, maybe tag us, you know.
Well, hopefully we'll call him Baby Caps by the end of the tournament. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Congrats again.
Thank you guys so much.
They are your 2022 Spring LEC Champions Cavs. Thank you so much. Congrats, G2, once again. And after the break, we will hear from Broken Blade, Yankos, and Dylan Fatko at PGL. But first, let's listen to the song of the week, Be Free by Rainbow Place, available on the LEC playlist at Spotify. See you soon.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final PGL of Spring 2022. Glad that the audience can hear me now as well. G2 is back, baby, and how? 12-0 through the lower bracket, beating Rogue in the final. And I have the pleasure of talking to Dylan, Broken Blade, and Jankos. I'm going to go to Jankos first, just because I talked to you yesterday on PGL, Jankos. Is your mic on? Want to test?
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, great. And yesterday we were talking, and you were, of course, very happy with the win, but you said it doesn't mean anything if we can't win tomorrow. So how happy does it make you that you were able to raise this trophy once again?
I'm happy. But to be honest, I feel like I'm more relieved that we made it, because I felt like we were capable of winning the split the whole season, actually. And we did have our ups and downs, and we did have to learn quite a lot during the split, but I felt like we have the players that have what it takes to actually win. So I'm super happy that after losing to Fnatic, we were able to bounce back, grow as a team every BO5, and show up with like a good performance in the finals.
Cap said specifically that this title meant a little more to him, maybe, just because of last year and just because of the disappointments that you've also faced together with him. Do you share that sentiment?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just happy because before we actually won the finals, we got to play against Perks, we got to play against Wunder. We didn't get to play against Mickey, but we got to play against him in the regular season, right? So I'm just really happy that we managed to, beat all G2 guys on the way, at least the ones that were available in playoffs. And yeah, I mean, we never knew, right? We never knew if it's time for like the fresh blood, for the fresh teams to take over. And us, G2, still winning, I think now being the highest trophy team in Europe after this game, or after the series, I'm super, super happy that we could prove ourselves, and that even people that grow a bit older each year can still be good at the game.
You're only 26, so that's not old.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Broken Blade, we're going to take a look at some of the images from the series. We focused our storytelling a lot around Odoamne versus you, but also specifically that your jungler spends a lot of time with you. So does Malrong. How do you feel you've played this series, specifically on your Ornn? Machine.
I think that, especially in game 3, I think I performed very well. I had the counter matchup into Jace, right, which was with Ornn. And I even got a solo bolo, right? And I think I've gotten a lot of solo bolos, actually, which I'm very happy about. I think game 3 especially, I think I carried my team a little bit. But I think Odoamne especially, I think he actually performed pretty well in the series. And there was always like a challenge in lane, especially the game where he picked Gwen. But I think I did hold myself, and I think I did what I needed to do, especially on the Ornn. So I'm pretty happy.
You now join a very, as you see, Jankos would still have to put his shoes on. Oh my god. You didn't knock yourself out this time, Jankos. So.
Actually, it was close. I was feeling like really weak. I couldn't stand up, but yeah.
Oh no. This is great to see. The chair almost like was, your coaching stuff is so crazy and your background stuff. But Broken, what I wanted to ask you is you now join a very select group of players who win LCS and win LEC. What is the secret sauce, and why do you think you were able to do it?
Well, I mean, I think it's just, I think I did join a group with people who want to win, and the organization who really wants to win, and literally every single one of my teammates, I think, did everything in order to win. Not even my teammates, the whole staff, Dylan, Rodrigo, even our management. It's just insane, and I think we put so much effort and hard work into the split. I think we started the split, I think 1 or 2 months earlier than every other team, scrimming against the Worlds teams, and I think all of this effort that we put in finally has its rewards, right? Which is the trophy.
Yeah.
So it feels great, and I'm happy that from last year, where I went on a 10th place team, to being in the first place, which is just a crazy good feeling, and yeah, I can't even describe it.
Broken Blade was not the problem. I think it's clear to say right now. Congratulations, absolutely crazy. Dylan, wow, 3rd title overall. Congratulations. Can you reflect a little bit on the work you've done with this team? Because all I've heard from BB and from people before also is we're all on the same page from a very early starting point. But I can imagine that is not easy when you're dealing with a core of Jankos and Caps that have been on this team for so long, and then add those new elements.
I started working with the G2 like way back in like November, October, when they were basically blowing up the whole roster and trying to rebuild the team. And I lived through the whole process of trying out against the Worlds teams, scouting players, like finding gems like Fleckett and Targa, who are like, I'm so happy with their performance. And then through like the struggles of the regular season, where I think we all actually thought that we'd be this dominant from the start. That's actually what we thought, but it was hard. We had to fix a lot of issues. We had to fix integrating our newer players into our team. We had to work out how to draft, how to play, and everyone just put in so much work to just guarantee that by now we would be where we needed to be.
Okay, super impressive. You mentioned Flakked and Targamas, and I do think that Lore is ready to talk to them right now, so let's take a look.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacques. Back to this side of the studio for a bit because I have the winning bot lane from G2 Esports. First, guys, congrats on winning today, LEC Champions. First title for both of you, so Flakked, first thoughts on winning the LEC for the first time?
I mean, it feels amazing, especially because I didn't win anything in all my career. So, you know, like my first title being an... my first title, like being, you know, like LEC, like Spring Split, is like, it just feels amazing.
I guess, yeah, you have to start somewhere, and starting with the LEC title.
Yeah.
Actually, fine, Targamas, you've been used to winning last year. In France especially, how does this one feel?
I mean, to me, it just feels amazing because I didn't have the easiest... I didn't, do I hold? I didn't have the easiest time in esports, like the past years, but ever since I joined K-Corp last year, it's just been a dream come true because I've only been winning. I won back-to-back U-Master, and now got picked up by G2, and now I win LEC. So I don't know, like the past year and a half has just been a dream come true, and I hope that I will keep going, maybe for MSI, maybe for Worlds, hopefully.
We'll get back to MSI a bit later, but yeah, hopefully this is the start of a new journey for you. Flakked, Dylan was mentioning how really cool it was working with you this split and how he was happy to have you in the lineup. What did you learn from your first split in the LEC so far, with G2 especially?
I think the thing I learned the most, it was how to be, you know, like more demanding, demanding the resources I need in order to, you know, like get through lane phase or carry the game. Like especially at the beginning, like you can see in so many games in regular split when Targa is just going top lane and I'm not calling anything and I just get denied like 4 waves. We go Herald and I lose full tower. Like it happened so many times, but at least, you know, I learned when it mattered the most, which is playoffs. So yeah, I would say that demanding what I need is what I learned the most.
And you two found each other, and within the team when it mattered, especially in playoffs, Targamas, you were saying that this is, I mean, you've been used to winning, but still, this is a comeback for you. I remember your time at Giants in the LEC back then. I guess you feel more comfortable now. Where do you see the improvements, especially within this G2 lineup, but also with the level of play that you had? Because the team trusted you a lot, and it reflected on the drafts also. I guess you guys can share. It's easier.
Your interview.
Thank you.
I mean, as I said, I'm just grateful for the team, like the trust they put in me, because it's always something that I was lacking in my team in the past, and the fact that in the team, everyone, every player, the staff, the management, like everyone just trusts me on how I do stuff. It just motivates me even more to prove them that they're right, to put their trust in me. And yeah, I don't know, I think I just grew up a lot from my past experience in esports. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just really grateful for my team.
Flakked, you were agreeing with him. Is there anything you would like to add on that? And you were agreeing with him just now. Is there anything you would like to add on that? And also the synergy that you guys build together? And
I mean, I really love playing with Targa, you know. I think it's like the best support in Europe. As I said on Twitter, it's the Belgian carrier. So I'm really grateful for everyone, but especially for Targa. Like, he helped me a lot. And, you know, I wish I can still keep learning from him.
Mm-hmm. Well, next up for you, Korea, as we mentioned previously. First international events for both of you, actually. What are you looking forward to, Flakked?
Personally, I really want to beat SKT, of course. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be like so helpful, especially for me. Like, I never had like international experience. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I just hope, and I'm going to like put all the work that we make Europe proud at the MSI. So yeah.
You will, of course, of course. Targama, same question before we send it back to Shox. What are you going to do with Gumayushi and Keria? And what are your expectations for MSI this year?
Well, I think it's going to be a fun matchup. I think Keria, I really respect him a lot because he's kind of the one, the support that plays also a lot of weird stuff like I like to do. So I think like I'm really looking forward to play against them and to learn from them. But overall, like I'm just really happy going to MSI with my team, and I'm really confident because I think what we showed in the past series is like really good gameplay. So like I know some people are still doubting us, and I know some people are still saying that LEC is not going to be great, but so far we're 12-0. And I just think like I'm just really hopeful for MSI.
Yeah, and we're lucky to have you as representatives. Guys, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Flagged, thank you so much for assisting me with the mic building. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Shout out to Laura also, sick job with all the interviews. And since she was talking to Targamas and Flakked, we can move over to the MasterCard play of the week because it was Targamas' triple kill on Pyke in their champion-winning push to hoist the 2022 LEC trophy. So let's take a look at that. Do you guys want to comment on it, actually?
I know from like a backstage perspective, when we're 2-0 in the series and we start winning a fight, like I have no idea what happens in the fight. We're just all going completely crazy backstage.
Broken Blade?
For me, like this fight, I think Braum uses the shield, and then I was screaming for Jinx, 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 Jinx. And then I think after that, it's just really easy to get
reset
all these,
City.
Yeah, the resets. And it actually felt really good to kill him, yeah. I don't know about Jankos, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the point where we actually got very excited. Before that, the game was quite difficult to play, but I think this moment we all started screaming and, kind of killing Jinx. And then the game just went well for us.
Targamas said there that he was happy also the trust that was given to him in terms of kind of the freedom and the picks, right? Can you say something about how it was working with him? Saying that, hey, it was hard for me before, but now I just started winning, and you saw that promise this year.
Targa is a player with a lot of ideas on draft, a lot of ideas of what he wants to play. He wants to be very inventive with picks. A lot of the picks, like not all of them end up going through to the final draft. Some of them are just completely off the wall crazy. But it's so amazing working with players like Targa that can play every champ in the game, because it gives you so much power in the draft phase to do stuff like we did in this run where we're counterpicking support and getting a lot of good matchups. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, do you feel that the depth of champion pool is like the whole team?
Yeah, and I think that's actually a large reason in the last few sets we've been so dominant. I think we go against enemies sometimes where they just don't play one or two really key champions, and we can utilize that in the draft and draft around it and get drafts that maybe we shouldn't get if they could play those champs.
Yeah, but then BB gets put on Ornn every single game in that previous series. But it seems to me that you have like a reinterpretation of Ornn, I almost want to say, right, in the way you play him. Do you enjoy it as much as we do watching it?
We call it Assassin Ornn.
Assassin
that's what we call it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, for me, like a lot of people know me as the carry player, right? Even though in the time, I think actually Targamas was a big point of why I wanted to even play on, because he was so he was really saying, guys, tanks are OP, I think, let's play tanks. And I was like, nah, it's not OP, dude, And then I started playing Ornn, and I noticed like I was actually kind of smurfing. I mean, my teammates can agree, right? But I mean, I don't even know, like they actually banned it as well in one of the games today. And I think they did a big mistake leaving my Ornn up, right? Broken Blade Ornn is going to be remembered from this point.
Love it.
So, I mean, I'm happy playing Ornn and solo killing people, right?
Yeah. Maybe we can do the edit. You have like the top father, and then now there's like an Ornn picture behind that or something like that.
Yeah,
Someone
maybe
get
we'll
on it. The internet will do it. Jankos, today going into this matchup, it was a lot about Malrang versus Jankos. It was all about the best jungler in the regular season. I think that's safe to say in Malrang, who made a lot of heads turn, and how you would deal with him. This does actually make you the best jungler in LEC again, right now. What do you think it was that allowed you to step not only above him, but over every other jungler in playoffs?
I mean, I just don't think it's a single player game. So I just feel like we played better as a team, and the decisions we made throughout the split, and the fact that we were enabled to play, like Dylan said, many champions on every role, I felt like every draft was good. And it didn't really matter what I exactly played, but it just mattered that we are going to the game knowing that, oh, we will have these 5 champions and these 5 champions are going to be strong against enemy 5 champions. I think it's something we really, really liked last year, where we had like draft hell. This year we have draft heaven again. So yeah, I'm just happy with everyone's performance, and I just think that my individual performance doesn't matter as much as team performance does.
Okay, that's very nice of you to say. I do think you absolutely smurfed it these playoffs, and I think the fans will think that as well. A couple of more things. Dylan, Caps won the Kia Player of the, or Finals MVP, rather. There was actually experts that voted on it, and he got 47 out of the 48 votes that were cast. I don't know who the stray other one was, but you, of course, won your titles alongside Caps. What can you tell us about the resurgence of Claps?
I feel like when Caps is enabled in both the draft, emotionally with his teammates, he's just one of the most insane players to ever touch League of Legends. And I'm really grateful to get to work with him again. And not only that, but it's really cool for me because I get to work with a player such as Caps that I worked with before and won with, some new player like BB that I worked with but didn't win with, and then some new players that are just new to LEC. It's like such an amazing mixture, and I'm just, I don't know, I'm just grateful to work with Caps again.
Oh, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about MSI, then I'll let you guys go to celebrate with your team. Jankos, I'll go to you first maybe. You've been in different iterations of this G2, which have both had success internationally and failures internationally. This is starting to let the fans dream again. You know, a 12-0 run in the playoffs is not something easy to do. In fact, it's pretty unbelievable. How much confidence does that give you coming into MSI, and what are your expectations?
Well, I mean, I don't really think that we actually ever had like super bad results internationally. Like we won MSI in 2019, and then we always went to at least semis at Worlds, which maybe is not great, but it's also not bad, you know, looking at some other regions that never made it out of groups. So yeah, I feel like my expectation is to go and learn from Owner a little bit. I think that he's a very good player, and I'm looking forward to face him. But besides that, we have team from LPL, which are, I mean, we don't know yet, right? Could be like Rookie and Karsa. So, you know, 2 great players as well. But yeah, I'm super excited, right? I'm just looking forward to MSI. I'm looking forward to learning from all these players and looking forward to grow even more as a team and as myself.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it, because I think we want the most, but you actually did really well at international events, right? I think that's just that highest accolade that we all want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know like what is expected of us, right? If it's expected to for the Western teams to win, yeah, of course we didn't. We are bad. But if it's expected to like be competitive, I think G2, every time we went to international event, we were competitive. Last year, well, we just got smashed. Like we just didn't play well, right? But this year we are back. So
I think that's super fair to say, and this has been a lot of success in G2's international future. Broken Blade, you get to go to MSI with G2 as well. With what all of you have talked about in terms of the development and in terms of how far this team can go, what are your realistic expectations, knowing that it's the best teams from around the world?
Honestly, I don't know. It's going to be my first time in MSI. I was close once in 2019, but we got reversed with the finals. Anyway, I'm very proud to be even going there with my teammates. I think we're going to do well, no matter how the situation is going to be. I think it might be hard in the beginning, but I trust me and my teammates to, you know, learn, adapt, and actually get stronger, because we did it against Fnatic. They beat us. They were better at that time, and then we learned from them, and then we just 3-0'd everybody, right? And I think we can do similar things in MSI. And it's always a fun experience, in my opinion, to go somewhere with your teammates and travel and do this and that. It's always great. So I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, if you won the LEC Championship by learning from the European adversaries, I'm so excited to see what's going to happen if you scrim the best teams in the world. Like, I think all the fans can be very excited. So, on a final note, who would like to take the word to thank the G2 fans who were probably, I don't know, I don't want to say doubtful in the beginning of the season, but maybe a little like, oh, what's going to happen here? Do you want to do it, Jankos?
I mean, I kind of, wait, which camera?
What the light is.
Okay, so I know that all of you were very doubtful, especially after last year miserable performances where we couldn't really make it to Worlds, not MSI. And we tried rebuilding this year, and it actually worked out. Hopefully now you will have a little bit more trust. Maybe the fans that left us will come back. Maybe we got some new fans. So I'm very grateful. I also know many people stayed, and I know that many people trusted our process, or even if they doubted our process, they still wanted to support us because, you know, we are G2, we are the team to support. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'm hoping that we can show up even more during MSI and during Summer Split.
Awesome. Let's take our last PGL selfie. I shall do that from here. Awkward silence because I can't hold the mic. Awesome, thank you so much. And I also would like to thank everybody who's here and all the fans. I can't thank you enough for coming here. I am so happy that we could put on this show for you, that we could put on this amazing show, and that we get to see you in person again. It is making my heart so warm, and I hope in summer we can do it every single week. We've missed you so much. Thank you for coming back, and thank you to G2 for PGL, and congratulations to G2.
Thank you.
For winning the 2022 spring season. Good night, good luck, and have fun.
History remembers the greatest heroes, the ones that laid everything out on the battlefield.
3 weeks of action, 8 best of 5s to declare a new champion.
The lineup for the spring playoffs is the strongest that we have ever seen.
Let the LEC Spring 2022 playoffs begin.
Oh, hang on, here it
He's dead. Oda Wamne with the solo kill. Cataclysm, stopwatch. Larson goes the long way round with blast code of his own, and the stopwatch comes out. Schlatten down. Vito pops the stopwatch, but he will fall as well. Larson flashes. Neon dashes, but Larson takes the kill.
They win topside, they're winning mid. Misfits are alive.
Schlatten looking for the kick. Oda Wamne back into the team.
Here's Malrang with ultimate.
Yeah, I don't think Misfits went out on it in the
Not
end.
anymore.
Here it is in a good position for the Slicing Mouse, but you gotta find it. Here it goes in. Slicing Mouse and the fit going out, and Oriana's already dead. The shutdown is the second for VTO. They continue to fight. Cobb is still alive on the back line. Seri has 400 years behind her belt. Even the entirety of Misfits cannot kill her. Rogue will lock their spot as a top 3 team in Europe.
Why on earth does the LEC always talk about G2 and Fnatic?
Fnatic versus G2 always delivers.
Both of them went through huge changes.
Fnatic and G2 have defined the LEC for over a decade.
I will take them all down.
Jankos maybe a little bit overextended, but once again the Locket shield into the Guardian shield, into the Broken Blade TP onto the backline with a Gnar. Caps low on HP, he's down. Upset flashes, Caps goes down. Fnatic set up a date with Rogue next week.
It is do or die for both teams in this best of 5 series. A loss would eliminate them from playoffs.
Southbait escapes with his life, but now the perch is blown up where he stands. Kazi will get resurrected.
Just like that, Vitality fall apart.
Can Vitality bring it back? It feels like I've been asking that question for 9 weeks now. Kazi's gonna gale force forward, and LeBron gets the final kill.
Kazi, he doesn't get the kills, but he is the one that kills them all. Mickey's now trying to run away for his life, but Perks will get revenge on his former teammate for last game.
All season, this super team has danced with disappointment, but today they dodged defeat and Vitality take down XL.
I personally feel obligated to not allow G2 to win a split as long as I'm playing in the LEC. I feel like that's like my job.
Tonight, 2 of Europe's greatest mid laners of all time, Caps and Perks, will face off to decide who will advance and whose title hopes will already be buried.
I had 3 years of people telling me I was G2 biased. I'm here to flip the script. It's Vitality.
Caps still surviving on 100 HP, but it's not enough to escape from Perks, who picks up his first kill of the game. Target gets the wild, goes to himself. Jankos looking for it. Jankos gets it! Jankos gets the Baron and keeps G2's hopes of winning this game alive. Dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. Caps! Oh, wait, does Caps steal that from over the wall? He gets the Hextech Soul for G2. Perks is not with the team, and they leave him alone as he watches his team die in the mid lane. They will destroy Vitality and meet up with Misfits on Sunday.
The next weekend, you get to play in front of a crowd again.
I don't think we actually lose BO5 in the EU with crowd.
I don't think we did.
Rogue and Fnatic are playing a best of 5. It's the winner's match. It's the king's match. Trimpy, the flash is there, but it's a little bit too late. Upset grabs the kill.
Hillisang is the king of cancelling bases. When you think you're cancelling him, he's actually doing the one-up on you. Here he is.
Hillisang should be an easy kill pickup. They're going to kick him out. Gets the one shot. No, he's still going to escape. The rocket, not quite enough. Humanoid. There's Hillisang in the darkness, waiting, finding the resets. He sees the opportunity. Oda Wamne coming in with the TP, but he's just a mini Gnar. The kickback, the shutdown. It's massive. Upset now moving. Now to finish off. It's personal from the Schalke days. You can tell he wants it more than anything, and he's going to find it. 2 members standing, and it's Rogue up in the end. Let's pray for 4 more of those crazy games.
God of League of Legends. 4 more 50-minute games. Is that what you wanted, Ender?
Wonder, holding on for a while there. Can't walk
Rockets,
forward and try to clear the way.
There it is!
No! Yes!
Trippy, looking for the engage.
Looking for the engage. Quickness has been procced. He's going to find at least one. Upset now goes over the wall, and he'll survive for now. Maganar on the way, but can he find a target? Upset no flash, and Odo knows it. Reset's going to come through. Knocked back into the wall. Hylissang is there just in time, but now they're all out of damage. Comp still standing strong. Rogue will be the final boss in the LEC.
Whose title dreams will crash and burn? Let's find out as Misfit Gaming takes on G2 Esports.
Misfits reckon they've got time. They find one, looking for more.
Oh, video.
All of a sudden, Broken Blade's running for his life. Yankos is so incredibly low. Chagamar stays alive just a couple seconds longer, and finally, Misfits punish G2. The dragon is going low, and it's stolen. It's been picked up. Mega Death Rocket goes out. A great sidestep from Herod. Glacial path forward into the flash W. Caps locks up Neon. The kills are secured. Beautiful catch from Caps. G2 obliterate Misfits. It is my pleasure to present to you the ultimate European heavyweight clash. The Crown!
Oh, here we go. This looks like it might just be it. Humanoid making it out to safety. Full control of the midway. Flak at the Gale Force forward. That's a mark on the Humanoid. Boom, baby. Aphelios damage.
Oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it.
Oh, they're gonna do it. Here it comes.
Berlin! Make some noise!
What a banger are we in for?
Rogue and G2 Esports clash it out for the final battle of the season in order to find out who will lift the trophy.
It's gonna be a banger. And Rogue looking hungrily at the dragon. Can they secure it? Can they steal the soul away from G2? They don't have a jungler. Larson slides in, but Caps dives back. A double for Caps. A soul for G2. Caps is playing like a man possessed these last couple of weeks. First they came for Vitality, then for Misfits, then for Fnatic, and now the death of Rogue is written in stone. G2 claim their 9th title. Rogue is down. T1 is next. G2 booked their ticket to MSI.